Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 651, Mass Blind Date Event. Chapter 651. Chapter 651, Mass Blind Date Event. Seconds. When the rocket engine's operational time exceeded 600 seconds, everyone erupted with excitement. Seconds. It meant that the rocket had already flown out of the atmosphere. Under normal circumstances, before this would happen, the first and second stages of the rocket would separate, and the second stage engine would start. Mo Jingchuan's cold voice rang out from the crowd, silencing the observation room. Indeed, it was too soon to be happy. One success does not mean that the newly developed engine is without problems. When Mo Jingchun pressed the stop button, the distant rocket engine ceased its roaring. Candy, standing next to Mo Jingchun, patted her ears. In the next month, we'll repeat the engine operation experiment. The timeline remains the same. Everyone, the crowd exchanged glances, their eyes firm. Good. This time, the successful test run of Candy Technologies' aerospace engine didn't gain much attention online. Success had apparently become a matter of course in the eyes of netizens. In the car ride home, the little guy seemed to have 10,000 questions waiting for his brother to answer. Ha ha. Whenever her brother patted her head, Candy felt like she would never grow up. Following Candy's pointing, on the other side of the bridge by the river, there was a group of onlookers. There were police officers and doctors. Even from a great distance, Mo Jingchun could see what was happening over there. Xiaofixia also saw the few police officers over there working together to carry a person. The curious little one wanted to see what was happening, but Mo Jingchun pulled her back. What's there to see? Candy was stunned by her brother's words. Kindergarten. Not crying is already great, but still having summer homework? Her brother was trying to change the subject, but she wasn't going to fall for it. Under Xiaofixia's driving, the car moved to the furthest right lane, completely obscuring the view of the riverbank across. Candy wanted to argue, but under her brother's gaze, she shrunk her neck. It seemed like her brother was getting angry. Feeling wronged, Candy pouted. She was just curious to ask, why be so fierce? In the evening, after dinner, Zhou Yaling felt a bit down reading the county media's public account information. Bro, why do you think this happens? Mo Jingchun remained silent. After a pause, Mo Jingchun glanced at Zhou Yaling and said, If you feel too stressed someday, talk to me. But to be honest, I'm currently under a lot of stress about something. Mo Jingchun let out a cold laugh. What's it got to do with me? If you're not afraid of losing face, I can organize a mass matchmaking event for you. As he spoke, Mo Jingchun rubbed his chin. A mass matchmaking event. It seems there might be something to it. There are too few such large events organized within the company. The more he thought about it, the more Mo Jingchun felt he needed to do it. I've decided. Zhou Yaling silently watched her brother, feeling like he might be going crazy. A mass matchmaking event. How would that work? Wait. Maybe it wasn't impossible. Using artificial intelligence, as long as everyone willing to participate submits their requirements for a partner, plus big data calculations, it could possibly work. However, wouldn't such a large-scale event cost money? Candy, with a lollipop in her mouth and eyes glowing, thought to herself that events were opportunities for feasting and drinking. How wonderful! The next day, Su Pengfei, called over by Mo Jingchun, was dumbfounded. That afternoon, the plan was laid out on Mo Jingchun's desk. Considering the hot weather, the event was scheduled for Saturday evening. The plan detailed all kinds of activities clearly. To boost employee participation, a raffle ticket was included with each registration. Bang, no one expected Mo Jingchun to suddenly slam the table, so much so that Candy, holding a phone, was startled into dropping it. The phone happened to land on little Gray's head, causing it to howl in pain. He didn't want to ruin families with good intentions. That would be a grave mistake. A few minutes later, all employees at work received the system announcement. The response was predictable. The entire park was in an uproar. Those who already had a secret crush on someone mustered their courage to confess during the event. That way, even a rejection wouldn't matter much. It was a rare opportunity, something not to be missed, not to mention the raffle. At this moment, Xia Xiaoman was at Mo Jingchuan's desk, voluntarily admitting her mistake. She was wrong for sending out the announcement during work hours. It distracted the employees from their work. Chapter 652, Hotels Never Lose. Chapter 652, Hotels Never Lose this time. Let's just fine you 200. A mistake is a mistake, but he also didn't make it clear. Xia Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief. A 200 fine is just a token gesture from the boss. There absolutely can't be a next time. I don't know what happened today. My brain suddenly went blank, and I didn't consider the impact of such event announcements. During lunch in the cafeteria, the topic everyone discussed the most was Saturday night's dating event. Some people were there for the matchmaking, while many others just went for the atmosphere and the raffle event. Maybe if you're lucky, you could win the grand prize. In the booth, the atmosphere was strange. Candy was silently eating, but her big eyes kept scanning all the familiar faces present. Su Pengfei asked curiously, as he didn't know what the mysterious blind box was. Feeling Li Xuanyu's fierce gaze, Mo Jingshun hurriedly said, "I know." Suddenly, there was a big chicken leg in her mouth, and Candy's eyes widened instantly. Everyone was stunned. They all thought it would be something like white, but it turned out to be a house. Candy tore off a piece of chicken leg meat, her mouth full of grease, and said, "And there are lots of mosquitoes." Everyone chuckled silently. One is a villa, and the other is an apartment. How could they be the same? The community environment is also different. Seeing Zhou Yaling daydreaming there, Mo Jingchun pouted. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun let out a cold laugh. With Candy's luck, how could others still play the game? There's no way Mo Jingchun would let Candy get raffle tickets for others. As unbelievable as it sounds, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but believe in Candy's luck after all the experiences. Candy gave her sister a helpless little look. July 9th, Saturday. Compared to the daytime heat, the night was much cooler. Today, the street outside the park seemed particularly desolate. Yet inside the park, separated by just a wall, it was a lively, bustling sea of people. Candy held tightly onto the dog leash, following behind her brother. Various music, plus the noisy crowd, made it beyond just lively. If it weren't for someone protecting her beside her, Candy suspected she'd only be able to see other people's behinds. Walking side by side with Li Xuanyu, Mo Jingchun glanced at the stall, casually grabbed a cup, and handed it to Candy. Taking a sip of the refreshing watermelon juice, Candy squinted her eyes happily. Mo Jingchun ignored her. She hadn't even finished the watermelon juice, and she wanted an ice pop? Wishful thinking. Seeing her brother ignoring her, Candy didn't sulk and kept following him. Li Xuanyu pursed her lips, a smile appearing as she watched the brother and sister bicker, finding it quite amusing. Wei Luxue was eating and drinking by herself, wandering aimlessly, looking more like she came to freeload than a fine partner. It's hilarious. She's only 18. At Candy Technology, is there anyone younger than her? She wasn't about to date some older guy. In front of snack stall, Wei Luxue was choosing sausages when she felt a touch on her waist, and she angrily turned around, then looked down. "Oh, it's you." Candy, sipping on watermelon juice, was stunned. Wei Luxue looked around, but didn't see the mentor's figure. Honestly, over the past 6 months, she still had a slight fear of the mentor. In academic research, the mentor seemed bottomless and didn't seem incapable of anything. Upon hearing this, Candy blinked and naively said, instantly, the smile on Wei Luxue's face faded. This logic, it makes so much sense. Isn't it indeed Candy's house? The next second, originally lazy little gray twitched its nose, leading Candy forward in search. Trailing behind Candy, several people, including Fian, followed silently. Little Gray, can't you do any better? Dragging Candy around in circles for a while, she was full of complaints. She seriously suspected Little Gray was teasing her. Woof! Feeling the pull of a leash, Candy started to trot. Before long, Candy spotted her brother and Xuan Yu among the crowd. By the time they got home, it was already past 11 in the evening. From Zhou Yaling's expression, Mo Jingchun knew she hadn't gotten anything out of it, and might have even gotten a lecture from their uncle. After playing all night, the little one fell asleep in the car on the way home. Once the little one was settled, they each went to rest. Mo Jingchun had no way of knowing how many couples were matched up during tonight's event, nor would he bother to tally it. Years later, Mo Jingchun learned from a friend that business at the hotels near Candy Science and Technology Park had boomed in the latter half of the year, especially during holidays. In mid-July, after taking Candy on a trip, Mo Jingchun went back to his hometown. Xiang Er, who was also on a few days off, returned to her hometown too. During this rare chance to escape the heat, Candy often played at Xiang Er's house, not wanting to go home. Especially at night, the mountain air was very cool, and fireflies could be seen everywhere. The two little ones were tireless, catching fireflies with bottles. They wouldn't want to return home until after 8 every night. After the anniversary of their mother's passing, Mo Jingchun planned to take Candy back to the county in a couple of days since there was still a lot at the company that needed his personal attention. Chapter 653, What About Me? Chapter 653. Chapter 653, What About Me? For Candy, after a short period of happiness, it's back to the boring life of daily repetition, where she can only find joy on her own. The little one discovered that her brother and sister seemed to be getting busier, especially her brother, who frequently ran to the No. 2 laboratory building. She went there once, only to find that there was nothing fun inside. The only amusing thing might have been sitting at the back of the conference hall with her brother, watching a bunch of bigwigs below argue loudly. Occasionally, when a verbal argument wasn't enough, someone with a short temper would start throwing punches. Fortunately, everyone seemed accustomed to this phenomenon, and every time the fight seemed about to start, someone would separate them. Her brother called this a brainstorming session. It's really strange. Since it's called brainstorming, shouldn't it involve brains? Why are these uncles either arguing or starting a fight? To solve the issue of school education for the children of the park's employees, Mo Jingchun personally took Xia Xiaoman to the County Education Bureau. After some discussions, the result was a delight for everyone. A small county that wasn't very famous, wanting to retain talent, naturally couldn't fall behind in educational resources. Just in time, upon learning of Mo Jingchun's visit, everyone hit it off immediately. The school, which had been experiencing a decline in student numbers, cleared out empty classrooms to prepare for the new students arriving in a month. With a blazing sun, Candy stood at the entrance of the office building's lobby, watching her brother walk towards the No. 2 laboratory building. Going out is impossible with such a big sun. Even walking on the asphalt road burns your feet. Brother says the asphalt road is hot because black absorbs heat. With Zhou Yaling's small bag, Candy took Little Gray and started from the second floor, sweeping through each level for snacks. When she saw something she liked, she took some and put them into the bag, occasionally rewarding Little Gray with a sausage. After the sweep, the not-so-small bag was packed to the brim. In the afternoon, after work, Zhou Yaling, who was about to grab her bag and go home, was stunned by the snacks in it. How come there are so many snacks? Thinking about it, Zhou Yaling took all the snacks out of her bag and put them in the drawer. If the elder brother sees so many snacks, he'll definitely confiscate them all. The reason is simple. Children are still growing, and they shouldn't eat too many snacks. Zhou Yaling could already imagine Candy's gritted teeth under such circumstances. It was at this moment that Candy came running into the office. Candy stopped abruptly, blinking as she watched her sister empty her bag. She came here to hide snacks anyway, so Candy naturally had no objections. The only downside was that her sister would also eat the snacks she had carefully selected. On the way back, Mo Jingchun glanced at Candy's bulging little belly, raising his eyebrows slightly. I was in the office this afternoon. What did you eat again? Candy took a deep breath, and her little belly instantly disappeared. The siblings stared at each other, neither speaking. As soon as Candy inhaled again, Emo Jingchun's gaze would glance at her belly, bulging out once more, until Candy took another deep breath, and so on repeatedly. Emo Jingchun was enjoying himself, but Zhou Yaling couldn't bear to watch any longer. Upon hearing this, Emo Jingchun looked rather resentfully at Zhou Yaling, who was speaking on behalf of Candy. I knew you two were in cahoots. Emo Jingchun pursed her lips, unwilling to take the blame. That night, Candy only ate half a bowl of rice, and this was after Zhou Yaling intentionally delayed dinner time by an hour. As a result, Zhou Yaling again received a resentful look from her elder brother. I'm going to Anyang County tomorrow to check the construction site. Having already played everywhere in the park, the construction site, while hot, wouldn't necessarily be out in the sun. She knows there's air conditioning over there. Feeling Zhou Yaling's resentful gaze, Emo Jingchun helplessly spread his hands. There's nothing I can do. Tomorrow you'll have to take a taxi to the company. If it's really necessary, you should consider taking some time to get a driver's license. Rolling her eyes, still playing with her phone, Zhou Yaling said, We'll see. That's where you're wrong. The next morning, alone, Zhou Yaling decided to sleep in and buy breakfast a little later. Covered with a large quilt and blowing the air conditioner, Zhou Yaling turned over and continued sleeping, while at the same time, Emo Jingchun and his group, taking Candy on a long trip, had already gotten on the highway, expecting to exit in half an hour and reach their destination in an hour and a half. Half an hour later, after getting off the highway and entering the country road, Emo Jingchun noticeably felt the difference in road conditions. The roadbed had become bumpy under the pressure of large vehicles. Throughout the way, Emo Jingchun saw mostly large vehicles and construction trucks. When they arrived, Emo Jingchun found that the originally white car had turned gray. Su Wenyin, fully armed, stood at the entrance wearing a hard hat. When she saw the boss get off the car, she immediately walked over. Seeing her brother and Fian all wearing hard hats, Candy was momentarily at a loss and tugged at Su Wenyin's hand. Chapter 654, Choices. Chapter 654. Chapter 654. Choices. We don't have a helmet that small. Su Wenyin was amused by the little one. After all, the little one was funnier. Unlike on the construction site, where it's all about bickering every day or on the way to bicker. Su Wenyin shrugged and turned to the guardroom. Before long, Su Wenyin came back with a child's helmet and a new reflective vest. Seeing Su Wenyin helping her sister with the reflective vest, Emo Jingchun reminded, Candy, this isn't like the park. There are many dangers you can't see. Su Wenyin led the way, followed by Emo Jingchun and the others. As they walked, Candy kept looking down at her shoes now and then. The further they went, the heavier the shoes felt. The soles were thick with mud. Look, those mobile houses over there. After about 5 minutes, Emo Jingchun and his group finally reached the mobile houses. Since Emo Jingchun had specially informed them, Su Wenyin hadn't notified the construction unit that the boss would visit today. According to the boss, coming here is for a surprise inspection. What's the point in letting everyone know in advance? Now, however, there's no way to keep it a secret. This area of mobile houses was where the management personnel of the construction unit were located. With the air conditioning on, Candy gulped down a cup of warm mineral water. It turns out water can be so refreshing when thirsty. Unable to resist, Candy filled another cup and gulped it down. Sitting in Su Wenyin's usual office chair, Emo Jingchun cheerfully said, Go and inform the heads of these dozen or so construction units to come with us to the site. Of course, a task like running errands didn't require Su Wenyin to go personally. In about 10 minutes, the clerk who was sent to run errands returned. Candy thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Standing on this second floor, you could see outside. There's no need to go out and get your feet muddy. Plus, there's fruit on the table. It would be a shame not to eat it. Seeing right through Candy's thoughts, Emo Jingchun chuckled, but said nothing. The fruit was actually bought by Su Wenyin on his behalf. Otherwise, how could there be so many kinds of fruit in this remote mountain area? In a shaded area downstairs were the site managers of a dozen construction units and their respective clerks and workers, a group of dozens. Seeing Mo Jing-chun coming downstairs, everyone immediately greeted him with smiles. Mr. Mo Jing-chun was amiable and didn't put on any airs. He thought intimidation was unnecessary, as it might provoke someone to cut corners somewhere. It would end up being counterproductive. Going into the mountain area, the temperature suddenly dropped by over 10 degrees. With the strong winds, Mo Jing-chun, in a short-sleeved shirt, actually felt a bit chilly. Stopping and going, spent over 2 hours inspecting the site, and it was already past noon by the time they returned to the office. There were no small restaurants in the mountains. Everyone ate from a small canteen. Candy tried some food, but didn't have much appetite. It couldn't compare to the cooking at the park cafeteria. But Mo Jing-chun found it acceptable. On the way back, he saw the meals the workers were having, 10 yuan a portion, with 3 dishes and 1 serving of rice. Affordable, but couldn't match the flavor from a small canteen. He didn't see any managers buying the 10 yuan fast food. Su Wenyin touched her face. Hearing this, Su Wenyin helplessly said, "Boss, this place operates 24 hours a day. The sleeping area may be soundproofed, but it's only so effective." Listening to this, Mo Jing-chun understood and thought it was a mistake to ask. "Expense it. Have your clerk handle the reimbursement." As he said this, Mo Jing-chun cautiously added, "Once the aerospace base is completed, I'll leave it to you. If development goes well, the aerospace base will inevitably become the core business of Candy Technology, a position of significant power. With the advantages of the space plane, rapid development of the aerospace base is inevitable. The key issue is how Su Wenyin will choose." Su Wenyin evidently hadn't expected the boss to ask such a question and fell into deep thought. The position of CEO is something everyone aspires to. But that position isn't something easily attained. Simply put, unless Su Pengfei makes a major mistake, he won't be replaced under normal circumstances. The aerospace base signifies Candy Technology's move towards global development, with future goals even extending into space. "Boss, believe it or not, my childhood dream was also the Sea of Stars." Su Wenyin nodded thoughtfully, thinking that after satellites were launched, how far could manned space travel really be? She didn't know that what Mo Jing-chun referred to was not the traditional manned spacecraft, but the technologically advanced spaceplane. A spaceplane that could continually shuttle between Earth and space. Mo Jing-chun believed that the day when space tourism becomes a reality was not far off. After the meal, Su Wenyin sliced a large watermelon, and Candy was very happy eating it. Candy just knew that as long as she followed her brother, she'd have plenty to eat and drink. Chapter 655, New Materials Are King. Chapter 655, Chapter 655, New Materials Are King. In the evening, after having dinner at the campus cafeteria and taking a cab home, I found that my brother and Candy had already returned. As soon as she entered the door, Zhou Yaling smelled the aroma of the dishes. Candy ran swiftly on her bare little feet. Putting down her handbag, Zhou Yaling regretted not sending a message to her brother in the afternoon to ask. She thought her brother and Candy would only come after dinner. After all, her brother, being a big boss, went to inspect a project, and those construction units would definitely be eager to treat him to a meal. Never would she have thought her brother actually came back. "What are you standing there for?" Looking at Zhou Yaling standing absent-mindedly beside the dining table, Mo Jing-chun felt a bit puzzled. Could it be his culinary skills have improved and surprised her? Mo Jing-chun was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. "It's all the same, as long as you're full." Zhou Yaling rolled her eyes, turned around, and went upstairs with her bag. The company's cafeteria food naturally wouldn't be bad. On the contrary, it tasted quite good. Candy, who had finished washing her hands, looked puzzled at her sister going upstairs. With 4 dishes and a soup, Mo Jing-chun and Candy were eating happily, coupled with a glass of happy soda. It was extremely comfortable. Coming downstairs to watch TV, Zhou Yaling had a dark face. It was just drinking Coke. Did the two of them really have to treat it like tasting wine and be so amazed? Really annoying, obviously intentional. Look at Candy's little glances sneaking at her, her behavior has already exposed her. Fairly standard, since it was initially calculated for 24-hour construction per day. No matter how much we try to rush the schedule, it won't progress that fast. Mo Jingchun looked at Zhou Yaling curiously and asked, "By the way, why are you suddenly interested in this? Any thoughts?" Mo Jingchun shrugged, continuing to eat. Hearing this, Candy's eyes lit up, excitedly raising the cup in her hand. In Jing City, multiple mobile phone manufacturers had jointly established a miniaturized holographic projection research center, and several top figures gathered once again. What was displayed in front of the big shots was a cylindrical object that looked like a thermos cup, which was the latest research result at the moment. There was still a significant gap between it and the expected holographic projection, but that didn't stop them from using the current scientific results to make money. Such a large holographic projection can't fit into a phone, but it's quite marketable for designing an immersive projector. While there are no similar miniaturized devices abroad yet, quickly launching a new product could quickly capture the international market. And as for their own competition, each would rely on their abilities. One by one, they found excuses carrying technical materials and leaving Jing City, awkwardly even encountering someone on the same flight. Mo Jingchun brought Candy to the office. Barely had time to warm the seat before receiving a rush of messages that several major domestic companies, like they conspired, simultaneously announced a breakthrough in holographic projection technology at precisely 9 o'clock, along with new product launch events. Looking at the gathered information, Mo Jingchun was only slightly surprised. Given the large base of billions of people, the world is never short of geniuses. It's quite normal for a few big firms to collaboratively develop holographic projection technology and come up with results. Mo Jingchun even believed that some laboratories have more advanced holographic projection technology. After all, the scientific research capability of the national team is the most formidable. Mo Jingchun had considered researching holographic projection himself, but found that there was simply no relevant talent within the company. Combined with too many research institutions already working on it, Mo Jingchun simply gave up. It's foreseeable that holographic projection technology will be less valuable the more it progresses, possibly even becoming free to use. Unless all institutions worldwide that develop miniaturized holographic projection could unite, form a joint organization, and standardize pricing. However, would such a situation occur? Not saying it's absolutely impossible, but the likelihood is extremely low. The new rubber material Mo Jingchun was referring to was precisely white skin. The outside world knew that Candy Technology had researched a new synthetic material, but it hadn't been publicly announced, let alone offered for sale. Mo Jingchun's lips curled slightly. Holographic projection? In this era, materials are the king. Xia Xiaoman asked while jotting down notes. Mo Jingchun touched his chin, smiling broadly. Xia Xiaoman, who was jotting down notes, didn't say anything, but thought to herself that it should be. After all, gold costs over 400 yuan per gram. At that moment, the phone on Xia Xiaoman's desk rang. The two exchanged glances and smiled slightly. Remember, not having played with her brother's mecha for several months, Candy's hands itch. Today, brother seems to be in a good mood, actually taking her to the lab. Candy's eyes glowed, running ahead. Even the scorching sun outside couldn't stop Candy from moving forward. Just as Mo Jingchun thought, Xia Xiaoman was always answering phone calls. Even Mo Jingchun himself received several private calls, all of which he forwarded to Xia Xiaoman. Until Qin Yuzhu called. Sitting in front of the computer, Mo Jingchun felt a bit helpless. Qin Yuzhu opened with a request for 1,000 tons, which put him in a tight spot. Chapter 656. L4, Level Autonomous Driving. Chapter 656. Chapter 656. L4, Level Autonomous Driving. Qin, although I don't know why they need so many materials, I really don't have much in stock. How about this? I'll allocate 500 tons from the quota we use internally for you. What about the next batch? Hearing this, Mo Jingchun touched his nose. He didn't believe that Qin Yuzhu didn't know about the production capacity of the new materials. With such a large production base sitting there, Even if you can't figure out the exact capacity, you can definitely estimate a rough range. Ahem, Chin, could you be my dear sister? Listening to Chin Yuju's earnest tone, Mo Jingchun hesitated. Chin, they're not suddenly mass-producing spacecraft, are they? Mo Jingchun knew that this would be the answer. After the call ended, Mo Jingchun rubbed his temples, watching Candy wander carefree in a lab wearing battle armor. Still, children are happier, not having to think about such complex issues. Under the moonlight, many people on Blue Star looked up to admire the moon, unaware that inside the moon base, someone was also gazing at the pale blue star. After a year-long excavation, a considerable amount of manpower, resources, and financial expenditure, a 2-meter diameter exploratory well finally reached the bottom. Everyone involved in the project, without exception, clearly saw what was at the bottom of the well. At that moment, everyone understood why the mission's confidentiality level was so high, understood why the country was willing to bear such a high cost to continually drill wells. What are you thinking? I say, for people like us, we should just do our part. That day, Mo Jingchun took Candy along with Li Xuanyu to stroll through the night market. Little Candy ate and drank nonstop. As long as there was something to eat or drink in her hands, she didn't interrupt them. Until an event happening outside the mall. A stage was set up where a clown was performing magic. The little one had never seen magic before. Watching a live person disappear, Candy was completely amazed, standing there refusing to move. It was so amazing. Where did the lively and flying pigeons even come from? Candy widened her eyes, not daring to miss a single detail, and after watching for a long time, still couldn't figure out where things disappeared to and how they reappeared. Sipping her juice without blinking, Candy was afraid of missing any of the clown's actions. Mo Jingchun stood behind Candy watching for a while, but couldn't see through it either. Some small objects could be understood, explained as quick hands retrieving from hidden layers, but some performances were just incomprehensible. At this time, an old man squeezed in front of Candy, directly blocking her view. Candy was stunned for a moment and pouted. How could this person just squeeze in front of child? Humph! The view suddenly got much higher, and Candy saw more details. But it was meaningless. She still couldn't understand how it was done. The clown noticed Candy as well, pulling out a balloon to give to Candy. However, the next second, Lone Wolf took the balloon away. After sniffing the gas inside the balloon found no issue, Lone Wolf returned the balloon to Candy. The people who had the best relationship with Mo Jingchun were here, leaving them needing to be extra cautious. In just a little over 10 minutes, the clown's performance ended, and he left the stage. Seeing the 4 hotly dressed girls taking the stage, along with the rock music playing, Mo Jingchun didn't bother asking Candy and directly carried her away. Candy was perplexed. Why did they leave while she was enjoying the show? Walking beside Mo Jingchun, Li Xuanyu smiled and said, Candy, your brother got nervous in Jing City at the very top of skyscraper. Who would have imagined that there would be a courtyard there? It was already late at night, yet 2 people were sitting in the courtyard. Shui poured a cup of tea for her man, smiling sweetly. Li Yuanfang, who had just taken a sip of tea, almost choked. Every time I hear Yuanfang, what do you think? It feels strange to me. I don't know what Grandpa was thinking when he gave me this name. Sitting beside him, Shui just chuckled without speaking. For a while, the surroundings fell into silence again. Based on my expectations, our car operating system would take at least 2 years to shape up, followed by extensive testing. As her man mused, Shui seized the opportunity to pour him another cup. Yuanfang, Candy technology should have more mature technologies that we don't know about. I know, but you're familiar with Grandpa's temper. Shui, who listened quietly, also frowned. Whether at home or abroad, the atmosphere indeed seemed off. Not to mention, in their own company, Grandpa extracts a large sum of money every month with no clear destination. In the past, this would have never happened. More importantly, it's not just their family experiencing this. Chapter 657, Scary. Not really. Chapter 657. Chapter 657, Scary. Not really. sitting across from Li Yuanfang. Shui was momentarily stunned, even a bit surprised. Li Yuanfang, with furrowed brows, nodded. No matter what the future holds, talent is always in demand. Do you also believe the rumors in the circle? There's no smoke without fire. This time, Shui fell silent. Sitting there, in this world, many seemingly absurd rumors often turn out to be the truth. If we assume a future disaster could occur, many inexplicable things suddenly become understandable. Why are so many large corporations reallocating funds mysteriously? The value of materials constantly rising, and even professors who are teaching at universities being notified to leave campus and join closed-door research projects. Everything seems to point to one answer. Uncanny Technology is setting up an aerospace launch center and airport in Anyang County. Li Yuanfang shook his head, looking a bit lost as he said, building an airport and aerospace launch center together is already quite unreasonable. Yet not only did he do it, but he's also spent lavishly to expedite construction. Listening to the man's monologue left Shui dumbfounded. Initially, the analysis seemed reasonable, but later it grew increasingly far-fetched. Anyone who went to high school knows how difficult it is to develop spacecraft, let alone the spaceships from novels. Anyone unaware might think her man was talking about a science fiction novel. All technological advancements are built on the efforts of countless scientists, step by step, often standing on the shoulders of their predecessors. As for spaceships, she couldn't believe they could be built with modern technology. But having more friends is always advantageous, especially a genius like Mo Jingshun. No matter the reason, forming an alliance with Canny Technology is definitely more beneficial than harmful. In the morning, a streak of white appeared in the eastern sky as a group of people ran in sync along the path surrounding the villa area. Their steps and breathing were in harmony, as if they were a single entity. And at the front of the group was Mo Jingshun, his face slightly flushed. Due to the season, everyone was drenched in sweat. While running, Mo Jingshun heard the WeChat notification sound twice, but he didn't pay much attention and didn't stop to check. A WeChat message, indicating it wasn't anything urgent. More than 20 minutes later, Mo Jingshun, now drenched in sweat, came to a stop while jogging at the entrance and walked into the courtyard. Returning to his bedroom, Mo Jingshun felt the cool breeze from the air conditioner and immediately took off his sweaty shirt. Then, Mo Jingshun leisurely checked who had messaged him on WeChat early in the morning. Mo Jingshun raised an eyebrow, looking slightly surprised. This guy usually never shows up without a reason. So what's he after from Canny Technology this time? Could it be the new synthetic rubber materials? Indeed, that's a possibility. Mo Jingshun clicked in to see, damn, it was a voice message. After listening to the two voice messages from Li Yuanfang, Mo Jingshun fell into thought, wondering what sort of game was this guy playing. He naturally knew that the Tai Chi car system was already developed. They even wanted to invite him to a launch event. Were it anyone else, Mo Jingshun would have politely declined. But for Li Yuanfang's invitation, he decided to go take a look. Firstly, in the early stages of Candy Technology's startup, they had their family's support, which is a debt of gratitude. Secondly, he knew Li Yuanfang's character well, as he never misses an opportunity. And this guy is adept at dealing with people. Projects he's involved in usually end up being mutually beneficial. In the morning, upon arriving at the office, Candy had taken over the sofa and the tablet. Mo Jingshun was just about to sit down when he noticed an invitation on his desk. It should be from Xia Xiaoman. Normally, no one would enter his office. Casually, especially when it was empty. Currently, Xia Xiaoman had gone off to tend to something, and he'd have to ask later who had delivered it. Opening the invitation, Mo Jingshun's lips twitched. No need to ask. It was the invitation to the Tai Chi car system launch event. Li Yuanfang certainly acted fast. Mo Jingshun estimated that the invitation had already been delivered to the company before he received Li Yuanfang's message on WeChat that morning. Seeing the purple invitation in her brother's hands, Candy's eyes lit up. She recognized those three words, invitation, and understood what it implied. Oh, Candy nodded and turned away without any interest. Her brother received invitations to launch events almost every month, which usually ended up in her hands as props for games. It was just a launch event invitation. Her brother wouldn't attend anyway. So what was the big deal? Watching cartoons was much more interesting. There's only 1 month until school starts, and after that, the chances to watch cartoons would dwindle. Zero had told her several times that once she started elementary school, there would be endless homework every day, and in high school, they'd only have 1.5 days off every 2 weeks, though there'd be tons of homework during breaks too. The thought of it was daunting. Daunting? Not really. She had already mastered the first grade curriculum, and aside from writing, the other assignments were a piece of cake. Her brother had even said she had the potential to join a gifted youth class. In her imagination, Candy chuckled foolishly, but her brother's voice quickly returned her to reality. In a week, I'll be going to the launch event. Do you want to come along? Huh? Candy turned around sharply. Is the water park really that fun? Chapter 658. So annoying. Chapter 658. Chapter 658. So annoying. Hearing this, Emo Jing-chun, who put down the invitation, glanced at Candy. Oh. Candy tilted her head, completely bewildered. Why isn't her brother playing by the rules today? Candy, sensing something unusual about her brother today, instinctively glanced towards the door to make sure her sister wasn't nearby, then nodded in relief. She didn't want to offend either her brother or her sister. Offending one would mean having to appease the other. Kids today really have it tough. Why do children have to placate adults? This must be what Zero always calls reverse education. Who was the genius that invented reverse education? Candy thought with gritted teeth. Just then, Xia Xiaoman came in wearing casual clothes. Boss, someone brought an invitation this morning. Little Xia came back at just the right time. Candy, grateful, shot a look at little Xia, then quickly returned to the sofa to quietly watch cartoons. Catching Candy's look, Xia Xiaoman was puzzled, wondering what the gratitude was for, as she didn't feel like she'd done anything. 2 days later, it was another Friday. By the afternoon, the employees were visibly restless. However, with work tasks completed, no supervisor saw the point of making any remarks. Saying too much would not only backfire, but also make people dislike you. Why do something thankless? In the eyes of artificial intelligence, Zero only looks at performance. As she spoke, Xia Xiaoman's mouth curled up. What's up? Practicing calligraphy. Mo Jingchun glanced up to see Xia Xiaoman, trying hard to suppress a smile. Boss, you weren't there. Mo Jingchun's lips curled slightly. He was sure that the materials he sold at cost would definitely be resold, and some of them would eventually reach the higher-ups. Only those who truly need the materials won't resell them. This time, Candy Technology shipped out 1,000 tons. How much next time and when? Few knew. Even if they knew, with Candy Technology's sales model, who could guarantee they'd get their hands on some next time? Watching the boss quietly practice calligraphy, Xia Xiaoman discreetly withdrew. To be honest, the boss's handwriting was unspeakably bad. Mo Jingchun hesitated for a moment, then continued his meticulous practice. In the first-floor elevator lobby, Wei Luxue waited less than half a minute before the innermost elevator opened. Simultaneously, she received a notification that her temporary access had been granted. Wei Luxue didn't make Mo Jingchun wait long, and, with the thesis painstakingly printed and bound with the help of colleagues, approached and knocked on the door nervously. Aren't you bold? Wei Luxue smiled awkwardly, walking into the office a bit stiffly. Yeah, right? What graduate student isn't afraid of their professor, especially a grad student? Unless absolutely necessary, no grad student wants to cross their professor or have a conflict. From not far away, Candy gestured with her fingers, noting that Lollipop's sister's thesis looked as thick as 10 math books. Wow, that's a lot of homework. Candy shook her head and continued watching her cartoons. Having never encountered a thesis, Candy wasn't aware that graduate students everywhere wish for their theses to be as extensive and influential as possible. Mo Jingchun put down his pen and took the thesis. For a while, The only sounds in the office were Candy's cartoons and the low-frequency flipping of pages by Mo Jingchun. Your wording and citations are quite professional. Montak Yingchun nodded. As Wei Luxue was a student, the lab members wouldn't hesitate to offer guidance. It's only logical to help out when you can. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of it. Moreover, they could see that Wei Luxue was a true genius, with potential accomplishments aplenty in her future. Better to build good relations now, or who would remember whom later. Over half an hour later, finishing the last page, Mo Jingchun remarked, "No major issues." Montak. Jingchun smiled quietly. Having someone willing to help review and revise a thesis was a stroke of luck not to be missed. To be honest, not all researchers enjoy writing theses, especially someone like him. Not to brag, but with Candy Technologies' technical accumulation, they could churn out so many papers, just in the medical field, enough for a journal. There's nothing wrong with the thesis. Initially intending to say there's no need to include his name, he realized having his name would likely speed up the review process. As for whether the thesis would be questioned, Mo Jingchun wasn't worried at all. With delighted anticipation, as Wei Luxue was leaving with her thesis, she took out 2 lollipops and handed them to Candy. Candy, blinking at Lollipop's sister, naturally pocketed the candies. Candy feigned ignorance. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Candy clenched her little fist, ultimately choosing to compromise. "Brother, you're so grown up yet still snatching lollipops from child." Chapter 659, Still Half Asleep. Chapter 659. Chapter 659. Still half asleep with a look of reluctance in her eyes, Candy handed over a lollipop with her head hanging low. Immediately after, Candy heard the sound of a drawer being opened and then closed. She looked up and realized her brother had put the lollipop in the drawer. This meant the lollipop was still hers, and she'd get a chance to eat it later. Thinking it through, Candy felt more at ease and silently returned to the sofa. Mo Jingchun, who had been watching Candy the whole time, couldn't be fooled by her little actions, but he only smiled without saying anything. It's just a lollipop. It really doesn't hold much allure for adults. Having had too many before, there's no appetite for lollipops anymore. By the end of the day, Candy had almost forgotten about the lollipop. It's not that Candy has a big heart. It's just that if she really wanted a lollipop, she could easily go to the supermarket in the compound and take one since it wouldn't cost anything. They were from her own family store anyway. Bored, Candy watched cartoons for a long time today. Sitting in the car on the way home, she couldn't help yawning, her eyes a bit muddled. She wanted to sleep. The next second, without hearing a response, Zhou Yaling tilted her head and was shocked. Falling asleep in a second. What kind of divine skill is this? Truly enviable. Bro, what did you do with Candy today? The compound seems huge, but when you've been here long enough, it's not that big. At first, Zhou Yaling felt sorry for Candy, but then realized it wasn't right. Although there were no other kids in the office building, the kindergarten offers special services for watching kids during the summer. Although there were fewer kids, there were still dozens. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Your lovely sister said kindergarten is full of little kids. Zhou Yaling was obviously taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her wild laughter didn't wake the just sleeping Candy. I'm dying of laughter, little kids. Haha. Isn't she just indirectly saying she was a little kid too? Mo Jingchun gave Zhou Yaling a disdainful glance and sneered. What's so funny? As expected, Mo Jingchun's words abruptly stopped Zhou Yaling's laughter. Montak Yingchun was unfazed. When it comes to embarrassing childhood stories, they were equally matched. What's there to back down from? At night, Candy groggily opened her eyes and found Bun lying beside her head, which explained the fuzzy feeling. Her brother was watching TV, and Candy glanced out to see it was already dark outside, not knowing what time it was. Throwing off the blanket, Candy sat up. Awake? Go wash your face and hands and get ready to eat. Candy touched her warm cheeks, and after being in a daze for a while, she put on her shoes to go to the bathroom. Opening her eyes to darkness outside confused Candy, making her feel as if she'd just gotten up in the morning. It took a while for her brain to process that it was actually nighttime. Mo Jingchun nodded. Isn't it obvious? For 3 people. Dinner was quite rich. 4 dishes and a soup. Definitely the standard of a well-off family's dining. As for the taste, needless to say, even with a maid cooking, it wouldn't be as delicious as the dishes cooked by Zhou Yaling, who was a natural-born chef. After coming out of the bathroom, Candy impatiently sat on the chair and glanced at what dishes were for dinner. As expected, shredded potatoes were a staple every day. Today, however, there was a new dish, braised pork. Smelling the aroma of braised pork, combined with a nap, her stomach was already protesting. Candy's appetite was wide open, and she couldn't wait to eat. Without waiting long, a bowl of fragrant rice was placed in front of her. Zhou Yaling happily tasted a piece, and maybe it was an illusion, but she felt the taste had indeed improved. Meanwhile, Candy was secretly gleeful, knowing her sister loved to hear compliments like this. Compliments wouldn't cost her anything, so why be stingy? Especially since her sister, in a good mood, would cook various delicious dishes. A guaranteed win-win deal, why not take it? And Mo Jingchun, eating quietly, saw through it all, but didn't mention it since he was a beneficiary too. Little Candy seemed to know this too, playfully winking at her brother, which Mo Jingchun returned with a knowing smile. Perhaps because Candy kept complimenting during dinner, Zhou Yaling became so elated that she even hummed while washing the dishes, much to Mo Jingchun and Candy's surprise. Oh, that's too bad. Wanting is even pregnant with a baby. Mo Jingchun rubbed his chin and pondered for a while, preparing to discuss with Su Pengfei. Since Wanting is pregnant, she shouldn't be involved in potentially dangerous work anymore. Chapter 660, No Panique. Chapter 660. Chapter 660. No Panic. Mo Jingchun also had a momentary thought of letting Li Wanting go home to rest now, but this idea quickly disappeared from Mo Jingchun's mind. Not to mention, it wouldn't be fair to the other girls in the company. I'm afraid Li Wanting herself wouldn't agree. All positions in the company have always been one person for one job. Moving her position before the due date and coming back a year later to resume her original work would probably be difficult. Instead, letting Li Wanting sit in the office and directly supervise the employees is best, reducing risks while allowing her to continue working. After a good night's sleep, Mo Jingchun got up early the next day, as usual, to prepare for a jog. Drawing the curtains, Mo Jingchun was stunned. It was pouring rain outside, with the entire sky looking heavy, as if it might collapse at any moment. The black clouds pressing down on the city, making it feel like it was about to be destroyed, perfectly described the scene in front of him. Mo Jingchun didn't check the weather yesterday and didn't expect it to be a stormy day today. Well, no need for a morning run now. Running outside in such heavy rain isn't perseverance, it's just foolish. Mo Jingchun dared to say. Even if he exercises his body now and is in great health, being drenched for half an hour in such rain would definitely make him seriously ill. Even Wild Wolf and those people wouldn't escape a cold. It's not possible to go back to sleep now. Mo Jingchun thought about it and decided to make breakfast instead of Zhou Yaling, letting this night owl beauty sleep a little longer. Immediately, Mo Jingchun sent a message to Zhou Yaling and let Zero cancel Zhou Yaling's alarm. The rain was pattering down from the sky. Without an alarm, the already late sleeping Zhou Yaling had no intention of waking up at all. Biological clock? Non-existent. Who knows how much time passed, in a daze in her sleep. Zhou Yaling felt something warm touching her face. A little bit clear-headed in her confusion, Zhou Yaling was startled by her own thought and opened her eyes. What she saw was the mischievous little face of Candy. So it was this little rascal Candy. Zhou Yaling let out a sigh of relief. The next second, Zhou Yaling was stunned. Something's not right. Candy? Looking closely again, it really was Candy. Not only had she changed her clothes, but even her hair braid was done, which was clearly her brother's handiwork. Candy wasn't the least bit flustered. Instead, she wore a cheerful smile, amused because it's summer vacation and there's no school, so there's nothing for her to worry about being late for. The only thing Candy didn't expect was that she was already up, but her sister wasn't. Thus, upon receiving the assignment from her brother to wake up her sister, Candy eagerly ran upstairs without a word. Zhou Yaling took out her phone to check. Seeing her brother's message, Zhou Yaling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Candy nodded and bounced away. Clearly, Candy, who didn't know the truth, thought her sister slept in today, so she was quite happy. Upon hearing that, Mo Jingchun said nothing. He simply skewered the fried sausages onto toothpicks and handed them to his sister. The aroma was enticing, and holding in her hand, Candy took a bite. Ah, hoo. Mo Jingchun shook his head, grabbing a sausage for himself. The sausage held a hint of cured meat aroma. The taste was indeed different. When it comes to snacks, Ant was the master, it's true. These skills are passed down through the family. He never thought to make sausages himself using cured meat, mainly because he never had the mind for it. The rain was pouring down so heavily that he drove the car directly to the building entrance. But even with an umbrella, Mo Jingchun still got wet. On the contrary, Candy, draped around his neck like an octopus, didn't touch a single drop. Landing safely, Candy looked at the heavy rain outside and sighed with relief. The rain today was too scary, and it kept on pouring. Upon reaching the office, the first thing Mo Jingchun instructed was for all units to pay attention to flood prevention. Especially over in Anyang County, Mo Jingchun immediately called Su Wenyin to inquire about the on-site situation. From the voice on the phone, Mo Jingchun could tell that Su Wenyin was probably rushing around in the rain at this moment. Fortunately, the rain stopped in the morning, but the 3-hour rainfall was staggering. The drainage from the campus alone was evident, let alone the aerospace center located in the mountainous area. Fortunately, from the information relayed back continuously by Su Wenyin, it appeared that extreme weather had been considered when construction began in Anyang, and the losses on site were not too large. Most of the damage was to roads that hadn't had a chance to solidify yet. Only then did Mo Jingchun's tense nerves begin to relax. To be honest, he wasn't really afraid of financial loss within a certain limit. He was just afraid of any accidents at the construction site. If something happened, it would not only delay the timeline, but also have negative implications. Soon, Xia Xiaoman brought Su Pengfei over. Sitting down, Su Pengfei took a sip of tea, his eyes showing an odd expression. Su Pengfei clearly didn't believe it, thinking there might be more. But the next word from the boss made Su Pengfei visibly unsettled. Beside him, Xia Xiaoman also showed a look of surprise. Clearly, not many people knew about Li Wanni's pregnancy, and Mo Jingchun figured Candy must have overheard it by chance. After all, not many people would guard against the child. Seeing Su Pengfei's rich expressions, Mo Jingchun was amused. Chapter 661, Little Belly Bulge. Chapter 661. Chapter 661. Little Belly Bulge. Two grown men sat together for over an hour discussing, while Xia Xiaoman, responsible for taking notes, jotted down quite a lengthy list spanning 2 pages. While they were called demands, they were actually all benefits. Although it looked like 2 pages, in reality, it represented a significant expenditure. Fortunately, for Candy Technology, these costs were negligible. The benefit is that when employees feel warmth, they will become more attached to the company, bringing more profits to it, perpetuating a cycle. The concept seems simple, but to implement it, you can't find even globally many companies that can fully implement such practices. It's no wonder that Candy Technology has maintained the top position in private enterprise reputation rankings for 3 consecutive years for a reason. Seeing Su Pengfei off, Mo Jingchun stood and stretched lazily. Candy, what's so good about cartoons? Xia, after tidying the tea table, you should go eat too. After the rain, the weather cleared, and it actually became quite cool outside, although many areas within the park still had pools of water. Candy led Little Gray running ahead, while Mo Jingchun walked unhurriedly behind. Sure enough, when Mo Jingchun entered the cafeteria, he saw Candy holding a disposable cup drinking orange juice. And Little Gray, with its head bowed, hid behind Candy's back. It really couldn't understand why all these people insisted on ruffling its furry dog head. Didn't they see the hair on its head was almost plucked bare? The little one waved his hand when he saw his big brother entering the cafeteria. On the other side, after returning to the office, Su Pengfei called his wife into the booth and recounted the conversation he had with the boss, surprisingly wanting. A boss who constantly thinks about employee benefits is truly rare. After all, employee benefits are essentially expended from the boss's pocket. If it were her, she absolutely wouldn't agree to this. Perhaps this is the difference. Otherwise, why would everyone want to work for Candy Technology? Thinking about it now, she really lucked out back then. If not, she would still be working as a cashier at that supermarket in Jing City. As for the 9-to-5 lifestyle, don't even think about it, let alone being together with Su Pengfei. Next to her, Su Pengfei touched his nose, thinking to himself, among the company's employees, how many don't worship the boss? The boss is a living miracle, like a dark horse, swiftly rising to the ranks of top-tier enterprises. What other executives comparable to the boss haven't taken at least 10 years to achieve their current status? From afar, Mo Jingchun could smell the chicken soup, not to mention Candy's little nose. The chef, looking at the boss, appeared rather flustered. Neither the boss nor President Su would be someone a mere cook could offend. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched, and before he said anything, the shorter Candy sighed. Saying this, Candy dragged her brother away. Staying any longer would be awkward once Wanting arrived. At least having graduated from kindergarten, a kid can't compete for chicken soup with a yet-to-be-born little nephew or niece, right? Watching the boss and Candy leave from the kitchen, the chef wiped the sweat off his forehead. That was incredibly nerve-wracking. Good thing the boss didn't say anything, but from now on, it's certain to stew 2 pots of old hen soup. No one laughed at the chef. Just then, with the boss merely standing there, they wouldn't even dare to look, focusing intently on cooking. Within mere minutes, Su Pengfei came over, bringing the chicken soup to the private room. The boss and Candy were indeed there, and it seemed the boss was happily chatting with others. Drinking seaweed egg soup, Candy smelled the chicken soup and suddenly found her seaweed egg soup bland. Seeing Candy's little eyes, Li Wanting instantly knew this little foodie wanted to have some too. Luckily, the chicken soup was plentiful, and she couldn't finish it all by herself. Li Wanting laughed and shared half with the little foodie. Looking at the chicken soup, Candy didn't immediately take it, instead glancing at her brother. Under Candy's expectant gaze, Mo Jingchun nodded. At this time, with several executives in the room, Mo Jingchun ate while saying, "The day after tomorrow, Xia and I are heading to Jing City. We'll be back in 3 or 4 days at the earliest." Everyone nodded. They were used to this sort of thing. The boss going on trips wasn't new, but rarely did issues arise that needed the boss's intervention. Unless a problem arose on the lab side. The lab directly connects with the boss, so everyone just listened without much focus. The company has plenty of funds and no shortage of raw material supplies. They couldn't think of any significant issue needing the boss's direct involvement. After finishing a bowl of chicken soup, the little belly previously hidden by clothes was now quite obvious. Even when Candy lowered her head while walking, her little belly still stood out prominently. Candy sighed deeply. Why do kids have worries too? Mo Jingchun shook his head. In fact, he couldn't understand why girls' little bellies are always so noticeable. Take Zhou Yaling, for example. She's so slim, yet her little belly is still so pronounced. No matter how slim elsewhere, the belly doesn't get slimmer. Returning to the office, Candy watched anxiously as her brother immediately fell asleep on the bed after lying down. Because she was too full, she couldn't sleep. Lying on the bed and moving slightly would make her belly sound like flowing water. Bun was even more annoying, easily falling asleep anywhere, while his snoring came in waves. Waking up from a nap, Mo Jingchun reached out but found only empty air. Chapter 662, Smart City. Chapter 662. Chapter 662. Smart City. After washing his face with cold water, Mo Jingchun stepped out of the bedroom and immediately saw Candy sleeping on the sofa. She was covered with Xia Xiaoman's coat. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoman came to work early and covered Candy with the coat. Otherwise, she might catch a cold. Then she would be complaining about not wanting injections or medicine. Feeling the temperature in the office, Mo Jingchun knew that Zero had increased the indoor temperature after Candy fell asleep. Seeing the little ones still sleeping soundly, Mo Jingchun and Xia Xiaoman walked lightly on purpose. Unlike the torrential rain in the morning, the temperature returned to 38 or 9 degrees in the afternoon after the rain cleared, and the ground temperature exceeded 40 degrees. The dazzling sunlight poured down on the earth, and most of the rainwater from the morning had evaporated. Under the scorching sun, there were few pedestrians on the road. Candy licked her lips. She was awoken by the heat. Upon waking up, she saw Xia's clothes covering her, looked around the office, and didn't see her brother's figure, wondering where he had gone again. Candy thought he might have gone to that uninteresting number 2 laboratory building again. Pushing aside Bun, who was snoring beside her, Candy got off the sofa and returned the clothes to Xia. The boss went to the number 2 lab building. I'm not going. It's totally uninteresting there. Candy thought, what's there to see, especially when it's so hot outside? Xia Xiaoman chuckled, having heard that the aerospace research lab personnel often debated over issues even during meals. Because of this, the research progress over there has always been staggering. Ring ring, ring ring. The red phone on the office desk rang, and Xia Xiaoman glanced at the caller ID before promptly answering it. She remembered that number. It was from the county office. After hanging up, Xia Xiaoman was deep in thought. Building the world's first smart holographic city, it takes courage. The county leadership is certainly daring. However, considering the taxes that Candy Technology pays annually, while it might be difficult to achieve smart city status in a big city, it could be possible for a small county town. The key is that Candy Technology also needs to invest a lot of manpower and financial resources. As it was nearing the end of work, Mo Jingchun walked in holding a parasol. Amused, Candy glanced at him before looking away. Mo Jingchun listened without interrupting. A call from the county office must be for a reason, and he would know once Xia Xiaoman finished speaking. After hearing Xia Xiaoman's report, Mo Jingchun twitched the corner of his mouth, realizing that since Candy Technology settled in Hua County, the leadership's ambitions have been growing bigger. Not to mention, all the villages in the vicinity have been connected by 4-lane tourist roads. Now, going even further, they want to create a smart city and incorporate the fresh-off-the-press holographic technology. In one word, they are wealthy. After all, as a local enterprise in Hua County, Candy Technology's annual tax contributions are immensely impressive. The former leading company in Hua County has long been left behind by Candy Technology. However, once Hua County achieves smart city status, the benefits will be obvious. For the county, it will undoubtedly attract more high-tech enterprises and skilled talent. Meanwhile, for Mo Jingchun, the biggest advantage will be significantly enhanced security once the smart upgrade is complete. By then, if any criminals tried anything, Zero lurking in the network would likely catch them before they could act. Nevertheless, implementing such a project won't be easy, as it's a massive undertaking. After serious consideration, Mo Jingchun thought it might be worthwhile. He even considered suggesting the county establish a university to continuously provide talent for the small county town. I'll be going to Jing City the day after tomorrow. Xia Xiaoman never wasted time. Right in front of the boss, she dialed the phone. Without Xia Xiaoman needing to speak, Mo Jingchun already heard the phone conversation. Candy, sitting on the sofa with her ears perked up, eagerly raised her hand and shouted upon hearing this. Mo Jingchun glanced at her and calmly said, "Why would you go? You stay at the company with your sister." Bringing Candy to such a formal occasion felt a bit inappropriate, unlike meetings held in the company, where it was his turf. The next morning, Candy watched as her brother, Xia, and the others drove out of the park. Standing behind Candy, Fian could clearly feel the aura of resentment emanating from Candy. If they won't take me to play, then I won't play with my future niece. Upon hearing Candy's mutterings, Fian couldn't help but smile. The boss's child isn't even conceived yet. No one knows if it's a boy or a girl, and here this little one is already getting worked up over a future niece. Kids these days are indeed getting smarter and harder to trick. Little Gray grinned, wagging his tail happily, nodding his head side to side. At this moment, Little Gray realized the value of learning. His master was spot on. Fian, watching from behind, was astonished. She had no idea Candy had taught Little Gray to count. This kid surely wasn't picking this up from watching too many short videos, right? What's more, astonishingly, it seemed that darn Little Gray had actually learned. Seeing Candy nonchalantly take her purse, Zhou Yaling knew the kid was preparing to raid the snacks again while her brother was away. Candy nodded confidently. Chapter 663. Halted. Chapter 663. Chapter 663. Halted, holding a handbag that's comically disproportionate to her height in one hand and a dog leash in the other. Candy roamed each floor of the office building with clear intent. The employees watched Candy and Little Gray hunt for snacks, but no one was surprised. It wasn't the first time, after all. Besides, no one dared to say anything, nor had any reason to, since the whole company belonged to her family. Not to mention the snacks were free. After eating a sausage, Little Gray felt rejuvenated and wagged his tail enthusiastically. Strolling was its expertise, after all. Candy casually picked up the sausage wrapper from the ground and tossed it into the trash bin, leading Little Gray to the next floor. More accurately, it was Little Gray running ahead, pulling Candy along. In less than half an hour, Candy returned to the 26th floor with a full load. By this time, Candy had untied Little Gray's leash and was struggling to carry the bag with both hands. Just then, Zhou Yaling came out of the restroom and saw her beloved bag carrying a weight it shouldn't have been and ran over with distress. Seeing her, Candy immediately beamed with pride, smiling brightly as she reported her success. "Sister, I brought you 5 bottles of tea pie, all oolong flavored." Standing behind Candy, Fian turned her head, unable to meet Zhou Yaling's shocked eyes directly. At a loss for words, Zhou Yaling didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing the bag was undamaged, Zhou Yaling didn't want to say more. The little creature didn't know, but Zhou Yaling was well aware that the handbag her brother gave her for her birthday was worth several tens of thousands. She was truly shocked when she first heard about it from a colleague. After the loot-sharing ceremony, Candy carried a load of snacks back to her brother's office. Sitting on the sofa, one person, one cat, one dog, and a tablet enjoyed their snacks together, having a great time. Elsewhere, in the simple yet solemn conference room, the center featured a large conference table with rectangular sides and rounded ends, and a bright red national flag hung on the wall. At this moment, the sides of the conference table were filled with people. Sitting in the conference room, Mo Jingchun and 2 others mostly listened. Only when it came to the technical feasibility did Mo Jingchun speak up. The general direction had already been set. Go for it. When discussing the potential income from a smart city, Mo Jingchun chose to remain silent. Be it holographic projection ads or various smart convenience services, they would bring in revenue, possibly significant revenue, but compared to Candy Technology, the money-making beast, they were small fry. Mo Jingchun didn't need to speak. Candy Technology's share wouldn't diminish, so there was no need to ask for more. By the end of the morning, Xia Xiaoman had used her computer to take 10 pages of meeting notes, covering every aspect of the city. In a nutshell, Candy Technology was to provide software technical support and create a smart brain for the entire smart city to handle vast amounts of data. Mo Jingchun's first thought was that the second-generation ternary computer in their lab could now be profitable. At noon, the county hosted a meal for all parties involved. In Mo Jingchun's mind, the most suitable candidate was Su Wenyin. In the entire company, Su Wenyin interacted the most with officials, but unfortunately, Su Wenyin was tied up in Anyang. Su Pengfei pondered for a moment and didn't immediately recommend anyone. As the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes. After his nap, Mo Jingchun just walked out of the bedroom to see Xia Xiaoman approaching with a slightly strange expression. Mo Jingchun was momentarily taken aback. Such an occurrence was truly unexpected for him. Why was it suddenly halted? Mo Jingchun was thoughtful, with some speculation in his mind, but he kept quiet. After all, the ticketing issue was a national top secret, and very few people knew about it. Sitting in the office chair, Mo Jingchun furrowed his brows, contemplating whether to be bolder and release more technology. Leaving other matters aside, the space plane alone involved 17 new materials. What Mo Jingchun was more eager to know was what disaster the higher-ups had discovered. The so-called tickets, were they genuinely ship tickets, spaceship tickets, or maybe shelter tickets? This was crucial for Mo Jingchun's next developmental direction. But one thing was certain. Developing space planes couldn't go wrong. Mo Jingchun even had a bold guess that the refuge might be on the moon because this assumption best fit the current data analysis. Tickets, large space stations, moon base. Just then, Candy yawned, came out of the bedroom barefoot with disheveled hair, hugging a plush doll. In front of the mirror, Candy looked at the ponytail her brother had made and let out a deep sigh. There was no choice. Her brother could only do a ponytail and nothing else. Seeing her brother was lost in thought again, Candy pouted, took the comb, and walked out of the bedroom alone. Asking her brother to comb her hair wasn't as reliable as going to her sister. Even at such times, he could daydream. Who knows what her brother was thinking about? On this side, Zhou Yaling saw Candy holding a peachwood comb and didn't need to ask to know what Candy wanted her to do. Chapter 664. Directly Sent Off. Chapter 664. Chapter 664. Directly sent off. Candy's head got flicked, and she rubbed it incessantly due to the pain. The people in the CEO's office watched with a twitch at the corner of their mouths. Only Zhou Yaling dared to flick Candy's head. If it were someone else, it might have caused a big commotion. Immediately, Candy fell silent. Didn't she see a bunch of people staring at her with curiosity? Let her sister continue, and her little secrets might become known to everyone. Just thinking about it was terrifying. When Su Pengfei received the news that the Smart City project was halted, he was a bit stunned. After all, at noon, he had joked with his boss that those big cities would definitely follow suit. Now, look, the project was halted before it even started. Su Pengfei shook his head, not delving deeper. Since the document came from up there, there must be a reason, and it's probably best not to know. It might involve some national secrets. In no time, everyone acted as if they had tacitly agreed not to talk about the Smart City project, pretending like it never existed. Zhou Yaling glanced at Candy, who was grinning cheekily, opened a drawer, and handed her a bottle. The Silent Zero was flustered and spoke directly through Candy's smartwatch. Only Candy could push a super AI like Zero to its limits. Zero was having a meltdown. It was just a movie about tunnel warfare. How did Candy learn everything from it? And in the story about the girl selling nukes, why can't we just move past it? As an AI, she's got it tough. No more talking. She's off to find her purpose with the development team. When Candy returned from stroll with a new hairstyle, Mo Jingchun merely glanced up. It wasn't the first time, so nothing surprising there. Not to mention Zhou Yaling. Even without her, Candy's social skills would ensure she returned with a new hairstyle after a walk. The company's group of pretty girls were all eager for Candy to come find them. In the evening, while the news, which Candy disliked the most, played on TV, her sister was busy washing dishes in the kitchen. Her brother sat on the sofa, occasionally grabbing chips from the coffee table and munching on them, making Candy drool. Candy immediately smiled and started massaging her brother's left shoulder. As her brother turned back to the news, Candy secretly pumped her fists, her gaze locked on the chips on the table. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Candy massaged with greater force. Not knowing this was the perfect strength for Mo Jingchun enjoying the service. When the news ended, Mo Jingchun stood up with a smile and went to the bathroom. Watching her brother walk away, the reward for all her effort ended up being less than half a bag of chips. Candy sighed. In today's world, even kids have it tough for a small bite to eat. After 10 minutes of massaging, she only got a minuscule amount of chips. Just then, Candy's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched her sister come out of the kitchen, grab a handful of chips, and pop them in her mouth with squinted eyes. Candy was dumbfounded by what she saw. Seeing her sister reach for more, Candy quickly stretched out her hands to firmly grab her sister's hand. Confused, Zhou Yaling ate another bite. Looking at her empty-handed sister, Candy unhappily slapped her sister's palm, her expression fierce. Candy guarded the few chips left, on the verge of tears. Zhou Yaling glared. Coming back from the restroom, Imo Jingchun felt something wasn't right with what he heard. Zhou Yaling laughed heartily. Gosh, Candy is so filial. She's planning to send her brother away directly. Candy glanced at the door, surprised that her brother came back so soon. Candy's eyes were full of confusion, not understanding what happened, not comprehending why her sister was laughing. Imo Jingchun lay on the sofa, playing with his phone, listening to the daily bickering between Candy and Zhou Yaling. Candy frowned. Looking at the dwindling chips, Candy ensured not even the crumbs were left, pouring everything into her mouth. Once the chips settled in her stomach, only then did Candy feel at ease discussing with her sister. Imo Jingchun wasn't happy about being sent away again. Where is brother going in the middle of the night? Caught in the situation, Imo Jingchun glared at Candy and said, "Stop making that mournful face." Imo Jingchun's eye twitched, feeling Candy was doing it on purpose. Beside them, Zhou Yaling was laughing so hard, holding her belly and slapping the sofa. Candy seriously looked at her sister and said, "Do you call that 2 bites?" Imo Jingchun frowned at Candy and Zhou Yaling. "Could you two stop saying before he left?" "Ha!" Zhou Yaling laughed heartily. Candy, however, didn't have the guts. She obediently sat on the sofa watching the TV commercials. Still saying no, Imo Jingchun was dumbfounded. Watching the giggling Zhou Yaling, Bun, and Little Gray instinctively distance themselves. Chapter 665. Yuan Fong, are you jungling? Chapter 665. Chapter 665. Yuan Fong, are you jungling? Candy thought about it all night, but still couldn't figure out where her brother could be so late at night. Even when it was time to sleep, she didn't see her brother leave. As her sister pulled her upstairs, Candy curiously asked. Zhou Yaling paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha, it's nothing. Quickly wash up and go to sleep." Thinking of the trip tomorrow, and since her brother hadn't said what time they were leaving, Candy quickly got ready to wash up and sleep. In the morning, Candy naturally woke up on her own. Yawning, she changed clothes like usual, ready to brush her teeth and wash her face. In a daze, Candy stopped what she was doing. Feeling fuzzy, Candy looked around, having the sensation she'd forgotten something, but couldn't recall exactly what. It wasn't until she was brushing her teeth that Candy's eyes widened suddenly. No one had woken her up today. Her brother had said they were going on a long trip today. In a hurry, after washing up, Candy dashed downstairs and felt relieved to see her brother in the living room. Not seeing Little Gray and Bun, she guessed they must have already been taken to work by her sister. Candy nodded vigorously. Imo Jingchun stood up and walked to the kitchen. Shortly after, he came out with a warm breakfast. Worried that her brother might have left without her, Candy felt at ease now that he was right before her. More than half an hour later, Imo Jingchun washed the dishes and, dragging the suitcase he had prepared the night before, started the journey to Jing City. Having slept early and woken up early, Candy was very energetic throughout the journey. Looking at the scenery outside the car window, Candy pointed here and there from time to time. That afternoon, Imo Jingchun and his group arrived in Jing City via high-speed train. Taking a commercial flight, considering waiting times, wouldn't actually be much different than taking the metro. But the high-speed train is undoubtedly safer than flying. Every year, Imo Jingchun would bring Candy to Jing City. In Candy's eyes, the scenery in Jing City seemed different every time. Compared to the sweltering summer now, Candy preferred wearing a down jacket and watching the snow flying in Jing City. In the hotel lobby, Xia Xiaoman was handling the check-in procedures for everyone. Sitting on the bench, Candy swung her legs, her eyes shining as she looked at her brother. Candy quickly raised her right hand and said with a cheeky smile, "I know about that." Mo Jingchun gave his sister a stern look, faking anger, and said, Mo Jingchun twitched his mouth and looked up at the chandelier overhead. "Understand? You understand nothing." Although he also suspected that Li Yuanfang's name might be related to this, it was just something to think about, not to mention in public. "Boss, we're done. Let's go." Dragging the luggage, Mo Jingchun put an arm around Candy's shoulder. Enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Candy smiled and video-called her sister far away to share the feast. Across the screen, Mo Jingchun could almost hear Zhou yelling, gritting her teeth. Mo Jingchun casually snapped a photo and sent it to Li Yuanfang. In less than a minute, Mo Jingchun received a reply. Putting down his phone, Mo Jingchun spoke to Xia Xiaoman while eating. Mo Jingchun nodded and didn't say much more. The next morning, Candy was sleeping soundly with a large white pillow until she felt someone pinching her cheek. Awoken with a bit of morning grumpiness, Candy pouted. Hearing this, Candy slowly crawled up, sitting on the bed, rubbing her eyes. A car systems presentation. What Mo Jingchun didn't expect was to see many familiar faces at the event. Among them was the frequently teased President Lei, known for building cars every year. Seeing President Lei, Mo Jingchun walked over. After a simple handshake, they exchanged some business pleasantries, when suddenly, Mo Jingchun changed his tone and straightforwardly asked. President Lei shook his head. "Is making electric car hard? It really doesn't have that much technical difficulty. Motors can be bought, and as for batteries, with Canny Technologies' graphene battery, everyone's on the same level. Nowadays, electric cars compete on their car systems. Whichever system is more mature and smarter will win the customer's favor." The Tai Chi car system presentation hadn't even started yet, but most people knew that with Candy Technologies' technical support, the Tai Chi car system's intelligence had reached the L4 level. If not limited by internet latency, no one doubted that the Tai Chi car system could achieve the unprecedented L5 level of intelligent driving. Noticing Li Yuanfang and his wife approaching from a distance, Mo Jingchun nodded with a smile. President Lei, standing opposite Mo Jingchun, followed his gaze and discovered Li Yuanfang. Another round of familiar business pleasantries, making Candy roll her eyes. Having heard it so often, Candy could almost guess what her brother would say next. Noticing the cute little one behind Mo Jingchun, Li Yuanfang's eyes gleamed. He really liked children, but unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side, not even once, causing him and his wife considerable stress. Finally, someone noticed her, and Candy was inwardly delighted. Thinking for a moment, Candy greeted with a bright smile. Glancing at President Lei, Candy was equally generous. "Hello, Mr. President." Lei touched his forehead, with Candy calling him an uncle. He truly felt old. Looking at Mo Jingchun and the Li family's young master, both just in their early 20s. Chapter 666. Never Pat a Girl's Head. Chapter 666. Chapter 666. Never Pat a Girl's Head. The press conference was about to start, and Li Yuanfang greeted everyone and left with his wife. Although Li Yuanfang had left, more eyes were now fixated on Mo Jingchun at the venue. Many people were envious when they glanced at the little fellow who was always by Mo Jingchun's side. This was indeed a fortunate little fellow. Not only was there wealth and power, but also a brother who fiercely protected his sister. Sitting in the audience, President Lei, who was next to Mo Jingchun, casually asked. This left President Lei stunned. Sitting behind Mo Jingchun in the audience, Xia Xiaoman knew that the project hadn't even begun before it was put to rest. As he spoke, Mo Jingchun stomped his foot and said meaningfully, "This explosive news was something President Lei truly didn't know. More precisely, no one in Hua County dared to be the first to leak this red-tape directive." President Lei still couldn't quite comprehend why, even after mulling it over. Logically, once the smart city was completed, it would present an advanced technological image to the whole world from within the country. There was no reason not to support it. Yet, the improbable still happened. Just then, the lights turned off. The next moment, everyone found themselves in a vast grassland. Holographic projection. No need to say anything. Everyone could guess. It was just unexpected that holographic projection was first used at the launch of the Tai Chi car system. President Lei admitted openly, without hiding anything. The purpose of providing so much equipment was to advertise. Originally thinking Hua County would be the biggest client, no one expected plans to be overtaken by changes, leaving the Smart City project thwarted. The spokesperson was not Li Yuanfang, but a middle-aged man unfamiliar to Mo Jingchun. According to President Lei, his name was Li Shifeng, a trusted assistant of Li Yuanfang, usually remaining low profile, but actually an important part of Li Yuanfang's think tank. With support from holographic projection technology, everyone could immerse themselves in the impressive performance of the new electric car. The car system's various astonishing intelligent responses and the impressive data left the attendees amazed. Mo Jingchun internally felt unfazed. Being one of the developing units of the Tai Chi car system, Mo Jingchun knew exactly how it performed. On the other hand, Candy, who had never seen such a grand holographic projection, was happily playing with the air. If not for Mo Jingchun's hand on Candy's shoulder, he wouldn't even doubt that Candy would explore the simulated scenes. The venue was filled with cheers. It seemed the press conference was quite successful. As the press conference ended, Li Yuanfang approached Mo Jingchun, saying they needed to discuss something in the afternoon. Mo Jingchun knew that this trip to Jing City was not so simple. Li Yuanfang's intentions were a mystery. Visiting Li Yuanfang's company for the first time, Mo Jingchun was genuinely impressed by the courtyard on the rooftop. As for Candy, she was mesmerized by the colorful little fishes beside the pond. In theory, such strong sunlight should make the rooftop quite hot, but it wasn't. It wasn't cool, but it wasn't as hot as one would expect either. You really know how to enjoy life. All young people. Li Yuanfang relaxed from his usual serious demeanor. Bedroom, who said that? While sipping tea and observing the springtime scenery, indeed enjoyment. Taking a glance at Xia Xiaoman nearby, Li Yuanfang had no intention of asking her to step away. Trust could be placed in an old veteran's people. Cough, cough. Getting you to join the release event wasn't the main purpose, Li Yuanfang inexplicably said, causing Mo Jingchun's eyebrows to raise. This was personally decided by our old man. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchun's frown deepened. After a long silence, Mo Jingchun dipped his finger in the tea and drew a small boat on the table. Seeing the childlike drawing of a boat, both Li Yuanfang and Shue's pupils constricted in unison. Everything was understood without words. At this moment, Shue's phone rang. Mo Jingchun was adamant against technology sharing. If it meant prioritizing supply of materials and products, it could be considered. After a long discussion, Mo Jingchun nodded. After finishing the call, Shui returned inside and whispered something to Li Yuanfang. Li Yuanfang was momentarily stunned and looked up at Shui. Rubbing his chin, Li Yuanfang regarded Mo Jingchun with curiosity and suspicion. Cough, cough, almost choking. No. Li Yuanfang shook his head, saying, Mo Jingchun thought, he dare not say he isn't free. Li Yuanfang reached to pat Candy's head, but Candy dodged swiftly. Feeling a prick in his chest, Li Yuanfang clutched his chest, matching Candy's wide-eyed stare with his own. Out of nowhere, Candy's question left Li Yuanfang baffled. Simultaneously, another phrase echoed in his mind. Yuanfang, what do you think? Chapter 667. Ouch, my ear is falling off. Chapter 667. Chapter 667. Ouch, my ear is falling off late at night. The little one was sleeping soundly, clinging to Mo Jingchun's arm like an octopus. Occasionally, Mo Jingchun could even hear the little one giggling in her sleep. Who knows what mischievous ideas she's dreaming up. However, Mo Jingchun, lying in bed for over 2 hours, was suffering from insomnia. How long has it been since he last had insomnia? Mo Jingchun tried to recall, and it was just before Candy turned 1 year old. During that time, he didn't have a single night of restful sleep. Even the slightest sound could wake Mo Jingshun up with a start. In Mo Jingshun's memory, there were very few dreams during that period. In the room, Mo Jingshun hadn't drawn the curtains for the past few days, so the entire room, except for the display light of the air conditioner, was without any other light source. Even though the light source was dim, Mo Jingshun could vaguely see the ceiling. After returning from Mr. Lee's dinner party that night, Mo Jingshun's mind kept replaying the words Mr. Lee had said before they left. In the little one's eyes, tonight she ate a lot of food she hadn't tried before and met 3 little boys about her age. But Mo Jingshun knew Mr. Lee's past right from the start, so he wasn't truly focused on the meal. Especially those few words when leaving were enough to leave Mo Jingshun deeply perturbed. If Mo Jingshun hadn't known that no one except himself and Candy could enter his private lab, he would have suspected someone was leaking secrets from the lab. The person leaking secrets surely couldn't be himself, and it's even more impossible for Candy, who doesn't understand those documents and formulas. Besides, Candy has never left Zero's sight, so even if someone tried to get information out of Candy, Zero would know. Just how someone could think AI is merely for play. Just by the external behavior shown by Candy technology, it was possible to deduce certain outcomes. Mr. Lee still retains his sharpness. There's no choice but to admit it. If there's only one flaw, after thinking all night, Mo Jingshun figured it might be that this year Candy technology has been rather unremarkable, with very few products aimed at the general public. Because of this sentence, Mo Jingshun was made sleepless. Not because his secretive actions were guessed, but because of the earlier sentence. An era for heroes. Those words were like a direct message to Mo Jingshun. In the morning, as they waited at the door, ready to go down to the restaurant for breakfast with the boss, the group saw the boss following behind Candy, looking surprised. The 2 dark circles under his eyes were quite hard to miss. Besides Candy, others didn't know what Mr. Lee said to Mo Jingshun last night, and naturally didn't know why Mo Jingshun had insomnia. Eating the meat buns, Candy's bright big eyes stared right at her brother's large dark eye circles. Mo Jingshun rolled his eyes and continued drinking his multigrain porridge. Having been watched all morning, he surely knew what Candy was alluding to. "Brother, how about we go to the water park today and visit the zoo tomorrow?" With an awkward smile, Candy stuck out her tongue, regretting her words had slipped during the meal. Candy thought for a moment and nodded. After all, they originally planned to head home tomorrow, so adding more activities sounded great. Wearing sunglasses and a sun-protective jacket, Candy, dressed identically, adjusted her slipping sunglasses, teasing the big tiger inside. Laughably, the tiger wasn't scary at all, just lazy, lying there asleep and unmovable. The tiger, lounging in the shade, glanced at Candy with one eye and continued sleeping. Since it would be fed on time, why bother performing? After all, it was a tiger with thoughts. Not caring if Candy agreed or not, Mo Jingshun dragged her forward. Perhaps because it was Sunday, the zoo was particularly crowded. Luckily, Wild Wolf and others were around, so Mo Jingshun still had a meter of open space around him. Having few chances to go out, Xia Xiaoman wasn't about to miss this free trip. Continuously taking pictures with her phone, she took about 10 pictures of each animal, all different. In sight, 2 large pandas were rolling in a puddle, obviously finding Jing City's August heat unbearable. Upon hearing this, Candy exclaimed. In this scorching summer, Mo Jingshun preferred Waterworld over the zoo. Lying on a small boat, drifting with the current, was extremely relaxing. Having slept less than 3 hours last night, Mo Jingshun fell asleep in a daze. In the middle, Candy, holding a water gun, lowered her head to fill it up, and when she looked up, she was stunned. Candy's simple remark shocked everyone else. As the medic, Fian looked over and, realizing the boss was just asleep, breathed a sigh of relief. After floating for over 10 rounds, Candy was tired of playing, but brother hadn't woken up. Wanting to try surfing, Candy's eyes darted about, and she sprayed her brother's face with the water gun. The next moment, everyone, along with Candy, simultaneously looked elsewhere as one. Opening his eyes, Mo Jingchun shifted slightly, and everyone heard a splash. Mo Jingchun felt disgusted, wanting to vomit. Damn, he even drank a mouthful of water. With wide eyes, Candy quietly hid the water gun behind her back, thinking her brother might seek revenge later. "You're pretending, aren't you?" While the boss was scolding the kid, everyone tactfully indulged in conversation, avoiding Candy's pleading gaze. "Child, just admit it, you can't outwit your brother." Chapter 668. A Hogue. Chapter 668. Chapter 668. A Hogue. After getting off the lazy river, the little guy finally resigned himself to fate. He had no choice, otherwise his little ears would really fall off. Sipping juice that's twice as expensive as outside, Mo Jingchun sat at the small table. Beside him was also a glass of watermelon juice. Everyone silently drank their juice, except Candy, who kept eyeing the glass of watermelon juice meant for her. She really wanted to drink it, but would it be okay to take it without her brother saying anything? Mo Jingchun snorted softly and said, "I'll just sit here and watch you play." Candy giggled without making a sound. She knew exactly why her brother took a sip of the water. Speaking out now would only annoy her brother. A few minutes later, Candy dragged Fian and a few others to play, leaving only 4 people by Mo Jingchun's side. "You guys keep an eye out. I'm going to take a nap." Compared to the morning, the dark circles under Mo Jingchun's eyes had lightened considerably. Everyone knew he'd not slept well the night before. Now that the boss wanted a nap, no one dared to say anything. On the other side, with the artificial waves coming in, Candy was having a blast on an inflatable duck. During the break, Candy returned barefoot, saw her brother sleeping, ate the sausages sister Xia treated her to, and then ran off to play again. Missed today, and the next time to come to Waterworld might be next year. And next year, who knows if her brother would take her here again. Candy, understanding the rarity of the opportunity, wasn't going to miss out. She didn't leave a single child-friendly activity unchecked. In Waterworld, Mo Jingchun didn't sleep soundly, waking up after about an hour on his own. The moment he woke, all the previously blocked noises flooded his brain. After a nap, Mo Jingchun felt much more refreshed, though there was a sense of fatigue, as if his energy was drained. Mo Jingchun asked, twisting his neck. With a rumbling belly, Mo Jingchun bought 2 sausages. Candy didn't have any reason to disagree with leaving, having played everything at least once, and with her hands and feet all white and wrinkly. In the evening, Xia Xiaoman was tasked to buy tomorrow's high-speed rail tickets. After eating, Mo Jingchun showered and went straight to sleep in the guest room. Seeing her brother already asleep and snoring, Candy was a bit puzzled. She couldn't understand why her brother snored whenever they stayed at a hotel in Jing City. But why didn't he snore last night? Candy scratched her head in confusion. Listening to the snoring, the more she listened, the harder it was to sleep. Pouting, Candy got out of bed. The personnel on duty outside saw Candy walking out alone and asked if anything was wrong. After hearing Candy complain about her brother snoring, the on-duty person kept silent and directly took Candy to Xia Xiaoman's room. After listening to Candy, Xia Xiaoman found it both funny and exasperating. "You go ahead and sleep." Candy lay on the bed, watching Sister Xia work on her computer, and gradually drifted into dreamland. Early the next morning, Mo Jingchun, who had slept until broad daylight, felt extremely refreshed, but when he reached out, he found nothing. Seeing Candy's shoes were also missing, Mo Jingchun knew she had wandered off on her own again. With bodyguards outside and Zero's 24-hour protection, Mo Jingchun wasn't worried about Candy's safety. If anything happened, Zero would report it immediately. He brushed his teeth and washed his face at a leisurely pace. Nearby, Candy was still sleeping soundly. Half an hour earlier, with her biological clock, Xia Xiaoman had already woken up and was sitting at the computer again, handling some process approvals. Mo Jingchun nodded, just about to knock on the door when Xia Xiaoman opened it. Behind Xia Xiaoman, Candy, in her pajamas, rubbed her eyes with a wide grin. Okay. 10 minutes later, after waiting outside. For ages, Mo Jing-chun, with a frown, found that Candy hadn't come out. He went into the bathroom and saw the little guy looking at his reflection, frowning. Candy, pressing down on the cowlick, was teary-eyed. Seriously, why did it spring up after just one night? Everyone watched as Candy was ushered out by Mo Jing-chun. The moment she raised her hand, they saw the cowlick standing upright. Candy curiously looked at everyone, wondering why no one was laughing. It shouldn't be that way. Little did she know, everyone saw her cowlick the moment she stepped out of Xia Xiaoman's room. In the president's office, Zhou Yaling was having a headache over the new batch of interns. Compared to last year, the number of interns had nearly doubled. These interns were under her management. In other words, she was the overall in charge for the interns at Candy Technology, and all processes submitted by interns eventually came to her. As Zhou Yaling was fretting, she felt someone tickling her armpit, who had nothing better to do. Just as Zhou Yaling was about to lash out, she turned and saw Candy making faces. The curse words ready to spill out were swallowed back down. This particular one really had too much free time. Chapter 669. Even a landlord's family has no surplus food left. Chapter 669. Chapter 669. Even a landlord's family has no surplus food left. Zhou Yaling rolled her eyes at Candy and sighed. Your sister here has been cooped up at home for 2 days, let alone going to the zoo. Looking at the cowlick standing up on Candy's head, Zhou Yaling smirked, and the exhaustion of the day was washed away. Candy, who was used to the cowlick, laughed without minding the looks from the people nearby. Her brother had said that a cowlick was a symbol of cuteness. Though she knew her brother was just teasing her, he was right about one thing. No one thought a cowlick on a kid's head ruins their looks. On the contrary, it adds a point. Zhou Yaling nodded. She certainly didn't bring those pesky little things. The taxi driver wouldn't allow pets, and there was White at home anyway, so the little ones wouldn't go hungry. It's just over an hour until work ends. Then you can see them. Watching her sister busy with work, Candy felt somewhat neglected. She didn't want to play with her brother, but he had gone to the No. 2 lab building. Plus, it was so hot outside, she wouldn't stupidly run out to sunbathe. Without a tablet, with her brother not around, and her sister busy, it was really boring. The next second, Candy's eyes lit up, and she tugged her sister's sleeve. What now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaling thought for less than 3 seconds before decisively handing her phone from her desk to Candy. Candy nodded and dashed away in a flash, fearing her sister might suddenly change her mind and take back the phone. Lying on the sofa, enjoying the perfectly set air conditioning, Candy pressed the screen and grinned at the lit-up display. The lock screen instantly unlocked. Timmy, from not far away, Xia Xiaoman turned to glance at Candy lying on the sofa, so carefree. After a few minutes, seeing a score of 0 to 9, Candy's face grew serious. Huh. However, the next moment, Zero replied in a chilling tone, Where's the hacking? Candy, glaring at her screen as all her teammates perished again, growled in frustration. Listening to Candy and Zero bickering, the corners of Xia Xiaoman's mouth perked up slightly. Kids, always not wanting to lose. As it turns out, even with Zero optimizing the connection, it was no use under such a terrible circumstance. Watching as the crystal was pushed, the unwilling Candy started another game. When you least expect it, that's when accidents happen. Sure enough, she lost again. You lost again, Zero chimed in like a narrator. Already a bit agitated, Candy completely forgot she was using her sister's game account, and it was Zhou Yaling's hard-earned rank that was dropping, with teammates matching those Zhou Yaling typically paired with, commonly known as all pitfalls. 2 rounds later, Candy had completely forgotten that quitting time had come. Intently focused, Candy didn't even notice Zhou Yaling standing behind her holding her bag, watching. Yay! Candy had just clenched her fist and raised it when she saw her sister. Seeing Zhou Yaling, who won the game, her face collapsed immediately upon hearing Candy's words. In over an hour, at least 3 games should have been played, and only winning 1 game meant what? At least a star was lost. Seeing her sister speak so earnestly, Candy couldn't help but shiver. Without thinking much, Candy chose to hand over the crime tool immediately. After checking the record, Zhou Yaling was immediately heartbroken. 3 stars lost in about 1.5 hours. The heart aches. 3 stars with bad luck, it might take her 3 days to climb that back up. Indeed, in Zhou Yaling's view, ranking up nowadays is all about luck. If luck is good, one can climb several stars in a day. If not, Sci better not to mention. Just then, Mo Jingchun, returning from the lab, showed up fashionably late and missed being caught under Zhou Yaling's armpit. Mo Jingchun gave a weird look at Zhou Yaling holding Candy under one arm, but from Candy's eyes, Mo Jingchun detected guilt. Getting ready to throw himself entirely into the space project, Mo Jingchun didn't pay it much attention and was the first to leave the office. In the car, Mo Jingchun realized something was missing. The three returned home and had just opened the door when a gray figure darted out from behind and leaped onto Candy. The next moment, Little Gray swiftly wagged its tail and jumped toward Mo Jingchun. But its paws were caught in midair by Mo Jingchun's quick hands. Squeezing Little Gray's neck lightly, Mo Jingchun laughed. "Look how excited you are." As Mo Jingchun and Candy changed into slippers, Zhou Yaling emerged from the kitchen, looking a bit awkward. Mo Jingchun raised his head, puzzled. On the side, Candy, however, put on her shoes she just took off again. Mo Jingchun frowned and asked, "Aren't you changing your shoes?" The little one sighed and took her shoes off again. Chapter 670, Fire Dragon Crash. Chapter 670, Fire Dragon Crash, no need to cook dinner tonight. Zhou Yaling was thrilled to bits. Although they couldn't go out, they could enjoy a grand meal delivered from the hotel, and Candy naturally thought that was pretty good too. Then, with only one TV, at this time of day, Zhou Yaling and Candy had no choice but to watch the news with Mo Jingchun. At first, Candy suggested playing a game together, but needless to say, Zhou Yaling forbade it strictly. Staring at the dull and insipid news, Candy waited in disbelief for almost an hour before the hotel's meal was finally delivered. Little Gray, lying under the sofa, dashed out the door without a sound. Candy stood with her hands on her hips, watching helplessly as Little Gray ran away. Mo Jingchun rolled his eyes in disdain. Crawfish should be eaten hot. After dinner, the three of them lazily leaned back on the sofa, not wanting to move. 5 pounds of crawfish, the three of them finished it all without leaving a single one. Candy really wanted to say she hadn't had enough, but after a little thought, she kept her thoughts to herself. At the end of August, the intense summer heat hadn't diminished yet, but occasional heavy rains could bring a touch of coolness to people. In Candy Technology's outdoor parking lot, there were 2 additional medium-sized school buses yesterday, and those gigantic doghead designs were unusually ugly. When Candy first learned that this was the school bus she would have to take every day, her face turned green. Her little mind couldn't comprehend how such an ugly school bus could exist in the world, but her brother said this bus is very durable and the safest model currently available. Changing it was out of the question. Although very ugly, Candy could only accept it grudgingly. 6 years. She would have to take this broken bus for 6 years. In the office, Mo Jingchun was watching the annual mobile chip launch event closely. Next to Mo Jingchun, Candy had also brought a stool, watching very intently. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun twitched the corners of his mouth, watching so intently despite not understanding it, acting as if she did. At the launch, the new generation Fire Dragon chip showed improvements in all data compared to the previous generation, but anyone could see that Fire Dragon was just squeezing toothpaste again this year. With no competition, both Fire Dragon and the other brand had gotten used to slacking off in recent years. The data looks impressive. No surprise, Fire Dragon will crash again this year. This wasn't said by Mo Jingchun, but by countless netizens. Of course, Mo Jingchun was also one of those netizens. The day after the launch, the new generation Fire Dragon chip scores appeared online. 96 million, decidedly overpowered again. Yet, these overpowered phones become sluggish as dogs after a while. Seeing the terrifying power consumption data, probably Fire Dragon's nickname won't be shed again this year. Mo Jingchun wanted to support the domestic development of lithography machines, but most of the relevant patents are tightly locked by foreign countries. Even if you know the technology, without permission, unauthorized use of others' patents would result in huge fines. Moreover, regarding lithography machines, Mo Jingchun didn't know much either. Without the technology, what sort of support are we talking about? The information about quantum chips was kept tightly guarded at the top. Even for him, he only had vague answers. Whether quantum chips actually existed, truthfully, Mo Jingchun wasn't sure either. That afternoon, Mo Jingchun learned the detailed test results of the new Fire Dragon from President Lei. Performance improvements were a fact, but correspondingly, temperatures also increased. Just then, Candy came running in with enthusiasm, cradling something unknown in her hands. Mo Jingchun took a closer look, and it moved a bit. Candy carefully placed the dying sparrow on the desk. Her eyes filled with distress. With a bang, it hit the glass in the first-floor lobby. Seeing Little Gray wagging its tail proudly, Candy couldn't help but feel annoyed. This sparrow is really stubborn. The tempered glass in the first-floor lobby isn't completely transparent. I've never heard of birds hitting the glass. Look, a bald patch where it hit its head. If it survives, it would be a miracle. Under the tree shade, Candy sighed, placed a little sparrow on the grass, thoughtfully plucked 2 leaves to put over it, and felt something was still missing. So she ran into the flower beds and picked a flower right in front of the garden staff. The gardener silently turned away to prune other branches. Back under the tree shade, Candy was dumbfounded. Where's the little sparrow? A fist-sized sparrow just gone like that. Fian, telling a lie without missing a beat, even glanced at a cleaning lady walking away in the corner of her eye. The little one's mouth said she was sad, but her face revealed 2 cute little dimples. Could it really survive, even with blood still in its mouth? Just now it didn't look like it could live at all. It's really strange. However, at the next moment, Zero's voice came through the Bluetooth headset, and Mo Jingchun kept his composure without inquiring further. He just knew it couldn't possibly have survived. Probably only naive Candy didn't think too deeply about it. Chapter 671. School Begins. Chapter 671. Chapter 671. School begins September 1st. It's the nationwide start of the new school year for primary and secondary schools, with a large group of kids who were rushing to finish their summer homework overnight, being sent to school by their parents. With a small backpack on her back, Candy eagerly boarded the school bus. Over 2 months of summer vacation, spending every day cooped up at home, was just too boring for the naturally lively Candy. Finally, the school season had arrived. How could the little one not be happy? The little one was so eager to make new friends at the new school. On the school bus, Candy sat by the window, and Mo Jingchun sat on the outside. To avoid being special and to help Candy integrate into the new group faster, Mo Jingchun chose to take the school bus to Changnan Primary School, just like the other kids and parents in the park. Sipping on her Waha drink, Candy rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Brother, with my skinny arms and legs, how could I bully others?" Mo Jingchun was confident that in this small county, no one would disrespect him. Of course, Mo Jingchun didn't believe for a second that anyone would bully Candy. With Candy's friendly and cooperative nature, it would be lucky enough if she wasn't forming cliques. Thinking of this, Mo Jingchun noticed Candy looking around out the window and said, "If there's an election for class representatives, don't run for class president." Confused, Candy tilted her head and looked at her brother, asking, "Brother, why?" Oh, the conversation between the siblings was heard clearly by other students and parents on the school bus. Many parents were puzzled too. What's wrong with being class president? They didn't know that Mo Jingchun simply didn't want Candy forming small groups in school. That's all. Besides, being class president is exhausting. What's so good about it? It's not like college with various perks. Seeing Xiang'er helping her grandma onto the bus, Mo Jingchun nodded in approval. Xiang'er was indeed a good kid, mature beyond her years and caring for her grandma. Her mom often reminded her to greet him whenever they spoke on the phone. Mo Jingchun, who had been watching Xiang-Er, was a bit surprised. Compared to 2 months ago, Xiang-Er had developed some new charm. Was summer art class really that effective? Mo Jingchun started wondering if maybe he should let Candy try it out next summer. Candy, chatting with Xiang-Er nearby, suddenly shivered. Candy waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Nothing, just felt a chill on my back." Really? As soon as the leading female teacher finished speaking, the drivers started the school bus, and it slowly moved out of the park. The distance between Changnan Primary School and Candy Science and Technology Park wasn't too far. Changnan Primary School was the closest and best public primary school in the county to Candy Science and Technology Park. Mo Jingchun wasn't sure exactly how far, but he counted just 5 traffic lights away. If they were all green lights, they could reach the school in 5 minutes. On the playground, while being pulled by her brother to line up for registration, Candy counted the number of floors in a teaching building in front of her. It was 6 stories high. What terrified Candy was realizing that such a tall building had no elevators, only stairs. The good news was, first grade was on the first floor. Suddenly, Candy seemed to have discovered some huge secret. If the first grade was on the first floor, did that mean second grade was on the second floor? And the 6th floor must be for the 6th grade big brothers and sisters. The teacher at the registration window, seeing that it was Mo Jingchun from Candy Technology, processed the registration with a smile and explained in detail where to go next. "What are you looking at?" After being tapped on the shoulder by her brother, Candy snapped out of her shock. Mo Jingchun glanced at Candy, amused. First day of school, and she'd discovered some secret. Mo Jingchun was really curious to hear it. "Oh," with various receipts in hand, Mo Jingchun chuckled and squatted down, letting Candy tug at his ear. Mo Jingchun gave Candy a sideways look. That's it. He thought it was some real secret. "Come on, let's go see your homeroom teacher and ask if there's class today." Candy followed closely behind with tiny steps, unwilling to let go. Oh well, a minute later, seeing Xiang-Er and Candy holding hands and hopping around in the classroom, Mo Jingchun felt emo. Now, Candy probably wouldn't believe a word he said anymore. A 1 in 10 chance, and Candy hit it. What else was there to say? Indeed, when it comes to matters involving luck, it's better not to say anything, because things often turn out contrary to expectations. The homeroom teacher class 1 was a male teacher, presumably in his 30s, clearly someone who had been working for many years, indicating plenty of teaching experience, just the type of teacher parents liked. As Candy's homeroom teacher, Mo Jingchun didn't dare offend him even a little. Seeing Mo Jingchun take the initiative to shake his hand, Chu Weijun was a bit caught off guard, somewhat flattered. Officially, Changnan Primary School didn't have elite classes, but in reality, the best teaching resources were in Class 1 and Class 2. In his 10-plus years of teaching, Chu Weijun had naturally taught many classes of children from prominent families, but it was his first time dealing with someone like Mo Jingchun, who could influence many aspects and who was also younger than him. Chapter 672. Candy is feeling down. Chapter 672. Chapter 672. Candy is feeling down. Chu Weijun also discovered that Mo Jingchun was very easy to get along with, without a trace of arrogance. If it weren't for everyone knowing Mo Jingchun, they probably wouldn't realize that the man in front of them was the founder of the great Candy Technology. Mo Jingchun kept a smile on his face as he watched Candy blend in with the other kids in the classroom. He nodded and said, at that moment, Chu Weijun wanted to agree with Mo Jingchun, but in reality, there's still a gap. Right now, he says she's just an ordinary child, but if something really happened, he definitely wouldn't be speaking so lightly. Oh, by the way, Teacher Chu, are the kids having classes today? No classes today, but around 10, when almost everyone is here, we'll have a short meeting. Mr. Mo, if you have other engagements, you can leave first. Upon hearing that, Mo Jingchun shook his head. It's fine, I'm not short on time. Chu Weijun smiled, but didn't reply, nor did he know how to. Luckily, Mo Jingchun wasn't someone unreasonable. There was still time, so he simply went over to sit next to Grandma Xiang'er. After more than an hour, Mo Jingshun had 2 sheets of paper in his hand, the schedule and class timetable that Chu Wei-jun had mentioned. Watching the 2 little ones rush onto the bus to grab seats, Mo Jingshun gestured for Grandma Xiang'er to board first, not only out of respect for the elderly and care for the young, but also to avoid small-town gossip. Ever since he was a child, Mo Jingshun loved trailing after his mom, listening to the adults talk, and knew well how sharp their tongues could be. On rainy days, they'd gather and chat, and anyone who wasn't present was inevitably the subject of their discussions. If you hadn't returned home from working outside for 3 years, congratulations on earning the Got Locked Up title. Anything else would just be more gossip. A red flower in conversation could turn into a green one. Over the years, he supported numerous renovations in his hometown, but Mo Jingshun believed there were certainly many saying things about him behind his back. They're the most contradictory mix, feeling pity for your unfortunate encounters, yet unable to stand others having a good time. Aboard the bus, Candy took the 2 sheets to study with Xiang'er. Candy reckoned, pulling a face, it takes 20 minutes from home to the park and half an hour to get up. I'm different. With Xiang'er saying so, Candy was even more dismayed. It turned out, school really isn't fun, though she used to think the internet was lying. Sitting next to them, Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched. Xiang'er's mom was definitely giving her child premature anxiety. Then again, when you think about it, today's kids do have a lot more homework than he did back in his day. Is this perhaps due to the widespread availability of printers? Haha, who does homework during holidays seriously? Back in his day, he hardly ever did summer or winter break assignments, yet his grades remained stable, leaving his teachers and mom with no way to handle him. On her way back from lunch, Zhou Yaling passed her brother's office and, seeing both her brother and Candy there, walked straight in. Zhou Yaling was surprised to see Candy sitting on the couch, hugging a bun and looking upset. Weren't you excited for school today? Just as Zhou Yaling was about to tease Candy, she paused. No way. If Candy needs to be up by 7, doesn't that mean she needs to be up by 6:40? Seeing Zhou Yaling stunned, Mo Jingchun's lips curled slightly. I say you should learn to drive as soon as possible, or get a little scooter. Getting up early is no problem for Mo Jingchun. Joking aside, when he wakes up for his morning run, the sky is just starting to lighten. Not to mention Candy waking up at 7. Even 6 is no problem for him. But Zhou Yaling is different. After all, she stays up late. Zhou Yaling was also in a dilemma. Even with a driver's license, she couldn't really make her brother buy her a car. Not only would it be embarrassing, but her family also wouldn't agree. A little electric scooter sounds nice, but bad weather would be a big problem. Candy pouted as she got off the couch and said, "What feast can there be in the cafeteria?" Candy froze for a moment, scratched her head, and reorganized her words. After saying that, Candy thought, as long as she dared to say it wasn't tasty, she absolutely believed her brother wouldn't give her drumsticks for lunch. Never would she have guessed that once they reached the cafeteria, the cooks had brewed 2 servings of chicken soup, one for Wanning and her baby, and one for her and her brother. Delicious. Seeing the chicken leg added to his bowl, what could Mo Jingchun say? Though the flavor wasn't anything special, he couldn't just toss it. Chapter 673, The Price of the Cicada's Song. Chapter 673, Chapter 673, The Price of the Cicada's Song. In the end, Mo Jingchun still managed to get half a bowl of rich chicken soup. It showed that the little guy still cared about him. Mo Jingchun enjoyed drinking the soup with a satisfied look, but Zhou Yaling wasn't envious at all. Just by glancing at the color of the soup, Zhou Yaling was absolutely convinced that one bowl could make you gain a few pounds. For the little guy, drinking a lot is not a big deal. After all, he's still growing and needs a lot of nutrients. For girls, being a bit taller is still better. The group had finished eating, and now Su Pengfei and Li Wanning arrived quite late. Candy waved and smiled, looking at Li Wanning, who showed no signs of pregnancy yet. Bye-bye. Ever since she got pregnant, everyone noticed that Li Wanning's personality had become a lot gentler, and it was quite a noticeable change. After drinking the chicken soup, Candy seemed to forget about her schedule temporarily and gave Bun a heartfelt hug back at the office. And then, Mo Jing-chun, who was about to take a break, glanced over and didn't know what to say for a moment. Fortunately, Little Gray, being a true village dog, wasn't picky even with leftovers. Little Gray wagged its tail and ate happily. For Little Gray, monotonous dog food was obviously no match for grains and meats in terms of flavor. I'm going to take a nap. In the past few years, Candy had developed a habit of taking a nap every day. If she didn't nap at noon, there was no guarantee she'd have any energy in the afternoon, except when going out to play. Mo Jing-chun had no idea when the little guy crawled into bed. Ever since they started sleeping separately, Mo Jing-chun had been a heavy sleeper, hardly disturbed by ordinary noises. He gently lifted the blanket and tiptoed out of the bedroom, taking extra care to close the soundproof door behind him. He poured a glass of warm water and drank it down in one go. With the air conditioning on all the time, he constantly felt thirsty. Xiaoxiama nodded and placed the company's second quarter financial report on the boss's desk, right where he could easily reach it without taking up space. Sitting in his office chair, Mo Jing-chun glanced at the second quarter financial report, showing no expression. Every cent of the company's financial income and expenses was under Zero's monitoring. No one knew the company's operations better than him, the boss. Relying on old resources, this year's second quarter revenue was very stable, but the expenses had increased significantly. Over at Anyang, it was undoubtedly a money-eating beast, requiring a large amount of expenditure every day. A bit past 2, Candy, having washed her face with warm water, yawned as she stepped out of the bedroom. Looking around, she noticed that apart from Bun dozing off in the office, her brother and Xia were nowhere to be seen. Not even Little Gray was there. Meow Bun, lying on the sofa, didn't even lift an eyelid and lazily responded to his little owner. Years of experience taught Bun that ignoring his little owner would lead to no peace. One meow wouldn't hurt. It was not worth the trouble otherwise. Candy pulled out a dust-covered bicycle from the corner, and after searching for a while, she found usable wipes only on her brother's desk. After a few minutes, Candy went downstairs with a refreshed bicycle. Zero, are you sure my brother is at the know? Following behind Candy, Fian silently looked up at the sky. Today's sun didn't seem as scorching as it did in July or August. With her destination clear, Candy rode her bicycle. However, as she passed under the osmanthus tree near the canteen, she braked sharply. Following Candy's gaze, Fian looked up. Oh wow, 2 big dogs were up in the osmanthus tree. Seeing Little Gray and Big Black quietly lurking in the tree, Candy scratched her head in confusion. Were they planning to give passers-by a big surprise? If 2 big dogs suddenly fell from the sky, anyone would definitely get a fright. Quickly, Candy noticed something was amiss. It seemed like Big Black and Little Gray were hunting, as both of them were staring intently at a cicada in the tree. The cicada was chirping energetically, completely unaware that 2 top predators had set their eyes on it, weighing no more than an ounce. Kenny thought these 2 were probably just having fun rather than truly after that little bit of meat. Or perhaps Little Gray and Big Black were just annoyed by the cicada while napping under the tree. Under the shade, Candy watched the scene with interest, staying completely silent, and signaled Fian with a shush gesture to keep quiet too. Candy searched her pockets, regretting not having a phone on hand. Otherwise, she could have recorded a video that would surely go viral. The 2 didn't keep the group's darling waiting long. At a certain moment, Big Black made a move, followed closely by Little Gray. In the blink of an eye, Candy heard the urgent sound of cicada chirping. The next moment, Big Black elegantly turned around and landed on all 4s. However, in the next instant, Big Black went down to the ground. Little Gray, who followed shortly, fell right on top of Big Black. If not for the cicada in its mouth, Big Black would have definitely started grumbling. Failing to catch a cicada and becoming a burden, such a nuisance. Watching Big Black bring over the cicada, Kenny took a step back, pushing her bike. As soon as she finished speaking, Candy promptly hopped on her bike and left. Inside the hall of the number 2 lab building, Only a few white service robots were around. Fian casually chose a sofa and sat down. After a short while, one white brought over a cup of plain water. No doubt, when it comes to perks, the outside world looks at candy technology, while internally, the employees all look at the R&D staff. White serving as service robots were exclusive to the lab building. Fian didn't mind not having access above the first floor, finding joy in her situation. Of course, if she were a bit idealistic, Fian dared say, the moment she attempted to breach the upper floors, these whites, initially serving her, would surely start swinging punches at her. Chapter 674, starting at 20 minutes. Chapter 674. Chapter 674. Starting at 20 minutes in the laboratory, Candy sat on a stool, eating fruit, watching her brother and a group of older boys and girls gathered around some satellites studying it. Candy couldn't understand what was so interesting about that clunky thing. It just had a few extra wings, and you couldn't even eat it. Moreover, she recognized those wings as those ubiquitous solar panels. They were even on the streetlights by the roadside in her hometown. Because of this, Candy couldn't understand why so many people were studying this thing. After eating an unknown amount of food, the group of people finally dispersed, and her brother walked over to her. Mo Jing-chun pinched his sister's cheek and smiled, saying, "Didn't you say you don't like coming here?" Burp after letting out a full burp. Candy patted her belly and jumped off the chair. With this reminder from her brother, Candy remembered that she was no longer a big kid in kindergarten, but a first-grade elementary school student now. Strangely, the term elementary school student sounded very familiar to her. Confused, Candy scratched her head. Hearing this, Mo Jing-chun twitched his mouth. Where else could it be, except when you and Zhou Yaling were playing rank matches? When you teamed up with your sister, you forget. People always ask if she's an elementary school student. So, why do they call her an elementary school student? Are elementary schoolers bad at games? Candy pondered for a while and nodded earnestly. At a little past 6 in the morning, Zhou Yaling came downstairs, yawning and looking dazed. Just happened to see her big brother coming back from his run, and Zhou Yaling gave him a thumbs up. Mo Jing-chun smiled and didn't say anything. If it hadn't been for his body struggling because of the system, there was no way he would have changed his years-long bad habit of not exercising and developed a good habit of morning runs. They say if people don't push themselves, they won't realize their potential. It might take only 2 or 3 days to develop a lazy habit, but to form a good habit, it always starts with at least a week. Even if you form it, any slack, and you'll backslide in 3 days at most. It may seem unfair, but how many things in this world are truly fair? At 6:58, Mo Jing-chun pushed open the door and walked into Candy's room. On the pink bed, the little one was sleeping horizontally with one foot sticking out. On Candy's right-hand side, Bun was curled up in a ball, snoring melodiously. After waiting a while, at exactly 7, Mo Jing-chun gently patted Candy's arm and called out. Next moment, Candy turned over, pouted her lips. Mo Jing-chun's lips curled slightly. Not awake. Was she talking in her dream just now? As expected, at the mention of being a model student, Candy sat up weakly. Don't worry. When you get to middle school, you'll envy elementary school life. In high school, you'll envy middle school life. You're laughing. All right. Hurry up and get up, brush your teeth, wash your face. After her brother left, Candy didn't dare to dawdle anymore. In just that little bit of time, it was already 7:05. How did time pass so quickly? It's completely unreasonable. After breakfast, Candy quickly changed her shoes, put on her backpack, and waited to go out. Looking at the time on her smartwatch, Candy felt a sense of urgency for the first time. Candy could never understand why her brother could spend half an hour on the toilet without his legs going numb. At the entrance, Zhou Yaling watched her brother hobble out of the bathroom and couldn't help but smile. Under Candy's constant urging, Xiaphixia drove faster than usual. At 7:43, Candy arrived early at the science park. 2 school buses were parked in the lot, with several kids already on board. Waving her hand, Candy supported her backpack with her right hand and ran towards the school bus. As her personal bodyguard, Fian quickly followed behind her. Little Gray, just off the car, wagged his tail, trying to catch up, but Imo Jingshun held him back with a leash. Little Gray shivered, then squatted down on the spot. Back then, we were inexperienced, running to school early and often getting caught by teachers to recite lessons. In elementary school, at least you go home every day. Zhou Yaling asked in surprise. You plan to have candy board in middle school? Ah, dorm life has its own advantages. Chapter 675, Unpalatable. Chapter 675. Chapter 675. Unpalatable. Now, still just a little first grader, already thinking about things after 6 o'clock. It's indeed a bit early. Candy Technology's development direction has been set for so long. When the time comes and the little one wants to stay at home and have something nice to eat every day, as her brother, how can he possibly say no? Honestly, he never counted on Candy to have outstanding academic achievements. Not to mention, the past 2 months with a little tag-along behind him every day, now that the tag-along has gone to school, Imo Jingshun actually find it a bit hard to adapt. Since he arrived early, there wasn't a single employee in the entire office building besides the security personnel. The next second, 2 doors opened in response. All the lights and the central air conditioning in the office started to operate. On the other side, for the first time, Candy experienced the wildness of the school bus driver. After leaving the tech park, the school bus hadn't stopped once, and Candy was surprised to find that other vehicles seemed to intentionally avoid the 2 school buses they rode on. Everyone was going to school this far away for the first time. After jumping off the school bus, Candy and Xiang'er held hands and walked toward the classroom from yesterday. Walking on a playground, whenever Candy saw the older boys and girls who were taller than her, she would instinctively pull Xiang'er to keep a bit of distance. The unexpected part was, these older brothers and sisters seemed pretty gentle and caring, often flashing curious glances and smiles at Candy and Xiang'er. Around their necks, was that what kindergarten teachers call the red scarf? Candy replied guiltily, not even convincing herself. Xiang'er shrugged, that I don't know. Upon hearing class teacher, Candy shook her head like a rattle drum. Just then, Candy faintly sensed a tall figure looming behind her. Candy turned around and saw, wow, such long legs. Looking up, oops, it's the class teacher. What bad luck. The whispers from just now were probably all heard by the class teacher. Seeing that the class teacher didn't say more, Candy pulled Xiang'er and dashed away. Mr. O, Chu Weijun touched his nose, smiling awkwardly. Was he really that strict in the eyes of other teachers and parents? He had no idea. In the classroom, as soon as Xiang'er and Candy entered, they noticed quite a few students already there, sitting around the desks in small groups. The class bell rang, and all the classrooms on the first floor were in chaos. The little ones had endless things to talk about. Candy, who had already bonded with several classmates around her, was in the middle of boasting when Xiang'er tugged at her sleeve. The next moment, feeling the gaze of special attention, Candy abruptly closed her mouth. However, the classroom was still in a mess until a stern voice echoed from the doorway, and everyone fell silent. Soon, Candy noticed the entire school had quieted down. Chu Weijun stepped onto the podium, swept a glance across the 50 students in the class, and, after a long pause, started speaking. From today, you are no longer the kids from kindergarten. Throughout the entire first period, everyone listened silently as the class teacher spoke on the podium, especially Candy, who had been glanced at by the class teacher. She listened more attentively than ever, daydreaming. Not even a chance. The class teacher's gaze was too intimidating, scarier than her angry brother. Whenever her brother was angry, he would at most just scare her a little. Even if he did hit, it wouldn't hurt. Look at that palm-wide plank on the podium. Hitting with that would definitely hurt a lot. On the first day of elementary school, no textbooks were taught by the teachers, only various rules and requirements, along with a little seat adjustment. As for the election of class, monitors mentioned by her brother, the class teacher didn't bring it up at all, only appointing one student as the temporary class leader, responsible for calling the class to stand up and sit down at the beginning and end of lessons. And the student chosen was Xiang'er. Apparently, Xiang'er was quite bewildered when she was chosen, unable to figure out why it was her. Logically, even Candy seemed more suitable than her. While eating the school's canteen food, all the kids from Candy Technology started missing their kindergarten days. Not to mention anything else, just the canteen food wasn't tasty, flavorless, and lacking any trace of oil. Wanting to add a chicken leg anytime you want? Dream on. Chewing on the hard rice, Candy pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. It was her first time eating something so unpalatable. Not far behind Candy and Xiang'er, several teachers from Class 1 heard this and felt like spring was coming. Chapter 676. Listen to that, so snarky. Chapter 676. Chapter 676. Listen to that, so snarky. If it were any other student complaining, it would go in one ear and out the other, but this one's different. She's the daughter of Candy Technology, Mr. Mo's own sister. If she wants to change the cafeteria, all she has to do is mention it to the Education Bureau, and it's as good as done. As for the current cafeteria owner, does Candy Technology care about a bit of compensation? To her, compared to the healthy growth of a child, money is just a minor issue. So, within just a short lunchtime nap, the news of Mo Xiaoxi wanting to change the school's cafeteria had spread among the teachers. If anyone is the most anxious, it's undoubtedly the current cafeteria owner. It's not just the impending inspection from the Education Bureau they're worried about, but also that Candy Technology might actually replace the Chengnan Primary School cafeteria. The cafeteria owner even considered trying to scam Candy Technology for some huge compensation, but it was just a thought. There aren't many geniuses in this world, but not that many fools either. For normal compensation, they believe Candy Technology wouldn't even blink an eye, and the payment would be immediate. Trying to scam Candy Technology without considering they have professional legal personnel is foolish. Moreover, offending Candy Technology would likely mean the end of good days. They wouldn't even have to lift a finger. People would line up to help them. That's just how the world works. What a worry it is. In the last class of the afternoon, the homeroom teacher went around checking the students' heights, and each of the students received a small card with a model number marked on it, with penmanship along the edge written in ink. Let me emphasize again, once you receive your items, put them in your backpack right away to avoid losing them. With a long drawn-out tone, Chu Weijun nodded. Every year during uniform distribution, there are always students who don't keep track, losing one thing or another. As the temporary class president's best friend, Candy was at the front of the line. Watching Xiang'er always raising her right hand, Candy felt tired for her. No wonder her brother kept insisting she shouldn't run for class president. He really had foresight. After the teacher tied on the red scarf, Candy packed the uniform discreetly in her bag under the homeroom teacher's watchful eyes. The classmates behind her imitated her closely. Of course, some students faced more awkwardness. Their bags were too small to fit 2 sets of uniforms. Watching the students struggle to fit the uniforms and while standing there anxiously, almost on the verge of tears, Chu Weijun helplessly said, "Just carry it. Don't lose it." Chu Weijun believed that with that one sentence, the parents would ensure their child gets a new bag by tonight. Sometimes, what the homeroom teacher says really carries weight, especially with the children's grandparents. With her bag slung over her shoulder, Candy stood on the playground waiting for dismissal. In less than 10 minutes, Candy felt sore and without hesitation, placed her bag on the ground. Xiang'er hadn't arrived yet, so Candy was a bit bored, but luckily she already knew a few classmates from the class, so she could chat with them. Looking at the chubby boy in front of her, Candy scratched her head and said perplexedly, "Probably not. It must be true. My mom never lies," said the chubby boy with certainty. The next moment, Candy saw her classmates' eyes widen in shock, especially the chubby boy, who was stunned by her allowance. Having a few thousand in allowance and still claiming to be broke. What cheekiness. Just then, Xiang'er came running over with her bag from a distance. Phew! Ding, 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 ding. Seeing the homeroom teacher nearby, no one dared oppose Xiang'er. Want to express individuality? You didn't notice the death stare from the homeroom teacher. By the school bus, Fian waved at. Candy standing in line, and Candy jumped up to wave back. Under Chu Weijuan's watch, several children lined up and headed towards the school bus. Candy put her bag on the seat and sighed deeply. Fian was a bit surprised. Logically, the first day should be the happiest. Fian just smiled without comment. Back in her day, she always brought food from home to school. Canteens were a luxury beyond her time. On the way back to the park, the children on the school bus chattered nonstop, all complaining about different issues from the day, especially the school cafeteria, which was a major topic of discussion. About 10 minutes later, the school bus pulled up at Dormitory 1. This time, Candy noticed the company seemed to have finished for the day. Once off the bus, Candy rushed into her brother's arms. Holding onto Mo Jingchuan's leg, he patted Candy's head and asked, "What's wrong?" Though she had been fine, as soon as Mo Jingchun asked, tears welled up in Candy's eyes. Saying that, little tears unwillingly rolled down. Standing by, Zhou Yaling watched Candy cry, feeling there was some acting involved, but she believed the cafeteria food was terrible. It's not an exaggeration to say that across the country, apart from university cafeterias, school cafeteria food is notoriously bad. Zhou Yaling sneered, acknowledging that her brother always fell for Candy's tears. Throwing a fit always got results. Why was her brother scheming all sorts of mischief when they were younger? Chapter 677. The Cafeteria Owner's Secret Delight. Chapter 677. Chapter 677. The Cafeteria Owner's Secret Delight. As Xia Xiaoman was just about to have dinner in the underground cafeteria, she hurriedly left upon receiving a call from Zero, while Su Pengfei and the others looked on seriously. Upon hearing Li Wanning's words, everyone frowned. At a time like this, Zero calling, and Xia Xiaoman leaving in a hurry, something must have happened. Even as Xia Xiaoman jogged from the cafeteria, she was full of doubt, not knowing why the boss was looking for her at this time. Logically, at this time, the boss should have picked up Candy and gone home. Soon, Xia Xiaoman saw from afar that the boss seemed to be coaxing Candy. Goodness, on the first day of school, could someone have already annoyed this little ancestor? Mo Jingchun wiped Candy's tears from his hands and said flatly, "Candy just told me that the school cafeteria's food tastes a bit off." Mo Jingchun nodded at you, glancing at the sniffling Candy. "For our company's chefs, I'll need to assign a few to go over." In an instant, everyone suddenly understood. After casually taking a few bites, Xia Xiaoman made her farewells and left first. Changing a cafeteria like this is technically not difficult for Candy Technology. The challenge lies in having delicious meals ready for students by tomorrow noon. It's apparent that the boss doesn't mean just providing boxed meals. Getting into work mode, Xia Xiaoman first found the head of the company's cafeteria, assigning him to arrange chefs and assisting aunties. She then returned to the office to contact the Education Bureau using the company's landline. In just half an hour, Xia Xiaoman appeared at Chengnan Primary School. The principal and several other school leaders exchanged glances. Earlier at noon, it was just rumors. But less than an hour after school, Candy Technology's Secretary Xia had personally arrived, and the principal had even received a call from above to fully cooperate with Secretary Xia's work. After a simple handshake and greetings, Xia Xiaoman got straight to the point. Chengnan Primary School's cafeteria is a two-story large building. The first floor is the students' dining area, and the second floor is the school's Great Hall, which is basically unused. The kitchen was brightly lit. Aside from the floor being quite damp, Xia Xiaoman really couldn't find any faults. The principal beside her awkwardly said, "Although the food in our school cafeteria doesn't taste great, it is definitely clean and hygienic." Looking at Principal Wang's awkward smile, Xia Xiaoman did not continue to press the matter. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big belly ran over, drenched in sweat. Without needing introduction from the school leaders, Xia Xiaoman knew that this man was the contractor of Chengnan Primary School cafeteria. Li Zonghua, looking at the expressionless Xia Xiaoman, felt even more uneasy inside. The speed of Candy Technology's actions was too fast, or perhaps he underestimated the concern Candy Technology's founder Mo Jingchun had for his sister. This seemed like an overnight pace to switch the cafeteria. Inside the principal's office, Xia Xiaoman said, "Mr. Li, you know why we're here. I've reviewed the contract you signed with the school. Candy Technology is willing to pay double the compensation. And as for the existing chefs and aunties, those who wish to stay can join Candy Technology. This wasn't negotiating, it was clearly notifying. But with the double compensation, it's not a loss. Li Zonghua silently calculated in his mind. The extra compensation roughly equated to the amount the contract would have earned until it expired. Is this a coincidence? Li Zonghua wouldn't believe it. This was clearly prepared. As long as he nodded lightly now, it would mean that even the pots and pans in the cafeteria would have nothing to do with him. Taking a deep breath, inside, Li Zonghua felt a little gleeful instead. Xia Xiaoman nodded and signaled the legal and finance team that came along to start their work. At midnight, the principal stood at the cafeteria's entrance, watching the comings and goings as all the original dishes and cutlery in the cafeteria were discarded as garbage at Xia Xiaoman's command. Various devices he had never seen before were moved into the kitchen through the collective effort. Looking at the stainless steel dining tables of the cafeteria, Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brows slightly. Xia Xiaoman didn't speak immediately, but reached out to touch the edge of the stainless steel table. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. In front of the principal, Xia Xiaoman took out her phone without a word. After finishing her words, Xia Xiaoman hung up the phone. Principal Wang was very curious, thinking to himself, why does everyone just agree to whatever Xia Xiaoman says? Chapter 678, Pulling a Donkey. Chapter 678. Chapter 678, Pulling a Donkey. They all say Candy Technology is mysterious. I didn't think much of it before, but now that I've experienced it firsthand, it really does seem that way. Just the way Mr. Mo's secretary goes about things gives off a mysterious vibe. Xia Xiaoman looked at Principal Wang in surprise and said matter-of-factly, "Artificial intelligence knows what to do. Isn't that enough?" Yeah, it's not a secret. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but want to complain about her boss. When Zero first appeared in public view, the boss directly said Zero was an artificial idiot, and they all believed it. For a while, the boss and Zero, one man and one AI, acted the part for quite a long time. As everyone interacted more with it, the whole company realized how strong the company was in the field of AI. Zero was not an artificial idiot at all. It was clearly quite advanced. Early in the morning, Zhou Yaling and Mo Jingchun were puzzled over Candy. It had been years since either of them had tied a red scarf, and they'd forgotten how. Seeing her brother and sister looking so perplexed, Candy sighed. "Brother, sister, are you sure you can do this?" Just then, Zero couldn't stand it anymore and controlled a white robot to come over. With White's hands moving like magic, the red scarf was tied in no time. Candy gave a thumbs up, slung on her backpack, and rushed out first. She was keen to go to school, and nothing could stop her. White spread its hands. After Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling also left, White tilted its head and blinked. Time to build a body. Should it be 100 million or 200 million? In the Tech Park's parking lot, Xia Xiaoman stood next to the school bus, occasionally checking her watch. 5 minutes later, she saw a car approaching and went to greet them. "Today, I'm giving you the day off." This time, Xia Xiaoman didn't refuse. She had worked through the night until almost 4 in the morning, and now she was feeling a bit exhausted. "Sister Xia Xia, love you," Mo Jingchun immediately flicked Candy's head, but the nimble Candy swiftly dodged it. "Oh no, I forgot." Watching Candy, backpack on her back, running swiftly, Mo Jingchun shook his head helplessly. It was still before work hours, and no one was in the CEO's office. So Zhou Yaling comfortably sipped tea in her brother's office. Seeing Zhou Yaling's eyes darting around, Mo Jingchun smirked and said, "Stop looking." Zhou Yaling rolled her eyes dramatically and looked up at the 360-degree panoramic camera on the ceiling. "Zero, you're done for." At that moment, the panoramic camera moved, turning its back to Zhou Yaling. "Humph, Zero, you're feeling guilty now." Zhou Yaling's smile froze, and then it gradually faded. "Zero, you're still a kid." Watching her brother calmly drink tea, Zhou Yaling couldn't quite get a read on him for a moment. Why are you looking at me? I'm not interested in your little secrets at all. All right, Zero won't divulge secrets. As time passed, employees began to arrive, and the office building bustled with activity. In Mo Jingchun's office, however, it was just him, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Mo Jingchun, who just took a sip of water, choked. Cough, cough, cough. The laboratory has so many materials. Isn't that enough for you? Hearing this, Mo Jingchun frowned. Not a chance. A million at most. For a moment, Zero was silent, crouching in the dark virtual space, doodling circles. The boss never cared about money before. Why so stingy now? She was even thinking of using public funds to buy some toys. Seeing Zero quiet for a while, Mo Jingchun, exasperated, said, all right, 10 million max. No more. Chapter 679, Eating Homegrown Rice. Chapter 679. Chapter 679. Eating homegrown rice, is there even a tiny connection between the two? Zero was so confused for a moment that he nearly burned out several CPUs. In class, Candy and the classmates finally had their first official lesson. And the first class was Chinese. Below the podium, the students were listening attentively to the lively and interesting lecture from the Chinese teacher. Candy, who had already studied the first-grade primary school textbook, suddenly discovered that everyone seemed familiar with the content in the book. During the break, Candy asked a few classmates and realized that many had already learned it during the summer heat. After finding this out, Candy was quite surprised and decided during the break that she'd get her brother to buy the second-grade textbooks. If you secretly compete with me, I'll definitely outdo you. With the homeroom teacher's deliberate arrangement, Xiang'er still ended up as Candy's desk mate. Seeing that Xiang'er hadn't reacted for a while, Candy waved a hand in front of her eyes. Candy, what are you thinking about? Yup, Xiang'er fiddled with her left pinky finger, then suddenly changed the subject. Candy! Ding dong, it's class time again, and as the bell rang, the students playing on the playground sprinted back to the classroom like in a 100-meter dash. Watching the sweaty boys run into the classroom, Candy found it hard to understand. Is the chase on the playground really that fun? During the big recess, Candy experienced the joy of chasing around with classmates for the first time. Being chased and then unable to catch up felt super exciting. Unlike Candy, Xiang'er stood under the tree, just watching with envy. She wanted to join in, but her gentle nature restrained her from doing so. In the first-grade teacher's office, a few homeroom teachers watched the running students in the playground without any intention of stopping them, with even a hint of envy in their eyes. Such unrestricted joy. For Chengnan Primary School, as long as it doesn't escalate into fights, they've never deliberately curbed the children's lively nature. Kids, that's just how they should be. It's probably this unique educational philosophy that makes every graduate from Chengnan Primary so popular at second middle school. At noon, the dismissal bell hadn't rung yet, but all the students were losing focus. The aroma drifting from the cafeteria was too tempting. Not just the students, but even the teachers in class had their stomachs grumbling when they smelled it. For a moment, both students and teachers were eagerly anticipating the new cafeteria lunch. Meanwhile, the school's principal and some leaders had come to sample the dishes. Regardless of the taste, the setup itself seemed so luxurious. The standard is 3 dishes and a soup. You can add more food, and everyone gets yogurt and fruit. As the bell rang, while everyone rushed fast, Candy and Xiang'er leisurely strolled to the cafeteria. At the cafeteria entrance, Sun Yabin, transferred from the company to do finance, was watching the students running in, her eyes not missing a single short girl. But over time, Sun Yabin became a bit doubtful. Could she have missed it? Did Candy already run into the cafeteria? Just then, the 2 little ones walked over joking and chatting unhurriedly. Confused, Candy looked at the big sister in front of her. Sister, who are you? Upon hearing this, Candy didn't immediately believe it, but asked Zero with her left hand raised. After getting Zero's confirmation, Candy finally believed the big sister in front of her. Sun Yabin, watching with a constant smile, was faultless. It was an instruction directly from Secretary Xia, and Sun Yabin dared not miss any detail as Secretary Xia represented the boss. Candy and Xiang-Er exchanged glances. Xiang-Er was still a bit shy, but Candy was not shy at all, pulling Xiang-Er to walk ahead. Eating rice from our own home. Who can have a say? At a dining table near the corner of the cafeteria, Principal Wang personally witnessed 2 students being taken into the kitchen. Principal, I know Mo Xiaoxua. Who's the student next to her? Everyone suddenly realized they're childhood playmates. It seems their relationship is quite close. In a small partition in the kitchen lay an 80 cm * 1 cm square wooden table with 4 dishes and a soup, both meat and vegetables. And most importantly, it looks very appetizing. And on a nearby counter, there were also various fruits. Seeing the small dining table, Candy's eyes lit up. They had one like it back home, perfect for kids to sit and eat. Holding a bowl filled with rice, Candy handed it to the still shy Xiang-Er without a second thought. Chapter 680, Mix-Up. Chapter 680, Chapter 680. Mix-Up Saturday. After a week of elementary school life, Candy was slowly getting used to this routine. Sure enough, just as Mo Jingchun came back from his morning run, he saw Candy running down from upstairs with her school bag in hand. Under Mo Jingchun's bewildered gaze, Candy casually threw the bag onto the sofa and headed straight for the kitchen. Looking at the empty kitchen and the pot that hadn't steamed yet, it was Candy's turn to be bewildered. Where's my sister? Where's my breakfast? Am I going to school hungry today? Candy turned around, staring wide-eyed at her brother with 3 big question marks above his head, and asked somewhat uncertainly, seeing her brother laughing at her. Candy, with a dark face, pushed her brother blocking the door and angrily stomped back upstairs with her school bag. Her brother's laughter echoed behind her again. Candy ignored her brother's tickled laughter, went back to her bedroom, and seeing Bun still sleeping in bed, crawled back under the covers. Come to think of it, her sister's door was still closed, which means her sister hadn't gotten up. Her brother didn't wake her either, which means she could continue sleeping. The most crucial part is, even Bun is still asleep. He knows there's no need to go out today. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she got. So Candy simply snatched the quilt and covered her head. Suddenly deprived of the quilt, Bun opened his eyes, looked, shuffled his little paws, and burrowed back under the covers. Half asleep, Candy fell asleep again. Past noon, Zhou Yaling came in with a bowl of noodles, pushing open the door to Candy's bedroom. She pulled open the curtains, letting sunlight flood the pink bedroom instantly. With that, Zhou Yaling slurped a mouthful of delicious noodle broth. Rubbing her eyes, Candy begrudgingly popped her head out from under the covers. With that, Candy sighed, weakly tossing aside the quilt. Zhou Yaling shrugged it off with a slight smile. This was just the beginning. High school was still far away. If there was one thing Zhou Yaling admired, it was those who chose to repeat grades, carrying pressure incomparable to the regular seniors. Hearing this, Candy rolled her eyes, jumped out of bed, and put on her school uniform jacket. Sleepwalk? No one told me there was no school today. Zhou Yaling chuckled, not teasing Candy further. Most students have experienced this. It was just surprising Candy had developed a biological clock after just a week of primary school, waking up on her own. A bit muddled, forgetting it was Saturday was quite normal. In the future, when Candy reached high school, counting days on her fingers, she surely wouldn't make such a simple mistake. At Hua County High School, they generally had 1 day and a half off per month. In such circumstances, most students chose to catch up on sleep during this rare break. Waking up early? Not a chance. Even the biological clock wouldn't work. Such a good vegetable garden turned into a flower bed by her brother. Just then, Mo Jingchun walked in holding a watering can. Grinning, Mo Jingchun put the watering can in the storage room, only to be met with Zhou Yaling's huge eye roll when he emerged. Oh woo! Suddenly, Little Gray ran in miserably with its tail between its legs. Oh, the 3 of them looked puzzled as Little Gray persistently pawed at its nose. Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow, saying, "How should I know?" Little Gray kept whining, and the 3 couldn't figure out what had happened. There wasn't a single wound, and they didn't know why it was whining. As Candy spoke, Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling's gazes turned to little Gray's nose that it was constantly pawing at. Visibly, a part of the dog's nose was swollen. Candy was so amazed her mouth could fit an egg. Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched. It was obvious little Gray was stung by a bee which caused the swelling, but Candy made it sound like gaining weight. Zero didn't answer, instead silently turned on the TV and played the backyard surveillance footage from a minute ago. In the footage, after Mo Jingchun left, little Gray started nibbling on flower petals. Coincidentally, some bees flew over at that moment to gather nectar. A showdown was imminent, and evidently, little Gray lost, easily subdued by a bee. In the grand scheme, little Gray didn't lose much. The swelling would subside in a few days, but the bee was likely bettered in now without a stinger. No longer having its stinger, the bee obviously wouldn't survive. Watching Candy lecturing little Gray, Mo Jingchun chuckled inwardly, saying she'd reluctantly shed a few tears, when really, Candy would be the one crying the hardest if something happened to little Gray or Bun one day. Chapter 681, Heaven, Earth, and Man. Chapter 681. Chapter 681. Heaven, Earth, and Man. On the sofa, Mo Jingchun watched as Candy squatted by the doghouse, placing various treats in front of little Gray, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Looking again at little Gray's big tail, it was wagging so enthusiastically it seemed it might take off. Mo Jingchun seriously suspected that after getting special treatment and delicious food from Candy, little Gray might start bothering the bees, all on his own. Between getting a bite and having a feast, even this dumb dog knows which is more rewarding. That's about enough. Be careful little Gray doesn't eat himself to death. Hearing her brother's reminder, Candy seriously looked at little Gray's round belly. Finding it cute for a moment, she couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Round and warm. The next second, without giving little Gray a chance to react, Candy pulled out her phone from her pocket and started snapping away at little Gray. Admiring the photos in her album, Candy stood up satisfied, ignoring the bewildered little Gray shaking his head from side to side, and walked straight to her brother, sitting down on the sofa. During the entire process, Candy's gaze was fixed on her phone. Mo Jingchun, who was changing channels with the remote, glanced at the phone screen and was surprised to see Candy using the one-click video creation feature in cutting. What did this kid learn that? Soon, Mo Jingchun discovered something even more surprising. Candy actually had her own TikTok account. As her brother, he had no idea. Even though the screen flashed by, Mo Jingchun still saw the TikTok account. And more importantly, damn it, she had over 10 million followers. With so many followers, there's no reason he wouldn't come across her videos. Unless the setting was turned on to not show videos to acquaintances. This little one plays short videos quite skillfully. After uploading the video, Candy grinned, and the next moment, she found a large face suddenly close to her left side. Candy was instantly dumbfounded, wondering why her brother's tone was so sarcastic. Wait a minute. It seemed like her brother didn't know she had a short video account. Candy forced an awkward laugh. Asterisk. Oh, as expected, Candy pouted and handed over her phone. She couldn't outfight him, didn't dare to argue, and acting cute wouldn't help either. All she could do was hand over her phone obediently. She could only blame herself for finding little Gray too funny and irresistible to take a few photos and share them. As soon as he opened TikTok, Mo Jingchun noticed the notifications for comments and likes were already over 99 plus. How long had it been? Not even a minute, right? Millions of followers really are frightening. Not bad. It's at the level of a first-grade student. The other short videos, except for the very first one being a selfie, showcase the flowers and plants in the villa, the big koi in the fish tank, and of course, the lazy bun, whose round physique garnered the most likes. Candy gave an awkward chuckle while fidgeting with her fingers, unsure of what her brother was thinking. Mo Jingchun watched Candy, who merely laughed awkwardly without speaking, and directly opened the settings to check the verification details. Standing beside him, Candy's eyes darted around evasively. Mo Jingchun placed the phone aside, crossing his arms and letting out a cold laugh. Candy poked her fingers, lowering her head as she mumbled, "I don't know, it just popped up, and Zero helped me solve it." Mo Jingchun's lips twitched, knowing that with Zero's abilities, it really could be done in the blink of an eye. Even faking a real name verification wouldn't be a problem. The key was that without his identity, the officials wouldn't consider it as the real Candy, giving a verified badge. In a daze, Mo Jingchun realized that recently, Zero had been quiet after getting funding, and he had no idea what was being researched. He must find time to inquire. Properly. This little guy Zero also needs some education. Candy paused, her mind not processing as quickly, wondering why her brother suddenly changed the topic. Candy nodded. Candy blinked, noting it was just 6 characters long. Did she really need to recite it? For some reason, Candy had a sinking feeling. The next second, Candy knew her feeling was right. Go to the study, copy it 20 times seriously, and bring it for me to check. At that moment, Candy was genuinely dumbfounded. Biting her lip, Candy asked, "Brother, how about we go with standing punishment instead?" Mo Jingchun coldly chuckled, thinking to himself that she was too slick. Given how clever Candy was, he wasn't fooled at all. Candy stared wide-eyed at her brother, ready to speak, but seeing his smiling face, she restrained herself. If she spoke up, it might not be 30, but 40. Weird. Why did this scene feel so familiar? In the mid-afternoon, Zhou Yaling, with her hair down, came downstairs to fetch some water and, not seeing Candy, curiously asked, "Where's Candy?" Curious, Zhou Yaling, drinking water, headed upstairs. It was less than a minute's walk, and Zhou Yaling stopped outside the study. There wasn't a sound inside the study. Was Candy really in there? She pushed the door open and was instantly met with a stare-off. As Zhou Yaling approached, seeing only a pencil stump remaining, she didn't know what to say. Looking at the words in the notebook, Zhou Yaling asked in surprise, "Did your teacher assign this homework?" Chapter 682. Not quite the same. Chapter 682. Chapter 682. Not quite the same. Oh, Zhou Yaling suddenly understood. It's just writing it 30 times, you'll be done in no time. Keep it up. With a smile, Zhou Yaling left contently. She had figured it out. Candy must have annoyed her brother again, otherwise he wouldn't assign lines out of nowhere. After Zhou Yaling left, Candy silently took another unused pencil from the pencil case and put it into the pencil sharpener. The sun set in the west, painting the sky with a blood-red hue, and the peach-colored clouds looked like blazing flames. In the living room, Candy stood with her hands behind her back, her bright eyes wandering around. Looking at Candy's writing, Mo Jingchun nodded in satisfaction. The handwriting was very neat, much better than his own that looked like chicken scratch. Practicing handwriting needs to start from a young age. Otherwise, you'd end up like him, regretting it too late when your handwriting's already fixed. Oh, even if they couldn't wait, Mo Jingchun didn't know calligraphy either, as there wasn't any teacher back then. He hadn't seen any executives at the company practicing calligraphy, or else he would have let Candy learn it in advance. All right, off you go. In Hoa County, at night, a bright moon hung high in the sky, untainted by heavy industrial smog, revealing a sky full of stars. Among the many stars, the Big Dipper is the easiest for ordinary people to recognize. Upon hearing this, Candy rolled her eyes. Right single quotation mark. Just then, someone walked out with a face mask on. "What are you two doing out here at night?" Seeing her sister, Candy widened her eyes. This question stumped Zhou Yaling for a moment. Mo Jingchun also found it strange, as he had never seen Zhou Yaling wearing a face mask, not even bothering with makeup. This must be a sign of falling in love, starting to care about beauty. Isn't it a bit late for that? Seeing Candy's little face, smooth and tender, clearly not needing a face mask, Zhou Yaling knew her well and agreed after some thought. Not even 3 minutes later, Zhou Yaling returned. Mo Jingchun looked at the plastic sheet that Zhou Yaling had in her hand and was at a loss for words. Meeting Zhou Yaling's eyes, Mo Jingchun suddenly understood. The little one felt a face mask being put on her face and started pressing it on both sides like Zhou Yaling. With her eyes closed, enjoying the experience, Candy didn't notice her brother and sister softly laughing. Mo Jingchun chuckled and remained silent, thinking she's hard to cheat, yet so easy to fool in different ways. It's the disadvantage of lacking knowledge. Knowing a bit more would have helped distinguish a real mask. The joy of vacation is short-lived. In just 2 days, Candy felt as if it passed in the blink of an eye. With a backpack, wearing a school uniform, and a cute water bottle hanging around her neck, Candy boarded the school bus without looking back. She wasn't too early to school today. There were already classmates seated in the front rows of the school bus. Sitting in the third row, Xiang'er waved and called out loudly, keeping the seat for Candy. Hee, you don't know how happy my sister Xuanyu was. Sitting in the co-pilot seat of the school bus, Fian's mouth twitched slightly. Yesterday, while shopping, Candy was so clever. Everything she fancied was easily gotten by calling out sister-in-law, bypassing her brother altogether. Even though Li Xuanyu is not a managerial staff in the company, but an algorithm engineer, she's smart and became a key technical person within 2 short years, leading a team to handle development. Though her exact annual salary is unknown, it surely isn't low. Li Xuanyu is always generous when it comes to buying gifts for Candy. Unlike office building employees, the research staff in the second lab building, driven by readily available bonuses, naturally arrived at work half an hour early, especially since Mondays are reserved for collective brainstorming. The large conference room had people arriving early and beginning discussions. At 9 in the morning, Mo Jingchun arrived at the meeting room right on time. Seeing the brainstorming already ongoing, Mo Jingchun sat quietly in the last row. Some noticed Mo Jingchun's presence, but gave just a cursory glance. Over the past few months, everyone had gotten used to the boss's presence. When engaged in scientific research, everyone regarded the boss as one of their own, which meant whenever they received guidance, they humbly listened. In this exclusive research area, which researcher wasn't aware that the boss had real skills, with ideas often being astonishing? Thinking differently is undeniably the best path for researchers. As usual, Mo Jingchun didn't say a word throughout the brainstorming session. It's not that he didn't want to, but by now, after such a long period of training, everyone could basically handle various problems by themselves. 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal Zhuge Liang. So what to say about hundreds of top-notch researchers? If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 683, News about the Teacher. Chapter 683. Chapter 683. News about the teacher in Mo Jingchun's private laboratory at Candy Science and Technology Park. Although he hadn't been there for just half a month, the lab had already undergone a significant transformation in style. If Mo Jingchun were in the lab at this moment, he would see white constantly sparking, with sparks flying everywhere. Compared to humans, artificial intelligence pursues perfection to a greater degree. 2-meter-long mechanical alloy skeleton was being worked on. It utilized a brand new synthetic metal material. 2 meters was also the optimal solution obtained after Zero's simulation calculations. Any taller wouldn't look cute anymore. Indeed, in Zero's subconscious, cuteness was placed first, a result subtly influenced by Mo Jingchun and Candy. In the office, Mo Jingchun welcomed an unexpected guest. After taking a sip of the tea poured by Xia Xiaoman, Qin Yuzhu said unceremoniously, "No need to be polite." Mo Jingchun calmly moved all the gift boxes from the desk to under the desk. Qin Yuzhu, seeing this, pursed her lips and pretended not to notice. If she really had to take the gifts back, it would be hard to explain. Inside information, Qin Yuzhu knew that Mo Jingchun would become the youngest academician in the country's history. If Mo Jingchun hadn't stopped publishing papers in recent years, and wasn't so young, he probably would have been elected as an academician long ago. Of course, there are more complicated reasons involved, not something she can get involved in. There's no reason to come without a problem, let alone bringing so many things. Tell me, how are you planning to fool me this time? Qin Yuju ignored the earlier remark. Montak Yingchun nodded. Then there's no need for you to come in person. Mo Jingchun frowned, momentarily unable to guess Qin Yuju's intentions. In the pin-drop silent office, Xia Xiaomin sensed the atmosphere and left the room consciously. Qin Yuju was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and then let out a long sigh, delivering news that shocked Mo Jingchun and was hard for him to accept at once. Academician Shun is critically ill and could pass away at any moment. Mo Jingchun was momentarily stunned, feeling a slight sting in his nose. Last time they parted, Li Qianqian had told him that Professor Chen wasn't in good health, but he hadn't expected to hear that he was now critically ill. After being pulled out of the president's office by her brother, Zhou Yaling looked at him with a bewildered expression. I have an urgent matter that requires me to leave town for a while. Since he was going to visit the professor with Qin Yuju accompanying him, there were no significant safety concerns, and there was no need to bring bodyguards along. Before Zhou Yaling could react, Mo Jingchun left with Qin Yuju without taking anything. Zhou Yaling was utterly confused. That evening, Mo Jingchun and Qin Yuju took a special plane and arrived in Jing City. Although it was late at night, Jing City was brightly lit. Without delay, the two headed straight to the military hospital. At 11 o'clock at night, the distressed Li Qianqian sat in the hallway, staring blankly at the crescent moon in the sky. A day ago, she had been the professor's only research student who hadn't graduated, and today, she officially graduated. But she couldn't find any joy in it. Recalling the bits and pieces of conducting research with the professor, what might seem like a dull laboratory life to others, she enjoyed the serenity and focused on her research, immersing herself in her world. In the intensive care unit, various life support monitoring medical instruments emitted beeping sounds, while on-duty nurses and doctors stood guard around the clock. Outside the room, armed soldiers stood on guard. Upon hearing the sound of hurried footsteps, Li Qianqian, whose heart had been hanging in suspense, was suddenly pulled back to reality. Looking in the direction from which the sound came, Li Qianqian was momentarily stunned. Then all kinds of grievances surged, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Seeing his senior silently crying, Mo Jingchun was suddenly flustered, fearing the professor's condition had worsened. After a pause, Li Qianqian revealed the truth. Li Qianqian led Mo Jingchun and Qin Yuju into the family rest area. In the not-so-large rest area, it was empty. The professor, Mo Jingchun, shook his head. Earlier, Mo Jingchun found it odd. Although it was nighttime, why was Li Qianqian alone guarding here? Without tea leaves, Li Qianqian only poured 2 cups of hot water. The professor Qin Shiha and bald senior Li Qianqian. Chapter 684. Big Sister, is that you? Chapter 684. Chapter 684. Big Sister, is that you? The teacher really likes candy. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchun felt the cup in his hand becoming a bit too hot to hold. Mo Jingchun nodded, said nothing, and stood up to walk out alone. A call came in during the late night, startling Zhou Yaling. Seeing it was a call from her elder brother, Zhou Yaling breathed a sigh of relief and answered the phone. There was a moment of silence on the other end before her brother's deep voice came through. Looking at the disconnected call, Zhou Yaling frowned. She hurried when leaving in the afternoon, and now it's also abrupt. But Zhou Yaling knew when her brother was serious, it was best to do as he said. The first moment she jumped out of bed, Zhou Yaling didn't even have time to change clothes. She first woke up Candy, who was snoring while hugging Bun with her bum in the air. Candy, Candy. Candy opened her eyes and muttered sleepily, "Is it daybreak already?" As she spoke, Candy yawned and squinted her eyes shut again. After a bit of fuss, the little one was fully awakened by Zhou Yaling. Out the door, Candy looked up at the bright moonlight in the star-filled sky, opened her mouth, and turned to go back inside. But the door was already closed by Zhou Yaling. already receiving multiple texts from her elder brother urging her. Zhou Yaling said nothing, just dragged Candy straight into the car. Covered with a blanket, Candy rolled her eyes dramatically. Now she's quite awake. How could she possibly sleep? In the morning, a commercial flight entered the airspace of Jing City, about to land. After getting some sleep, Candy gazed out the window at the white clouds and the golden sunlight, her eyes filled with a thirst for exploration. Candy thought to herself, such beautiful scenery. If Xiang'er were here, she would surely be able to paint a very beautiful picture. In the hospital, Mo Jingchun, napping on a chair, was awakened by noisy sounds. When Mo Jingchun opened his eyes, he found the lounge filled with people he didn't realize had come. He recognized a few people, having met them a few times at an unknown research base. There were also a few younger people who were probably the teacher's former grad students. Just as Mo Jingchun was about to greet them and splash his face with cold water for a refreshing wake-up, Li Qianqian came in from outside holding breakfast. Montak Yingchun nodded. With so many people around, he didn't say much. After splashing some cold water on his face, feeling much more awake, Mo Jingchun returned to the lounge but was stunned. Where did all those people go just now? In the blink of an eye, only Li Qianqian was left. Mo Jingchun sat in silence with Li Qianqian, both quietly eating breakfast. More than 2 hours later, standing at the entrance of the military hospital after getting out of the car, Candy tugged at her sister's clothing while staring at the familiar cross symbol. "Sister, isn't this a hospital? When we left yesterday, he was bouncing with energy. Brother didn't seem sick at all. If he were truly ill, there's no way White would notice." For this reason, Zhou Yaling wasn't worried about her brother at all. Okay, Zhou Yaling looked over in surprise, Candy blushing with a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. Zero had to be doing this on purpose. It never asked like this before. Candy grinned awkwardly, quietly covering her smartwatch with her shirt. It's most likely not a flattering nickname. Right now, there's no time to deal with this. Zhou Yaling didn't stall. She quickly dialed her brother's number. The phone rang once and was picked up. From a distance, standing outside the hospital, Candy saw her brother. Walking down the corridor outside the ICU ward, Zhou Yaling wasn't naive. She guessed it must be someone who's on their deathbed. Chapter 685, Old Man. Chapter 685. Chapter 685, Old Man. Candy looked at Li Qianqian with curiosity, not expecting this older sister to appear here. It seemed like the older sister wasn't very happy. Although she was smiling, Candy didn't sense any joy from her at all. It felt somewhat heavy, just like the overwhelming feeling when Grandpa went to another world, the kind that radiated from my brother. Seeing the older sister raise her hand, Candy unconsciously walked over, letting her pat her on the head, not sure if it was out of pity or for some other reason. Li Qianqian's face bore a slight smile, yet it invoked a sense of heartache in others. Especially Zhou Yaling, being a girl herself, she could feel it more deeply. Candy looked around and asked puzzledly, "Why haven't I seen Mr. Chun?" Doesn't Mr. Li Qianqian trembled slightly. Her facial expression suddenly froze. "You're Mr. O." Then Mr. Li Qianqian pinched Candy's cheek and then withdrew her cold right hand. If only the teacher could remain like the noonday sun. Wouldn't that be great? But alas, the teacher has already become the setting sun. Just then, a knock at the door was heard. In an instant, Li Qianqian stood up and hurriedly went to open the door. Upon opening, outside stood a nurse wearing a mask, her face indiscernible. But from her eyes, it was clear that she was quite young. In those bright eyes, there was light. Indeed, Li Qianqian was appointed as a professor by Jing City University upon her graduation. It was both skill and legacy. Following Li Qianqian, Mo Jingchun, along with Candy, went through professional medical disinfection and under the scrutinizing gaze of the soldiers, finally entered the ward. Zhou Yaling, however, stayed back in the lounge with the bodyguards. Wearing an adult medical mask, the little one's face was half covered, with only her big, curious eyes peeking out, gazing around the ward at the various beeping devices. Looking at the teacher on the hospital bed, as thin as dry bones, yet still smiling. Emo Jingchun suddenly didn't know what to say. Seeing the little one curiously gazing around next to Emo Jingchun, Chun Shia's smile deepened. Among all the students he had taught in his life, Li Qianqian understood him best. Seeing this cute little one again was a wonderful thing. In this life, aside from the unresolved danger from space, he had no regrets. Chun Shia's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if something was lodged in his throat. The voice also seemed weak and feeble. Of course, being as thin as a rake, where would the strength come from to speak loudly? Upon hearing the voice, Candy looked over. Mr. Candy's eyes widened as she gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar Mr. Chun in front of her. The difference from how she remembered was too great. It turns out that when the older sister said Mr. Chun was sleeping here, he wasn't really sleeping, but was ill. Upon hearing the words little radish head, Candy raised her eyebrows, stood on her tiptoes. Next moment, a quick and crisp knuckle rapped on Candy's head. Seeing Candy jump up holding her head, Chun Shih chuckled softly. The next second, Chun Shih gave Emo Jingchun a stern look. Oh, an old man. Cough, cough. After a moment of reflection, Chun Shih deeply acknowledged that the time left to him was limited. No one knew his own physical condition better than himself. If it weren't for these machines, he might have gone long ago. Even so, he could feel clearly that once he fell asleep again, he might truly sleep forever. Li Qianqian nodded, handing a computer bag from a short distance away to Emo Jingchun. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, Chun Shih frowned and suddenly grabbed Emo Jingchun's hand. Even his voice gained a bit more strength. Seeing Mr. Chen's wide-open eyes, Candy was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. The hand that had been holding Emo Jingchun's naturally fell onto the blanket. Amidst the alarms from various machines, a group of doctors came rushing over, and Emo Jingchun and the others were also escorted out by nurses. Outside the ward, within less than 10 minutes, a crowd had gathered, with people continuously arriving from various places. The teacher, solitary in the latter half of his life, yet had students all over the world. After more than an hour of resuscitation by the doctors, academician Chen ultimately didn't make it through. Perhaps from being scared, from the hospital to the funeral parlor, Candy didn't say a word, her little hand tightly holding onto Emo Jingchun's, refusing to let go even for a moment. Chengnan Primary School, 1st grade, Class 1, Friday morning 2nd period, it's math class. The math teacher was, in fact, the class teacher, Chu Weijun. Chu Weijun looked at Emo Han's empty desk next to her and couldn't help but ask. Feeling the gaze of the homeroom teacher, Emo Han hesitated for a moment, then said, I heard from my grandma that Xiaochun and Tang. Glancing again at the flawless, unoccupied seat, Chu Weijun nodded. Let's start the class. The answer is 1, the students shouted together. Chu Weijun smiled slightly. Life and death are unpredictable. Oh. Sitting in the middle row, the chubby boy felt the flesh on his face tremble with fear. Just because my voice was a tad louder, how did the homeroom teacher zero in on me? Heavens help me, my dad told me the process yesterday, but I forgot all of it, only remembering the answer. Chapter 686, 4-footer arrives. Chapter 686, Chapter 686, 4-footer arrives. Being able to remember the answer was entirely because the result was 1. It's hard to forget. Looking at Cheng Pinyin, who seemed a bit flustered and dared not speak. After giving Cheng Pinyin a death stare, Chu Weijun casually said, Cheng Pinyin, with his head lowered, felt unconvinced inside. His dad said, the process isn't important, the result is. Just like having money at home, how the money came is not his concern. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Weijun took out the clock specifically used for teaching, which allows free rotation of the hour, minute, and second hands. It's not that Chu Weijun is being unfair, but nowadays, perhaps half of the families don't have this kind of clock at home. Just as Chu Weijun was about to introduce the second hand, a small figure stood at the classroom door with a backpack. Candy was also quite afraid of the homeroom teacher, a fear without reason. For this reason, Upon reaching the classroom door, Candy didn't dare to enter directly, but instead stared wide-eyed at the homeroom teacher. Under Mo. Xiaoxue's gaze, Chu Weijun instead felt a little uneasy. Ahem, Mo Xiaoxue, you're back? Candy blinked innocently and said, Mr. With that, Candy ran back to her seat and winked at Xiang'er. Seeing that there was no dust on her desk, Candy made a heart gesture to Xiang'er. Seeing the class president and the study committee member making small gestures under the podium, Chu could only turn a blind eye. One he couldn't afford to offend, the other he personally selected. Fortunately, the two little ones were still relatively obedient. After his reminder, they were both attentively looking at him, or more accurately, at the clock he was holding. After Chu Weijun left the classroom, Xiang'er tapped Candy's arm and curiously asked, Mo Xiaoxue, where have you been these 3 days? Candy raised an eyebrow and sighed lightly. Grandpa Chun? Xiang'er scratched her head in confusion. Let's not talk about that. Xiang'er glanced at Cheng Ping'an, who was daydreaming with his chin in his hands, and quietly said, Xiang'er couldn't help but laugh and whispered in Candy's ear. Hearing this, Candy raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, actions like Xiaopong's are exactly what her brother taught her. Running away is the best strategy. Seeing that Li Qinyu wasn't in the classroom, Xiang'er nodded. Going home and getting hit again, Candy couldn't quite figure out. Meanwhile, at the reception desk of the Candy Science and Technology Park office building, the employee stared in disbelief as a little kid swaggered in. Whose child is this, coming here of all places? Look at that gaze, acting like they own the place, full of swagger. Just as Zero was preparing to pass through the turnstile and give the boss a huge surprise upstairs. Her 4-foot stature was blocked by 2 receptionists. Whose child are you? Do you remember your family's phone number? At this time, the kids in the area are either in kindergarten or attending Chengnan Primary School. There shouldn't be any kids wandering in the park. Both receptionists thought the same. An outsider's child must have strayed into the park. As to how they got in, that's a mystery. The 2 receptionists didn't think much beyond that it's Friday and a child this young should be in school, not here. Zero looked up at the 2 employees with smiles and decided to let it slide. Under their astonished gaze, Zero took out an employee badge from her pocket and hung it around her neck. Taking advantage of their momentary surprise, Zero swiftly passed through the turnstile. As Wu Yijing snapped out of it and was about to question her, another pulled her back. Seeing Huang's meaningful look, Wu Yijing chose to stay silent. In Wu Yijing's astonished gaze, the 4-foot figure took the boss's dedicated elevator upstairs. No wonder Huang was signaling her. But who is this child? She looks somewhat like Candy. Could she be a relative of the boss? Huang. Seeing no one around, Huang whispered in Wu Yijing's ear, Director? The company has positions like Financial Director, HR Director. Wait, Zero? Wu Yijing widened her eyes, covering her mouth in shock. It's her. Huang nodded gravely. Looking at Huang's face, both serious and yet calm, Wu Yijing was at a loss for words. Is this really normal? Without the corresponding professional knowledge, Wu Yijing really couldn't tell. Ding-dong as the dedicated elevator doors opened. The guards in the lounge instinctively looked over. The boss is in the office. Candy is at school. Who would be using the dedicated elevator at this time? Chapter 687. To drink chicken soup, you need a stomach first. Chapter 687. Chapter 687. To drink chicken soup, you need a stomach first. Watching the figure emerge from the private elevator, everyone suddenly stood up. Every face was filled with shock and alertness. Even though it was a child, Captain Wild Wolf dared not be careless, especially since they'd followed the boss for so long and had never seen such a person, nor had they received any prior notice from the boss. So, even if this child came up via the private elevator, they were still an object of strict vigilance. After a few steps, she was stopped. Normally, anyone would be angry, but Zero wasn't. Instead, she nodded approvingly. In Lone Wolf and the other surprised gazes, Zero patted the bionic hand that stopped her. Not bad vigilance. Finishing her words, Zero, who had long anticipated such an action, patted the employee badge hanging on her small chest. Hearing this, Lone Wolf's old face darkened. Just as he was about to educate the little brat, the next moment, his whole body stiffened. Artificial intelligence? Zero. Lone Wolf's mind became a bit muddled for a moment. Glancing at the surprised Lone Wolf, Zero chuckled and sidestepped to the right, bypassing the dumbfounded Lone Wolf, and continued forward. Though not knowing what happened, the others in the lounge didn't act recklessly because Lone Wolf made a tactical gesture only they understood internally. Watching the little girl bounce into the boss's office, everyone stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Xiaphixia patted Lone Wolf. Turning around, Lone Wolf said just one word to his comrades, causing all their expressions to display disbelief. At this very moment in the office, Emote Jing Chun, while sipping tea, saw someone enter, and upon a closer look, spewed the tea from his mouth, nearly dropping the cup in his hand. Others might not recognize her, but how could Emote Jing Chun not recognize Zero's form? It's known that in his private laboratory, Zero often runs out through holographic projection to chat with him. Not far away, Xia Xiaoman was dumbfounded watching the little girl enter, as well as the boss's reaction. 2 meters tall, putting down the teacup, Emote Jing Chun huffed slightly. Zero blinked, twirling around with her skirt fluttering in the breeze. Isn't it cute and nice looking? Sniffing with her lifelike nose, Zero smugly huffed. The 10 whites in the lab together aren't my match. Don't believe me? Listening to the conversation between artificial intelligence Zero and the boss contained quite a lot of information, making Xia Xiaoman feel the urge to leave the office immediately. Zero being able to beat 10 whites together is terrifying enough. Then the question arises, what is the thing Zero can't beat? But for some reason, Xia Xiaoman felt these words were intentionally said for her to hear. The next moment, Xia Xiaoman's worry was gone, replaced with some joy on her face. Hey. Being tweaked by the boss, Zero couldn't feel pain, but she worried the boss would pull hard and damage her bionic ear, so she had to go along with the force. This time, Zero realized, finally understanding why Candy always ran away before getting caught in trouble. But after seeing the boss's cold sneer through the hidden camera behind, Zero held back. Fiddling with the employee badge in her hand, Emote Jing Chun chuckled out of anger. A director position. How could he as the boss not know the company had such a position? Zero counted on her fingers. Emote Jing Chun initially thought not many. However, Zero and Candy were indeed mischievous. Mischievous, right? Think you're funny, right? Emote Jing Chun's mouth curled up as he blandly said. Zero turned back with wide eyes staring at the boss. A minute later, all employees received an email sent uniformly by the system. Looking at the content of the email and Zero's photo, few employees paid attention. It's just the virtual image of artificial intelligence Zero, a completely normal thing. Xiaobing already has a virtual image. Soon, at lunchtime, those who saw the little girl beside Emote Jing Chun began to doubt life. Isn't it a virtual image? How is there a real one? Walking on the way to the cafeteria, Emote Jing Chun's attention was on Zero. Zero spread her hands, openly giving up. Then go ahead. Indeed, the most common path walked is the boss's scheme. No wonder Candy gets tricked every day. It's not that we aren't trying, but the enemy is too cunning. In a private room over 20 square meters, Su Pengfei and a few others silently watched Zero, who sat on a bench with her chin resting in her hands, eagerly watching them eat. Zero turned her head away, not wanting to talk. Hearing the boss's jest, Zero revealed 2 small canine teeth angrily. With that expression, that action, those unaware of the truth might really mistake Zero for a real person. Don't let Zero's appearance deceive you. Zero put her hands on her hips, looking up silently at the ceiling. Chapter 688, Settling Old and New Scores Together. Chapter 688. Chapter 688. Settling Old and New Scores Together 10 million? Su Pengfei and a few others reevaluated Zero, and then nodded. 1 white can sell for several million. So Zero's entire being for 10 million seems pretty reasonable. Reasonable, my foot. Others might not know, but Does Mo Jing-chun not know the production cost of white? Compared to the selling price, the cost is ridiculously low. Mo Jing-chun didn't say anything, so everyone just assumed he agreed by default. Everyone was curiously looking at Zero, thinking that besides being cute, this body of Zero's must hide a lot of abilities. Otherwise, how do you explain the cost coming to 10 million? It's just a bit of a shame that Zero can't eat and drink like humans in the movies. After all, movies are movies. On second thought, it makes sense. What's the use of a robot needing to eat and drink? Unless it's a custom-made companion robot. Otherwise, it's just a waste of space. During the lunchtime nap, Mo Jing-chun was sleeping in the bedroom, while Zero, who stayed in the office, set her sights on Candy's bicycle. Zero had simulated riding a bicycle on the computer, but can a simulation feel the same as reality? Little Gray, lying on the floor, looked up at Zero and continued sleeping. Sitting on the bicycle, Zero pedaled hard, just like during the simulation. The next moment, Zero and the bicycle capsized together. The noise startled both Little Gray and Bun. Zero raised an eyebrow and started analyzing the problem. After trying again, she succeeded in one go. Having discovered the joy of riding a bicycle, Zero simply couldn't stop. And although the boss's office was big, it was no longer enough for this untamable wild horse. Most importantly, Zero worried about breaking something in the office. Otherwise, the boss would find a way to reclaim her pocket money. Pocket money used for odds and ends. Isn't that the purpose? No problem at all. Going downstairs and riding the bicycle on the asphalt road, Zero let her spirit fly free. Woohoo! Upon hearing the ghostly wail, the dagger in the osmanthus tree fell with a flutter. After a sharp break, Zero smiled at the dagger with its wary, snarling face. One experiment hall. Showing more ferocity would definitely draw a stop. Woof, 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 oh my word. For the sake of a skirt worth a few $100, Zero immediately rode the bicycle away, and the dagger chased for less than 50 meters before stopping and leisurely walking back. Upon waking from his nap, it took Mo Jing-chun a moment to realize Zero was missing from the office. Outside, the sun was shining, and a child riding a bicycle around the park couldn't help but draw everyone's attention. Xia Xiaoman looked at the boss with a strange expression and said, "Boss, Zero is downstairs." Shooting a glance at Xia Xiaoman, Mo Jing-chun got up, picked up the teacup, and walked to the window. Mo Jing-chun glanced back at where the bicycle was originally placed and remained silent. Even Little Gray the foolish dog was persistently chasing Zero, clueless as to what Zero had done. From such a distance, Mo Jing-chun could sense that Little Gray was definitely cursing a blue streak. Thinking about taming both difficult personalities, Mo Jing-chun sighed, and, with his back to Xia Xiaoman, said, "Xia, hurry up and buy another bicycle." Mo Jing-chun thought, in the future, with fun toys, it might require buying 2 of each. If Zero were just an artificial intelligence without personal thoughts and personality, it wouldn't matter, but Zero isn't like that. Leaving aside her identity, Zero genuinely looks no different from a human. Having thoughts, having emotions. Zero must have heard the conversation in the office, probably very delighted at this moment. Sure enough, Mo Jing-chun saw Zero came to a stop, waved in his direction, and the next second, seeing Little Gray nearing her, Zero sped off on the bicycle again. They maintained a constant distance between them. Little Gray, if only a bit smarter, should have given up already. By 5:30 in September, the sun was about to set. The students, lined up by class on the playground, could see the half-sky glowing with a sunset red. Hearing the loudspeaker's announcement, Candy and Xiang Er, familiar with each other, stepped out from the lineup and headed straight for the school bus. On the bus, Candy couldn't wait to take out 2 big red apples from her backpack. 10 minutes later, the school bus arrived at the Science and Technology Park, and Candy had only eaten half of the big red apple. Brother about to give her brother a hug, Candy's smile froze when she saw Zero, slightly taller than her, standing next to her brother, her eyes widening. In her brother's lab, Candy often saw Zero, so she wasn't unfamiliar with Zero's appearance. What shocked her was that Zero had actually come out of the computer. Mo Jing-chun and Zhou Yaling stood still in the wind, quietly watching Zero being dragged onto the bus by Candy, muttering, "Come on, let's start with the girl who sold nuclear bombs. And don't think I've forgotten how you always tattled to him, Zero." Chapter 689, 10 Yuan, Not a Penny More. Chapter 689. Chapter 689. 10 Yuan, Not a Penny More. Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling exchange a glance, both of their eyes filled with helplessness. Well, it looks like the house will be a mess frequently in the future. Mo Jingchun silently mourned for Little Gray and Bun for a second. Saying this, Mo Jingchun headed straight for another car. Being a shield between these two little ancestors is no easy task, and Zhou Yaling understood this well, so she unhesitatingly swapped seats with the bodyguard. Who are Xiaobang and Li Qingyu? Of course, Zero knows. Her database even has a video saved of the two fighting. To be precise, it was Li Qingyu taking a punch for no reason. Candy, your analogy is really bad, I'm telling you. Candy let out a cold laugh, hands in her pockets, angrily saying, "Zero, even though I'm still a first grader, I'm not stupid." Zero was silent for a moment and then played her trump card. Hearing the alert from her smartwatch, Candy subtly raised her wrist to take a closer look at the notification. The next moment, something happened that even surprised the seasoned Xiaphixia. In critical times, it's all about the power of money. Xiaphixia, who was driving, tried hard to control his facial muscles, forcing himself not to laugh. Indeed, the boss is the boss, with foresight. No wonder he didn't take this car today. Clearly, the boss didn't want to watch the drama between these two performers. Does Candy care about 100 yuan? She actually does. At school, although the cafeteria has all sorts of delicious food, there are some things it doesn't have, like soda, spicy strips. And with money, one can buy in the school's convenience store. At this point, the role of pocket money is evident. One thing Candy always regretted was impulsively putting all her pocket money in the piggy bank, and now she couldn't get out even if she wanted to. Thinking of this, Candy chuckled, leaning over to whisper in Zero's ear, "Zero, our classmates get pocket money every week." This question truly stumped Zero, mainly because the boss often doesn't follow the usual playbook, making it impossible to analyze whether he'd be willing to give it or not. A while back, she merely wanted 2 billion, and lastly, the boss grudgingly gave 100 million while swearing. Sigh, Zero spread her hands, indicating even she couldn't decide. Under the sunset, 4 identical white cars stopped between 3 villas, and as Mo Jingchun, who had just opened the car door, got out, he was grabbed by Candy. Glancing at Zero, who was watching from afar, Mo Jingchun looked down at Candy, expectantly shaking his right hand. Let the show begin. Mo Jingchun thought inwardly. Brother from the other side, Zhou Yaling, who had just gotten out of the car, was covered in goosebumps upon hearing the brother. It was just too cringy. As he said this, Mo Jingchun warningly glanced at Zero. To say Candy, suddenly acting coquettish, had nothing to do with Zero was something Mo Jingchun would never believe. Seeing the boss's gaze, Zero put on an innocent look. Candy asking for pocket money. What does that have to do with me, Zero? Candy rubbed her fingers, dropping a hint that was very obvious. Yet Mo Jingchun pretended not to see it, playing dumb. From a distance, Zero saw it and thought it was hopeless. Gritting her teeth, Candy smiled to herself and murmured, "Xiaopang gets 200 a week, Yang Lan Hong gets 50 a week." Saying this, Candy sighed. Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched, and even Zhou Yaling next to him couldn't stand it. The performance was a bit over the top. Everyone's gone through elementary school. Don't adults see through such little thoughts? She pouted. Zhou Yaling didn't say anything, but strangely felt worried for the school's convenience store for 3 seconds and wondered if the store owner's connections were strong enough. No use saying you don't. Someone without connections can't open a convenience store in school. That's impossible. Xiang'er only needs 10 yuan a week, which means 10 yuan is enough. Oops, I let it slip. Candy covered her mouth, very remorseful, and secretly thought the pocket money she almost got might be gone. Zero looked innocent, How did she still get into trouble lying down? By the way, does the 100 yuan from the way back count? Go study for half an hour, giving looks in front of me, huh? Watching the two head upstairs towards the study room, Mo Jingchun then started dealing with his own affairs. Little Gray acted like it didn't hear anything, hiding behind Bun. Thankfully, Bun's body was big enough where Little Gray's big dog head couldn't be hidden. Montak Yingchun snorted coldly. Pitiful. Zhou Yaling paused, somewhat admiringly looking at the cringing Little Gray. So, Little Gray is a true warrior, even dared to provoke someone who can shock with electricity. Chapter 690, Errand Fee. Chapter 690, Errand Fee Morning. One moment, Candy was still dreaming, and the next, she was awake. Candy habitually looked at her watch, and indeed, it was right on time. She yawned, got up, and began to change clothes. For some reason, ever since starting elementary school, she's been getting sleepier every morning and less inclined to get out of bed, as if there are hands pulling her back. Unfortunately, not getting up isn't an option. Being late has serious consequences. After breakfast, Mo Jingchun wiped his mouth with a napkin, then took a 10-yuan note he borrowed from Zhou Yaling out of his pocket. It's embarrassing to say, but as the richest man in Hua County, he has to borrow pocket money from his little sister. If this were spread, no one would believe it, yet it's true. Mo Jingchun doesn't even have a coin on him or in the study. If you were to ask who has the most cash in the family, surprisingly, it would be Candy. She quickly gulped down her milk and discreetly put the money in her pocket. After some thought, she felt uneasy since she once lost a red envelope before. Under the gaze of Mo Jingchun and the others, Candy placed the money in the bottom layer of her pencil case. Kids in the first grade can easily do such things. Not because they are bad, but because many kids at this age can't control their desires. Anyway, by the time he got to high school, Mo Jingchun never heard of classmates stealing money. It's different in college. In a college dorm, a 100 yuan note on the table won't go missing, but some things, as soon as they appear on the table, could be gone by the time you come back from the restroom, such as cigarettes, napkins, snacks, laundry. Of course, Mo Jingchun didn't really know if it was like this, as he'd never lived in a college dorm himself, but he'd heard classmates complain about it. As for what happens in girls' dorms, that's even more unknown. Candy wasn't too concerned, as the classmates' pocket money starts at 10 yuan, with some getting even more, so if they were to take something, they'd take more. Moreover, there are cameras in the classroom. Whoever takes it would be a fool. Indeed, Mo Jingchun was also misguided, projecting his past learning environment. In the car, Candy looked at Little Gray shivering under her feet, completely puzzled. The weather isn't cold, so what is Little Gray trembling about? Both Xiaphixia, who was driving, and Lone Wolf, sitting in the front passenger seat, twitched their mouths simultaneously. How could you not know why Little Gray is trembling? Everyone clearly saw yesterday that one slap had dazed the formerly cocky Little Gray. Little Gray really was bold, daring to bite the tigers, but Lone Wolf glanced in the rearview mirror, meeting Zero's gaze. In that instant, Lone Wolf felt like he was being watched by a wild beast, feeling a chill down his spine. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. No one knew Zero's combat capabilities, but they weren't likely to be weaker than White's. Without any weapons, even with his bionic arm, Lone Wolf wouldn't dare claim he could outfight White. To put it bluntly, White isn't afraid of pain, but humans are. Not to mention the added spell attacks. Once employees went to work, Mo Jingchun looked over at Zero, who was checking out a new bicycle. Zero gave the procurement department a big thumbs up without hesitation. Mo Jingchun gave Zero a look, and Zero chuckled awkwardly before hurrying off. In the finance department, the old employee cashkeeper Miao Fengjiao looked bewilderedly at the AI Zero, extending her hand to her. What exactly did she want from her? The title Master Steward felt awkward as soon as Miao Fengjiao said it. Being questioned by Zero, Miao Fengjiao felt even more bewildered. Then that's it. Didn't you receive the OA process approval notification? The next second, Miao Fengjiao's phone chimed. Miao Fengjiao glanced at it, And it was indeed the OA process. Reminder, it had just arrived. Zero, expressionless, looked at Miao Fengjiao, unwilling to admit that the process was only just initiated. Miao Fengjiao didn't think much of it, assuming a network delay caused the information delay. She couldn't understand what the boss wanted with all these 10-yuan notes, but it wasn't her place as a cashkeeper to question it. Minutes later, Zero nodded in satisfaction after receiving the cash and left without looking back. After Zero left the finance department, the entire department came alive again, with everyone curiously discussing Zero. Zero didn't bother with these women's gossip tendencies. A crucial place like the finance department had several times more surveillance equipment than other places. Did they really think she couldn't hear their whispers? Mo Jingchun handed a single 10-yuan note from the fresh stack of cash to Zero. If it weren't for the fact that Zero's account had millions, she might have actually believed the boss's nonsense. Just as Mo Jingchun was about to retract the note, Zero swiftly swiped the 10-yuan note with lightning speed. 10 yuan isn't much, but it could let her negotiate a condition with Candy. Next time she gets a chance, she also wants to ride on the rocking chair. Every time, she could only watch. Even saying she wasn't envious would be a lie. Watching Zero leave the office with a bicycle, Mo Jingchun's lips slightly curled upward. In the days that followed, Mo Jingchun noticed a major benefit at home with Zero around. Little Gray was no longer causing trouble, behaving like a bun, either sleeping or eagerly eating meals. Except every time Little Gray ate, he would stare intently at Zero, his gaze quite odd. This silly dog, could he be thinking of continually eating his way to winning people over with kindness? Chapter 691, Vacation. Chapter 691, Vacation. Not bad. There must be a lot of homework as well, Mo Jingchun said casually, and the smile on Candy's face immediately froze. Mo Jingchun glanced at Candy's serious face and said cheerfully, "Not yet." Upon hearing this, Candy's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her brother. "What? Which classmate's parent is it? How are you going to have a chat? All right, it's not a big deal. None of your teachers mentioned it in the group. What's there to worry about?" Candy looked at her brother in shock, finding it hard to believe that he said something like not doing homework. Seeing Candy's shocked expression, Mo Jingchun coughed and said, "As long as your grades are good, it doesn't matter if you don't do homework. Back when I was a student, I never did homework during holidays." Eating her meal, Zhou Yaling rolled her eyes. She had no intention of setting a bad example for children. Don't listen to your brother. How can a student not do homework? Upon hearing that, Candy slumped at once. It's not that she's scared, but honestly, is there anyone in the entire class who doesn't fear the class teacher? No words are needed. A mere glance is enough. Like primary schools, Candy Technology also arranged an 8-day holiday for all employees. Apart from those in special positions, most are either planning to travel or visit home. On Friday, because of the holiday, the 3 afternoon classes were advanced, and a bit past 3, Chengnan Primary School had already let out. Along with Xiang Air, the group of Candy finished cleaning the classroom, and there were hardly any people left on the playground. Thankfully, the school bus counts the students every day, so there's no chance of sneaking away early. Clearly, Candy's worries were unfounded. Without Candy, not even 100 doses of courage would allow the driver to leave. On the playground, Candy and Xiang Er ran towards the school bus with their backpacks. In front of Dormitory Building 1, at this time, Zero was the only one waiting for the school bus. A bit past 3, the other employees were still at work. Seeing the school bus approaching slowly, Zero stepped back 3 steps to give the driver enough space to maneuver. "Silly, it's still early." Xiang Er waved and entered the dormitory building. Grandma was probably still at work, but luckily she had the dorm room keys. Just waiting at home for Grandma to finish work is fine. Feeling the weight of the backpack, Zero just took it away. Candy stopped in her tracks and slapped her thighs with both hands. Zero shrugged and didn't say anything. Having messed up once, surely there wouldn't be a second time. The two chatted back and forth until they reached the office, only to find that the brother was not there at all. Oh, at this point, Candy wasn't surprised at all. Just half an hour. That's quite normal. Not far away, Xia Xiaoman pretended to be a deaf person, as if she heard nothing. Mo Jingchuan's legs were numb. He came out of the bedroom, leaning on the wall, and immediately heard Zero bragging. How dare he say he's good at gaming, talking about others cheating when he's the one doing it. In terms of reaction speed, how can any human compare to an AI? Only Candy, this little naive egg, would actually believe it. Candy nodded while playing the game. Her attention was again focused on it. After sitting down, Mo Jingshun patted his numb thighs. So, think about it. Candy's eyes widened. That's a clear threat. Just about to start another game. Candy thought for a moment and quit the game. Zero stuck out her tongue at the boss. And you're undocumented. Upon saying this, Mo Jingshun raised his eyebrows. Without an ID, taking Zero out is indeed inconvenient. Chapter 692, Nightmare. Chapter 692, Nightmare. The last non-human to get an ID card was a giant panda. Zero was immediately unconvinced. She's a unique super AI, not as rare as a giant panda. With Mo Jingshun watching the show, Zero really went over and grabbed the phone. Zero snorted proudly, the phone unlocking without a password instantly. She flipped through the contacts and called without a second thought. Initially planning to keep pretending to be mute, Xia Xiaoman silently picked up a folder and left the office in big strides. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the call was answered on the other end. Hello. Mo Jingchun spread his hands, signaling Zero to continue. Hello. As soon as Zero spoke, Qin Yuzhu on the other end fell silent. After a long while, Qin Yuzhu asked, Who are you? There was silence again for a few seconds, then somewhat uncertainly. At the base, listening to the child's voice on the phone, Qin Yuzhu confirmed it was indeed Zero and twitched her mouth. This AI has a bug, doesn't it? Why is it calling her for no reason? Yes, Qin Yuzhu asked in astonishment. These days, even AI wants an ID card? Exactly. I'll work as your network security consultant, and you give me an ID card. How about that? I've sent you a vulnerability list. Mo Jingshun covered his face, unwilling to speak. No business transaction starts with giving out all the chips to others. Mo Jingshun, I can't make this decision. Qin Yuzhu knew Mo Jingshun must be nearby. Mo Jingshun glanced at her and said, They haven't agreed yet. At the base, after handing the list to the professional staff, Qin Yuzhu went straight to report to her superiors. With that, she left, with the professionals dumbfounded by her words. In the not-so-large meeting room, 6 people were seated, and, as the director, Qin Yuzhu could only sit at the back. The reason our nation has a history of over 5,000 years is its strong inclusiveness. At this point, the middle-aged man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. As one of those in the know, he was aware that part of the official AI's code also came from Mo Jingshun, but he never expected such a vast difference. After the meeting was over, before leaving, the middle-aged man specifically instructed Qin Yuzhu to have Zero fix all the vulnerabilities promptly. In the evening, Zero was standing on a stool, learning to cook with Zhou Yaling. Seeing Zero floating in mid-air, Mo Jingshun was surprised and walked over to take a closer look. Mo Jingshun reached out into the hollow area and felt a strong airflow. Instantly, Mo Jingshun lost interest. It turned out to be gas suspension technology. He thought Zero had secretly developed anti-gravity technology. Momentarily speechless, Mo Jingshun took a deep breath and returned to the sofa to continue watching the news. Half an hour later, facing a table full of delicious dishes, Mo Jingshun eagerly scooped a bowl of rice and loudly called, Candy, do your homework tomorrow. Coming that night, it turned into a nightmare for all boys and small overseas websites. Certain movies were no longer accessible. Everyone trying to bypass the firewall to see something discovered without exception that their previous ways no longer worked. Furthermore, many groups spent the entire night discussing without coming up with a new method to bypass the firewall. The next day, the first day of the 8-day holiday, Candy, who claimed to be doing homework, lazed in bed and didn't wake up until 9:30 a.m. After brushing teeth, washing face, and eating breakfast, another half hour passed. She wrote homework for less than an hour in the morning, and it was lunchtime again. At the dining table, Imo Jingchuan's lips curled slightly as he murmured, "Should I go hiking or swimming tomorrow?" The next second, Candy froze for a moment, then quickly lowered her head and silently ate at a pace much faster than usual. "Brother, sister, I'm done. I'm going upstairs to do my homework." Watching Candy dash upstairs, Zhou Yaling turned to her brother, who was laughing. Hearing this, Imo Jingchun humbly waved his hand. Zhou Yaling, however, didn't care. Though the same trick won't work again, doesn't she know how deep her brother's bag of tricks is? Candy would never escape brother's grasp. Chapter 693. Tears Well Up. Chapter 693. Chapter 693. Tears well up. Everyone says kids have short attention spans and need someone watching them to do their homework. But in Imo Jingchuan's opinion, that's just nonsense. As long as you turn homework from a passive task into an active one, is there any need to worry about kids not doing it or not taking it seriously? The key is finding the right solution. It's like this. If you walk through a crowd with a cup of tea and politely ask people to make way, not many will listen. Most people will instinctively step aside. That's the most genuine side of human nature. In the yard, Imo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling are lounging on deck chairs, soaking up the sunlight of the afternoon at around 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, Candy is munching on a plate of fruit from the small table, not at all worried about her sister checking her homework. At least, there's no sign of worry on her face. Zhou Yaling glanced through it. Such a little bit of homework. She could have finished it in half an hour if it were her. With these words, the lazy Zhou Yaling tossed the homework books on her brother's lap. Imo Jingchun yawned, put down his sunflower seeds, picked up the books, and flipped through them carelessly, not paying much attention. He planned to take Candy and Zero, the two big third wheels, out to play anyway. Whether the homework was done didn't really matter. Mo Jingchun just wanted to tease his little sister. Of course, it would save the embarrassment of coming home from the trip and having to explain why no homework was done when the teacher broadcasts it to the parents' group. "We'll probably be gone for 5 days. Getting to go out and play, such a minor issue is nothing. It's just 5 days after all. Bringing 5 outfits isn't a big deal since she's not the one doing the laundry anyway." With her mouth stuffed with fruit, Candy mumbled in agreement and continued snacking from the table. Really, her brother and sister are awful. She was upstairs doing homework, and they didn't send her any snacks. As he cracked open more sunflower seeds, Imo Jingchun casually said, "Eat slowly, don't choke." At these words, Candy rolled her eyes dramatically, gulped down the fruit, and loudly complained, "Brother, you're lying to a kid again." Montauk Yingchun's mouth twitched. Honestly, you can't really blame him. He simply forgot. Kenny was at a loss for words. So self-sufficiency is a problem now. It's just that she may have occasionally snuck a tiny bit more snacks and fruit. Why is her brother making an issue of it? After thinking for a while, Candy came up with a retort. Under the camellia tree, Zero, who was teasing a dog, turned around with an innocent expression and looked at Candy. "Why am I getting hit by this?" "Candy, you can still grow taller, but I still have a chance to get a new body." Candy blinked and smiled dumbly. "Huh?" Imo Jingchun pushed up his sunglasses. He realized that Candy, only in first grade, had somehow learned to use such advanced vocabulary. In the morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the curtains into the cozy pink bedroom. As time passed, that ray of light started to move. Feeling the warmth on her face, Candy, in her drowsiness, thought it was Bun sleeping there, and instinctively reached out to touch, only to grab air. In a sleepy haze, Candy continued to sleep for another 10 minutes, by which time the sunbeam was shining right into her eyes. Candy grudgingly pulled the quilt over her head. The next moment, she ripped it off, checked her left hand, and gasped. It was already 8:30, and nobody had come to wake her up. This is not normal. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Candy slipped into her slippers and started rushing downstairs. Just as she stepped out, Zero's voice came from her watch. "You're the sleepyhead." Candy scrunched her nose and harumphed. "Where's my brother?" Indeed, they were in the car. The elder brother went to pick up Li Xuanyu, then returned for their things, ready to take her and Candy out to play. Candy plopped down on the cold floor, tears welling up in her eyes. As she was about to cry, Zhou Yaling opened her door with a yawn. Zhou Yaling also heard part of Zero and Candy's conversation earlier. With that, before Candy's astonished eyes, tears involuntarily spilled out, and her sister closed the door with a bang. Laughing and chatting, Mo Jingchun and Li Xuanyu walked in, feeling the tension in the air. And rightly so. 2-meter individuals glared at each other across the table, silently waiting for the other to speak. As Mo Jingchun spoke, Candy broke down, unable to hold back her complaint. "I didn't." Standing beside Mo Jingchun, Li Xuanyu, with a touch of light makeup, smiled warmly, stepping in as a peacemaker. Candy turned her head defiantly in mock disdain, withdrawing her objection. Staring at Zero had made her neck sore. She'd been hoping her brother would return soon to rescue her. P.S. He dozed off by accident, hence the slightly delayed update. Chapter 694. No Match. Chapter 694. Chapter 694. No match. Seeing the tear marks on Candy's face, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but ask. Candy, who had just sat down on the sofa to rest for a while, was taken aback and said, "Is it that obvious?" Mo Jingchun patted his forehead and said helplessly, "The tear marks on your face are so obvious." After changing clothes, she forgot to wash her face and brush her teeth, and ran downstairs to bicker with Zero. Standing idle for 10 minutes, she forgot all about it. Watching Candy run upstairs, Mo Jingchun glanced sideways at Zero, who was putting on an innocent look. Seeing Zero nod in agreement, Mo Jingchun suddenly felt his knuckles itching. Why get angry with kids? Li Xuanyu kept winking at Zero. After about 10 minutes, Candy came out of the elevator holding a piece of bread in her left hand and dragging a small suitcase with her right. Listening to the conversation between Mo Jingchun and Candy, Li Xuanyu could see why Zero liked teasing Candy. Like owner, like AI, it's all passed down. Oh, that's too bad. In an instant, the bread was placed on the dining table. Growing kids shouldn't compromise on breakfast. Mo Jingchun, still not wanting to get up, said to himself, sigh. Feeling scornful inside, Candy didn't show it on her face. Watching Candy turn and take the elevator upstairs, Li Xuanyu glared at Mo Jingchun. No way. Candy is so smart. Before long, Candy came out of the elevator, struggling to push her brother's large black suitcase. Twisting her neck, she gasped and asked, "Brother, what's in your suitcase?" Under Candy's incredulous gaze, Mo Jingchun took Li Xuanyu's hand and laughingly went out first. In the living room, only a dumbfounded Candy and Zero were left. Before Zero could speak, Candy quickly dragged her suitcase and ran out. Zero chuckled softly and effortlessly lifted Candy's heavy suitcase onto his shoulder. Outside the courtyard, Candy saw her brother leaning against the car door with his hands in his pockets, smiling at her. Feeling the change in her brother's gaze, she looked back doubtfully. Watching Zero easily place the suitcase into the trunk with one hand, Candy gasped. If that hand landed on her, but it would surely hurt. Zero turned his head quizzically towards Candy. At that moment, Candy felt she loved Zero even more. You have to love him. Even after eating 10 more years of rice, she wouldn't be able to beat Zero. Alone, it's like a drama, and now they take turns acting. Only when they're separated at work do things quiet down a bit. Amidst Candy's repeated, "I love you," Zero courteously placed Candy's suitcase in the trunk as well. With a bang, the car door closed. Us. Zero shrugged indifferently, while Candy just smiled sheepishly. Fighting wasn't going to happen. She knew she couldn't win, so fighting would be pointless. She wasn't going to act foolishly. Will they be okay sitting together? Getting into the car, Li Xuanyu seemed a bit concerned about the 2 kids in the car behind. This confused Li Xuanyu even more. 4 cars moved slowly within the neighborhood, and you couldn't feel a bump while sitting inside. Yes. Saying this, Imo Jingchun couldn't help but smile. Elsewhere, chatting and laughing with Zero, Candy squeezed Zero's soft, slender arm, then looked up at Lone Wolf Uncle sitting in the passenger seat. Red-faced, Lone Wolf held back for a long moment before saying, "Driving." Xiaphixia burst into laughter, but the next second, Xiaphixia couldn't laugh anymore. Hearing Xiaphixia's laughter, Candy's attention immediately shifted to Xiaphixia. Candy's eyes showed a hint of expectation. At this, Zero chuckled and said, "Candy, don't worry. While we're out traveling, I can protect you. Don't forget, I can fly too." Chapter 695, So Angry, Yet He Fell Asleep. Chapter 695, So Angry, Yet He Fell Asleep. Obviously, Candy didn't think Zero's flying was that impressive. Whoa. Zero suddenly covered Candy's mouth tightly, making exaggerated expressions. Candy, struggling for a while, but unable to pry Zero's hand off, nodded to show she understood, and only then did Zero let go. Candy pouted, her cheeks puffed up in a bit of grievance. She was too happy for a moment and forgot her brother's admonition. Luckily, she hadn't said it out loud, or she would have been punished again. In the front, Xiaphixia and Lone Wolf stared straight ahead, as if they were deaf and hadn't heard anything. With experience, on the subsequent road trip, Candy would always ponder over whether she could say something before speaking. That evening, Imo Jingchun and the group arrived at Huizhou, the most famous tourist spot in a province. Ahem. You wouldn't believe it if I told you, but this is my first time. Why is that? An province spans such a large area from east to west, north to south. Imo Jingchun pointed at Candy, who was standing with hands on hips, gesturing confidently to Zero, and said, "You have to wait for the right opportunity." All of a sudden, several homestay owners gathered around, unfazed by the bodyguards. With 19 people in Imo Jingchun's group, it was quite a big deal. During the National Day holiday, with so many people traveling, Imo Jingchun had planned the route a week in advance and reserved rooms along the travel route. Of course, Mo Jingchun only gave orders. All the work was done by Xia Xiaoman. As long as nothing unexpected happened on the road, following the checklist would be just fine. From the outside, the homestay was a 3-story villa, a classic Huizhou architecture. Not just this homestay, but since entering Huizhou, Imo Jingchun noticed that all the buildings had a unified style. Imo Jingchun distributed the room keys after receiving them. Candy took a room key with a puzzled face, and in the next second, Zero took it from her. Before Candy could say anything, Zero had already pulled her to the guest room on the second floor. After pushing open the guest room door, Zero led Candy straight inside. In between talking, Zero found a 220V household charging socket, and under Candy's astonished gaze, Zero's fingers shrunk and plugged into the socket. Candy asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Zero rolled her eyes and said, "You all have meals. Don't I need to charge?" The hidden camera in the socket was hard for the human eye to see, but thanks to Zero's full room scan, it was discovered easily. Zero casually removed the camera and used her phone to alert the awkward duo that had just entered the room. "Boss, I found a hidden camera on this socket here." Imo Jingchun looked at all the glowing indicator lights in the guest room, seriously suspecting they were all cameras. A dozen minutes later, Wild Wolf headed downstairs with the removed camera to find the front desk. At this time, a new girl was at the homestay front desk, judging by her age and demeanor. She seemed to be a college student. Under the girl's nervous gaze, Wild Wolf placed the camera on the front desk with a stern face. "What do you have to say?" the girl exclaimed in surprise. Just then, their old man came running over, sweating all over. "Honored guests, I apologize deeply for the inconvenience our establishment has caused you." The homestay owner knew that among the group of visitors today was a young man who was a big shot, the boss of Candy Technology. Even with 1,000 nerves, he wouldn't dare install such things. Wild Wolf just glanced at the homestay owner and then turned to go upstairs. The girl's eyes sparkled. Coming home on vacation and bumping into such a big shot was an unexpected surprise. The next moment, the father and daughter were covered in a cold sweat. After this line of text appeared on the screen, the automatically recorded ID scan image was immediately corrupted. The father and daughter exchanged looks and wisely closed the page. This couldn't be spoken of elsewhere. They needed to explain to the old man properly how advanced artificial intelligence was beyond his imagination. For dinner, they ate local specialties, but Mo Jing-shun felt that they tasted rather similar to the specialties from Hua County. He couldn't tell the difference. For some reason, upon returning to the homestay, Mo Jing-shun noticed the girl at the front desk kept her head down, seemingly too shy to look at them. There was no reason for it. Even knowing who he was shouldn't make her too shy to look. Mo Jing-shun instructed Wild Wolf and the others to stay alert that night and return to his room. That night, he couldn't fall asleep. He didn't know how long it was before he dozily fell asleep. Evidently, Mo Jing-shun, not a master of romance, was so hopeless that he ended up falling asleep by himself. Chapter 696, Tired. Chapter 696. Chapter 696, Tired. Knock, knock, knock at the door. Candy and Zero stood side by side, with Candy constantly reaching out to knock on the door. Hey, stinky brother, get up. Hearing the knocking in a daze, Mo Jing-shun yawned and sat up. At this moment, he realized that Li Xuanyu had already gotten up at some point. Without thinking much, Mo Jing-shun prepared to get up to open the door. The next second, the sound of the bathroom door opening was heard. Outside the door, Zero said with a mischievous smile, "Open sesame." The next moment, under Candy's admiring gaze, the door opened. Zero was taken aback for a moment. She hadn't even started to perform magic yet. How did the door just open? Candy giggled, hands behind her back, and walked into the room like an old official. Mo Jing-shun, who was getting dressed, rolled his eyes. Just now, I heard someone loudly yelling, "Stinky brother, get up." Candy blinked, speaking a lie with wide-open eyes. Really? Hey, who did your hair today? Hearing the praise for her hairstyle, Candy bounced up onto the bed and said, "Zero did my hair. She's amazing." Mo Jing-shun couldn't help but laugh. There's something even more impressive. Mo Jing-shun curiously glanced at the silent Zero. Finger charging was something he had never seen before. At the tech park, Zero always used wireless charging, playing while charging in the office. Thinking about Zero's battery life, Mo Jing-shun couldn't help but ask, "Zero, are you okay with hiking?" Montak Ying-chun nodded. With her backpack, Candy raised her fist and ran ahead with Zero. Mo Jing-shun wasn't too worried with the little one running ahead with Zero, but just in case, Wild Wolf arranged for 4 people to follow closely behind the 2 little ones. Should we pick up the pace? Watching Candy run farther, Li Xuanyu was a bit worried. In fact, for activities like hiking, even energetic kids don't have the stamina. When Mo Jing-shun and the others caught up, Candy and Zero were sitting on rocks, with fine sweat on their foreheads. Looking up at the Yunga temple in front of them, Candy was still a bit curious, mainly because she had never seen such a peculiar temple before. It was indeed more of a manor than a temple. Candy had thought she would see monks, but naturally, she didn't. Oh, Candy nodded seriously. Li Xuanyu nudda. Watching the moving cable car, Candy stomped her foot, anxious but also afraid to get on. The next moment, Mo Jing-shun tucked Candy under his arm and stepped onto it first. For people fit just right. As the distance from the ground grew, Candy held onto her brother's arm tightly. The bottom was transparent, which looked quite scary. Candy gave a nervous laugh without saying a word. Seeing that the cable car was just hanging on the steel cable made Candy even more frightened. Then, as if on cue, a gust of wind came, and the cable car started swaying, making Candy shiver with fear. In contrast, sitting opposite was Zero, whose face remained all smiles. Don't worry, as long as the steel cable doesn't break, the cable car won't fall. After getting used to it for a while, Candy found that the cable car just swayed side to side without any falling ahead. Her adventurous spirit reignited. She peered here and there. The view from above was truly beautiful. But when Candy suddenly jumped up, it shocked Mo Jing-shun, and he quickly pulled Candy back from her experiment. Watching from the next cable car, Lone Wolf and his group saw Candy jumping, and a series of colorful language slipped out. By noon, after a morning of climbing, Mo Jingchun and his group arrived at a grand hotel on the mountain. Without bothering to eat, Candy first turned on the air conditioning and collapsed onto the soft bed. Candy wrinkled her nose. She wasn't going to tell her brother that she had boasted to her fans about filming a sunrise video. Those steep routes had meant that when they decided to bring Candy, it was clear they wouldn't be able to walk them all. Reluctantly taking the cable car, enjoying the beautiful natural scenery from it. In the afternoon, wearing a sun-protective jacket and holding a 15 yuan bottle of water, Candy stood on the steps, shook her head, unscrewed the cap, and took 2 big gulps. Chapter 697. Goose, Goose, Goose. Chapter 697. Chapter 697. Goose, Goose, Goose. The next second, a hand snatched the bottled water from Candy's hand. Drink less, or you won't find a restroom in time later. As Mo Jingchun spoke, he already bypassed Candy and continued walking forward. Candy, trailing behind, pouted. It's just a few more sips of bottled water. With all this sweating, there's no urge to use the restroom. Candy knew calling his brother was futile, but calling upon his sister-in-law definitely worked. Sure enough, Li Xuanyu stopped, standing there with a bright smile, waiting. Once she stopped, Mo Jingchun had no choice but to pause as well, letting Candy surpass him to walk ahead. Who said children's thoughts are simple? Look, Candy easily grasped the essence, knowing that here, Li Xuanyu held absolute authority. After walking for about half an hour, Mo Jingchun stood on the platform, snapping photos of the scenery to send to his homebuddy sister. Beside him, Candy savored the popsicle purchased by his sister-in-law. Zero, do you want one too? Lounging in the sun, Zero turned away, avoiding Candy's gaze. After sending the freshly snapped photos, Mo Jingchun approached with a smile, asking, "Are you rested?" Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned to Candy, still savoring his popsicle. After all, Candy was the only one to call for a break. Following Candy's pointing finger, Mo Jingchun glanced at the porters who had been eyeing them, sighing helplessly. Candy desired a rest here and had planned for this. The porters resting over there hadn't taken their eyes off Mo Jingchun's group since they arrived. Mo Jingchun glared at the tongue-poking Candy before acknowledging the porters with a nod. Without needing further instruction, 4 porters immediately approached. Seeing this setup, Mo Jingchun found it hard to refuse, not wanting to show favoritism, considering Zero is a self-aware AI and, in a way, a life form. Zero and Candy exchanged a glance and simultaneously chuckled. Not only were Zero and Candy happy, but so were the porters who had waited 10 minutes. Carrying children versus adults? Anyone can guess which is more comfortable. The key point is that this single job might cover a day's income. If Mo Jingchun knew their thoughts, he would chuckle. He might offer a bit more, but still remain prudent. He's not a fool. Sitting on the sedan chair, Candy's large eyes squinted immediately. Truth be told, lying there was quite comfy, though ascending stairs felt slightly precarious. However, with Fian beside them, all of Candy's concerns vanished. After paying, the porters didn't pause for a moment, immediately departing, seemingly planning to catch one more job while it was still early. When Mo Jingchun looked up again, searching for Candy, what do you know, the kid hadn't even waited for his brother and was already racing to the summit with Zero. Whoa, after a loud shout, Candy tapped Zero's shoulder and asked, "Zero, why aren't you shouting loudly?" Feeling the eyes of other tourists, Zero hesitated slightly. The next second, Candy regretted it. Once Zero opened his mouth to shout, Candy immediately covered his ears. Seeing Zero's amused smile, Candy dug at his ears. "Zero, are you trying to deafen me?" Facing the retreating tourists, Zero gave an embarrassed grin. Just then, Mo Jingchun and the others walked up. Noticing Mo Jingchun, several tourists secretly snapped photos with their phones. Mo Jingchun glanced over, but remained silent. Without giving Mo Jingchun a chance to respond, Candy pulled Zero along toward the public restrooms. "Why are you dragging me along?" Just like a transparent person, Fian gazed at the clear sky, pretending not to hear anything, though her twitching lips betrayed her inner thoughts. At 5 in the morning, Bright Summit was filled with tourists watching the sunrise. All you could see were people. Unlike these folks, Mo Jingshun and his group slept at the hotel until past 4 before coming up. Standing at the summit, wearing a jacket, Mo Jingshun felt chilly. Seeing Candy wrapped in a blanket stirred his envy, wishing he'd brought 2 more blankets. The day's heat is matched by the evening's chill. Engrossed in her phone, Candy looked up puzzled at her muttering brother. Reciting poetry, Candy's eyes lit up and she coughed twice, sitting up straight. As Mo Jingchun and Li Xuanyu awaited her poetry recital with slight anticipation, Candy began. Goose, 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 neck stretches to the sky for song. White feathers drift on green water. Mo Jingchun turned his head, wanting to avoid speaking. Indeed, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. What a poem indeed. It's a verse about a goose. 2 yellow orioles sing among green willows. A line of white egrets ascends into the blue sky. Windows frame 1,000 autumn snows on the west ridge. How's that? Impressive, huh? Candy pouted. Brother, you're too perfunctory. Don't underestimate your brother. As they chatted, time flew by. Suddenly, tourists stood up, all setting up smartphone stands. From the darkness emerged the first light of dawn. With the sunrise imminent, Candy watched as the older tourist had professional smartphone stands, feeling regretful as she smacked her thigh, regretting not bringing her own stand. Mo Jingshun looked puzzled at Candy, who suddenly began thigh-smacking. P.S. Palms keep sweating. Folks try to avoid crowded places, feeling like death is truly unbearable. Chapter 698, Grown-Up Matters, Kids Shouldn't Pry. Chapter 698, Chapter 698, Grown-Up Matters, Kids Shouldn't Pry. Mo Jingshun raised an eyebrow, looked at Candy with some confusion, and then glanced at the others. That's it? Mo Jingshun thought they left something important behind. Turns out you just told me it was only the phone stand that was missing. Originally, Mo Jingchun was going to make fun of Candy by saying holding it would work just as well, but upon seeing Candy's remorseful face, Mo Jingchun softened. Forget it, let Candy off the hook this time. Seeing the hopeful glint in Candy's eyes, Zero's face immediately turned black. With just the word, Candy blinked incessantly. The meaning was self-evident. Zero, no longer calling their elder brother Big Brother, looked resentfully at Candy and the elder brother standing in unison on the same front. Seeing Zero facing east without moving, Candy knew it was a go. At critical moments, it still depends on Zero. Then, the tourists watching the sunrise at the mountaintop were amazed to see a little girl standing motionless, not even blinking. It had been over 10 minutes. Gosh, can a human do this? Amidst the murmurs of conversation, those who were unaware realized that the little girl was the artificial intelligence from Candy Technology that circulated online. Being so up close to a movie-like artificial intelligence, yet feeling no fear at all, many people instead found Zero very cute. As the sun rose from the east, everyone realized they were above a sea of clouds. So beautiful. Mo Jingchun also nodded in agreement. Clouds drifted everywhere, making it appear as if the mountain peaks were isolated islands in the sea. Really? Opening the photo album on the phone, Candy was just about to hit play, and the next moment was dumbfounded. Seeing the pop-up, Candy looked at her brother for help. Candy just couldn't figure it out. It was only one video. How could 512 gigabytes of storage not be enough? Taking the phone from Candy's hand, Mo Jingchun found the phone extremely laggy. After a lot of work, deleting QQ and Arena of Valor from the phone, the lag finally disappeared, but Mo Jingchun clearly felt the phone wasn't as smooth as before. Candy noticed the phone's home screen had 2 fewer apps, but at that moment, her mind was entirely focused on quickly posting the video, not realizing what was missing. Until returning to the hotel, after breakfast, seeing everyone still eating, Candy planned to play a game of Arena with Zero. And then, there was no then. Looking at the empty spot where Arena of Valor used to be, Candy finally realized what her brother had deleted. Glancing resentfully at her brother, still enjoying breakfast, Candy resignedly started to re-download the game. Can't play in the morning, this lousy place. Internet speed is much slower than at home. If only they were in her brother's office, it would be downloaded in no time. During the next few days of traveling, Candy had a blast, especially at the amusement park. If it weren't closing, she wouldn't want to leave at all. The only regret was not experiencing the big pendulum her brother mentioned, where the person flies forward and the soul chases after. Sister-in-law laughed so happily. It must be really fun, Candy thought. Candy thought to herself while watching the scenery recede from the car window on the way home. Zero, opening their eyes, looked at Candy's curious gaze and didn't know how to answer that question. Making eyes at each other behind your back. Is that how you use that expression? Oomph. Candy raised her hand, rolling her eyes dramatically. Fine, don't say anything, but why do you sound just like my brother, always with the saying you'll understand when you grow up? Zero gave Candy a blank stare and didn't say anything, thinking maybe next year you might even be an aunt. 7-year-old aunt. Is there a problem? No problem at all. After all, the hierarchy is there. Zero is also a bit unsure. When a girl takes initiative, who can resist? Not even the big brother, who ended up being eaten up completely. Thinking that the family might add a new baby, Zero suddenly felt a headache. In the evening, after a 6-hour drive, Mo Jingchun and his group returned home, and Mo Jingchun was surprised to find the front door locked. Candy pressed her fingerprint, and with the sound of mechanical gears turning inside the door, it opened automatically in under a second. Putting down the suitcase, Candy ran off to prepare some water for sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchun came over to take a look, and it was true. Where did she go? There's no sign of Little Gray and Bun either. Without water, Candy took one of her own milk drinks to give to sister-in-law. Guyu lying on the sofa, Candy dialed her sister's number. Hello. Candy glanced at her brother, who was preparing to cook in the kitchen, and asked, Sister, where are you? Already back? Hearing the background noise, Candy found it somewhat familiar. All right, that's enough. The next second, the call was abruptly ended by her sister without a moment's hesitation. Oomph. Chapter 699. Little Gray, you've gotten fatter again. Chapter 699. Chapter 699. Little Gray, you've gotten fatter again, Shanghai? Mo Jingchun chuckled without saying anything, turned around, and went back to the kitchen to wash vegetables. There were still plenty of vegetables in the fridge, indicating that Zhou Yaling only left recently. Sitting on the sofa, Li Xuanyu watched the siblings finish their drinks, patted Candy's head, and also went to the kitchen. Sisters in the group said that to win a man's heart, you have to go through his stomach. But thinking about how amazing Mo Jingchun's cooking was, Li Xuanyu abandoned her friend's suggestion. However, helping out in the kitchen with some chores was still an option. Thump, thump, thump in the fish tank. The big red carp and a few smaller buddies were head-butting the glass. Hearing the commotion, Candy curiously turned to look. Zero, are these fish out of their minds or something? Candy looked at Zero curiously. Climbing on a stool, Candy grabbed a handful of corn and scattered it into the fish tank. The next moment, all the fish scrambled eagerly for the food. They looked as if they hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. Candy silently threw in a few more handfuls of corn for the fish, then took out her phone and recorded a video to send to her sister. After waiting several minutes after sending the video, Zhou Yaling finally replied with a voice message. Haha. After listening to the voice message, Candy pouted and replied with another voice message. What? You want to eat the red carp? Elsewhere, in the mountains of Anyang County, Su Wenyan wore a safety helmet and was inspecting the completed main structure of the project. There was no way she could take a vacation. With overtime pay so high, why take time off? Moreover, it's already early October, and there isn't much time left for them. No one knows if the remaining 2 months will be enough to finish decorating this side of the Space Launch Center. Honestly, with such a tight deadline, Su Wenyan didn't feel confident. Word from the company was that the assembly and verification phase of the rocket launch had already begun, but she didn't know if this was true. Just thinking about the boss leading the team herself made Su Wenyin feel that the rumors were likely true, maybe even further along. She just hoped she wouldn't be the one holding things up. After Su Wenyin left, a dozen project managers went to inspect their respective contract areas. Any construction company that has worked with Candy technology knows that their project payments are easy yet difficult to obtain. Just like what Su Wenyin mentioned about safety issues, if severe safety hazards were spotted by Candy Technologies personnel, they would definitely be reprimanded, and payment would only be made after addressing those hazards. After a simple dinner, Su Wenyin returned to her dorm, took a hot shower, and quickly fell asleep. Compared to business trips constantly on the move, managing such a massive construction project was indeed exhausting, especially overseeing so many workers, constantly fearing accidents. Even here, avoiding accidents was fortunate. An accident could be catastrophic, causing serious injury or even death. Amidst all the surrounding noises and vibrations, they didn't disturb Su Wenyin's quick transition to sleep, an essential skill for anyone working on a construction site. This understanding made Su Wenyin greatly respect Li Wanning. When construction for Candy Science and Technology Park began, Li Wanning was all by herself. Despite Mo Jingchuan's efforts to persuade her otherwise, Li Xuanyu didn't stay overnight, having to work the next day with a day off after. Li Xuanyu waved goodbye with a smile to Mo Jingchun and Candy as she entered the dormitory building. Rubbing the slight bump on his head, Candy softly groaned. "Don't say nonsense without reason. Let's go pick up Little Gray and Bun." In the security room, Zhou Xing was smoking, waiting for Xiaochun and Candy. He glanced at Little Gray and Bun sleeping on the ground. If not for those two, he'd have gone off work by now. "Uncle!" Even before reaching, her voice came first. Little Gray immediately abandoned Bun, wagging its tail as it ran out. Watching Candy keep Little Gray from licking her face, Zhou Xing cheerfully asked Mo Jingchun, "Xiaochun, you're not young anymore." Seeing the hopeful glint in his uncle's eyes, Mo Jingchun smiled and replied, "Uncle, I mean to do exactly that. Ha ha, it's a happy occasion." Thinking of his daughter, Zhou Xing sighed. "I just don't know when your sister will come around." Mo Jingchun twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, hesitant to argue with his uncle who was clearly angered. This year. Chapter 700, Don't Scare Me. Chapter 700. Chapter 700. Don't scare me. As soon as Candy said this, Zhou Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Standing to the side, Mo Jingchun silently turned his head to look out the window. This kid, when Zhou Yaling comes back tomorrow, she's probably going to get a beating. At home, she was reminded not to speak recklessly. It seems like it just went in one ear and out the other. Mo Jingchun thought, should I step in tomorrow, or just let it happen? Poor Candy. Laugh all you want now, because you won't be laughing tomorrow. Gossip? Candy scratched her head while looking at her excited uncle and said, "There's no gossip. It's just that my sister ran off to Shanghai without a word." Zhou Xing was so happy he slapped his thigh. Montauk Yingchun sighed lightly. Zhou Yaling didn't want to go on a trip with everyone because she knew she'd be a third wheel. For her brother's sake, she decided not to go. Unlike you, little one, who is the brightest bulb on the street. Mo Jingchun felt he couldn't let Candy and her uncle keep guessing, as it would be awkward if it turned out she had just gone out with female colleagues. Thinking of this, Mo Jingchun tugged at Candy's clothes, giving her knowing looks. Indeed, those seeking their own downfall can't be stopped. He gave Bun a playful tap on the head. Bun understood and walked out with style, clearly intending to check out the cars parked outside the security control room. Seeing Bun approach, Lone Wolf grinned and opened the car door. Bun's cleverness was well known to everyone, unlike Little Gray, who often seemed silly unless she was dealing with Zero, in which case she was cunning. Zhou Xing nodded, not giving Candy a chance to say more. Mo Jingchun scooped her up and briskly walked away. After getting in the car and closing the door, Mo Jingchun looked at Candy with sympathy. "You're in trouble. You dare to tell Uncle about your sister going on a date." Hearing her brother say this, Candy thought seriously for a moment and her face changed. Uncle doesn't care about what's real or not. He'll just ask sister directly. Brother Mo Jing-chun waved his hand dismissively. No worries, it's a small problem. But that's different, Candy thought. Her brother only pretended when he hit her, feeling sorry for her. But her sister truly meant it. Her sister was the kind who either didn't hit at all or went all out when she did. Pretending to hit? No way. Thinking of this, Candy couldn't help but take a cold breath, wanting to lay low. If push comes to shove, she thought of bringing her sister-in-law to back her up. With her around, her sister might not do anything. Montak Yingchun was curious. Oh, you've gotten wiser. As soon as he finished, Mo Jingchun saw Candy's eyes light up as she took out her phone and called. I just went out for 2 days, and suddenly I have a boyfriend. Sitting beside Mo Jingchun, he coughed. The next day at noon, after lunch, Candy went straight to her room for a nap. After playing for so many days, it seemed like she was sleepy every day. Soon, back in her room, Candy fell asleep quickly. After she was asleep, her phone exited its apps and went to sleep mode. On the sofa, Mo Jingchun inquired about the project progress in Anyang County from Su Wenyan. Then, he posted in the work group, thanking everyone for their hard work and promising they won't be disappointed with a year-end bonus. After earning some goodwill from the employees, Mo Jingchun nodded in satisfaction. He was well aware of how tough things were on site. Even for management, it was no walk in the park. On site, you need your phone to be reachable 24/7, ready to respond at any time, with overtime as a norm. As for weekends, they were no different from weekdays for engineers, business as usual. Even national holidays called for working. Putting down his phone, Mo Jingchun lay on the sofa, resting his eyes. He wasn't deeply asleep, so he opened his eyes upon hearing the door. Seeing her expression, Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched. Just got home and already asking for candy. You so keen to give her a hard time? Mo Jingchun chuckled, refraining from comment, as it wouldn't do to intervene when she's giving herself an out. You can't blame Candy for saying you went on a date. Splutterjo Yaling spat out her water, looking as if she could cry, but had no tears, she said. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.